Chapter 55. Geniuses in 1 second. Remember love go divided by small? SpeakNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Yuchi bit her lips. You bastard who took advantage of others when they were down. Once this old lady finished her business, she would dig out your eyes. She took a deep breath and suppressed her thoughts. She lifted a finger and a drop of deep purple blood slowly seeped out from her fingertip. Love go small. SpeakNet. Yuchi's complexion paled. Her eyes became increasingly bright. She flicked her finger and a drop of deep purple blood flew out, falling onto the center of the seal. As if it had been activated, black flames ignited on the seal. They fused together, forming a ghostly face with closed eyes. It opened its mouth. It was dark, leading to some unknown place. Without hesitation, Yuchi thrust her hand into the ghostly face's mouth. It bit down, and then there was the sound of swallowing. Chin-yu frowned. His feet moved, adjusting to the best position to exert strength. Although Yuchi appeared calm and composed, he had no choice but to prepare himself in the face of this strange scene. If her complexion had only been pale before, then right now Yuchi's complexion was like a transparent sheet of paper. Faint blue blood vessels could clearly be seen, like some sort of blue flower tattoo. It gave her a different kind of charm. But when accompanied by the swallowing sound, no matter how soul-stirring this charm was, it would only cause a chill to rise in one's heart. Yuchi tottered, nearing her limit. Chin-yu stepped forwards. Yuchi shouted out, "Don't come any closer." This woman was truly stubborn. Chin-yu frowned. He didn't approach any closer, but he had already decided that if she really was about to die, he would immediately attack. Without the whereabouts of the demon blood, Yuchi had to live. Of course, in addition to this, there might be something else. For instance, gratitude for saving his life, even if this woman had nearly killed him in the past. Chin-yu didn't have the chance to save the damsel in distress. The ghostly face loosened its mouth and let out a satisfied sigh. Yuchi drew back her hand. On her nearly transparent skin, there were 3 blood-red spots that were particularly striking. The ghostly face hid itself. Black flames suddenly rose up, melting the stone into the ground and forming a black iron door. So the place she was looking for wasn't on the stone wall, but beneath her feet. The black iron door slowly opened. A sudden change occurred. Bang! A black tentacle appeared out of thin air and whipped at Yuchi. A rich demonic light instantly erupted to protect her, but even so, she was still sent flying backwards. With a loud bang, she smashed into a stone wall. The demonic light shattered and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could fall, an invisible force appeared and confined her in midair. So this is how the eye of the seal is opened. A figure appeared outside the iron gate with his hands clasped behind his back. His terrifying aura was like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Black gas gushed out from the iron door and condensed into a chain that rolled towards him. His figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared not far away. He turned around and revealed a green-skinned face. His expression was gentle and indifferent, and he didn't look like a sealed devil but more like a teacher. "Little girl, let's make a deal. You break the seal and I'll let you go. How about it?" Yuchi cried out in alarm, "Blue Cloud Demon!" This person was surprised. "You recognize me?" Yuchi's face was filled with awe. 800 years ago, you were a peerless proud son of heaven of the first sky demonic path. Even if time has washed over you, it still cannot diminish your brilliance in the slightest. This junior naturally recognizes you. Blue Cloud Demon laughed. "What a sweet-mouthed girl. Since you know my identity, you should know that I will keep my word." Yuchi bitterly smiled. "With senior status, do you not know how special the eye of the seal is? Once an accident occurs when it is opened, it cannot be opened by the same person again." Blue Cloud Demon's complexion darkened. "Senior, since you cannot break the seal, what use is there in keeping you around? Senior, please listen to me. The land of sealed demons has been abandoned. I estimate that the only ones that know of this place and can enter are the two of us. If you kill us, I fear that Senior will really be trapped here until you die." "Little girl, what do you mean?" Yuchi respectfully said. "The two of us might be able to rescue Senior." Blue Cloud Demon maintained his composure. The land of sealed demons uses the three great demonic treasures as the foundation to form three eyes of the seal. These three eyes of the seal are connected to the terrain to form the power of the seal. I can find the other two eyes of the seal. As long as I open them and take out the demonic treasures, the seal will loosen and Senior will be able to escape. Yuchi clenched her teeth. "If Senior doesn't feel at ease, you can brand us with demonic thoughts. At that time, our lives will be in the hands of Senior, and we will do everything we can to rescue you." Blue Cloud Demon lightly said. "I admit that I was moved by your words, but little girl, do you think that I can't see who you are? To you, controlling demonic thoughts is nothing but a joke." Yuchi stiffened. "Senior's vision is sharp and this junior admires it. But you should know that with my cultivation, I am far from awakening the strength of my bloodline." Blue Cloud Demon's eyes were ice-cold. "I also know that there are no absolutes in this world. I will not take risk. Little girl, you stay here and let this boy break the eyes of the seal. Once I am free, I will let you go." Yuchi bitterly smiled. "I can agree to Senior's request, but my companion doesn't know how to open the eyes of the seal." Blue Cloud Demon was silent. After several breaths of time, he looked up and revealed a strange smile. "Little girl, you want to play tricks with me? You are far too naive. Since you have performed a meritorious service in opening the eyes of the seal, once this matter is over, I will give you a quick death." Bang! His body scattered and an icy cold demonic thought howled outwards. Qin Yu's heart shrank. He took a step back and rapidly drew backward. At the same time, he punched out a fist. The fist smashed into the demonic thought, but it was like striking a cotton ball that had been soaked in ice water. Blue Cloud Demon's cold voice echoed in his mind. "Boy, accept your fate." Qin Yu's body stiffened. It was like he had fallen into an ancient cave of ice. A bone-chilling cold made his body pale white. And what was even more terrifying was that the demonic thought had already entered his Dantian Sea and was hurtling towards the great Tao base. "Ah!" Qin Yu roared out loud. He tumbled to the ground and wildly rolled about. Yuchi paled. "Qin Yu, hold on. If your body is seized, we will all die." Damn it, Blue Cloud Demon was stalling for time so that he could seize Qin Yu's body. He had a way to break open the eyes of the seal. She had been tricked. Yuchi bit her lips. To use a nascent soul's divine sense to seize the body of a foundation establishment cultivator was as easy as turning her hand. She feared she wouldn't be able to escape today's calamity. In a flash, a beautiful face appeared in her mind. She thought back to the jade slip that was sent to her when she was expelled from the land of sealed demons. So it was all a plot to kill her with a borrowed knife. She was truly my good sister. Yuchi bit down on her lips. As she looked at the struggling Qin Yu, guilt gushed out from her eyes. "Little man, I'm sorry, but I want you to die with me." Blue veins popped out on Qin Yu's face. His facial features twisted and sweat gushed out from his pores. There was even a faint trace of blood. Within his Dantian Sea, the great Tao base had nearly turned pitch black. Only a dim light was emitted from the center, like a candle in the autumn wind that could be extinguished at any moment. This light was the manifestation of Qin Yu's consciousness. Once it disappeared, his soul would scatter and he would never be able to return to samsara. In this situation, he would only need several breaths of time to seize Qin Yu's body. Blue Cloud Demon laughed inwardly. As long as he smoothly seized Qin Yu's body, he could enter the eyes of the seal and regain his freedom. All he needed to do was seize Qin Yu's body. With his demonic sense, even though he could only use 10 to 20% of it to resist the seal, it was still easy for him to seize the body of a Foundation Establishment Junior. Blue Cloud Demon was brimming with confidence. But as time passed, he began to frown. This brat's will was far too strong. His soul would shatter when he tried to seize Qin Yu's body. The pain was 100 times worse than being dismembered, but he still hadn't given up. What was the use? In the face of absolute strength, all his efforts were futile. Bang bang, there was a heaven-shaking explosion within his Dantian. Black demonic sense surged out like a tide, crazily impacting the final bit of light. It grew darker and darker, thinner and thinner, on the verge of collapse. Let's end this. Blue Cloud Demon was enraged to the extreme. To deal with a mere Foundation establishment boy, he had used up so much time. He had lost all face. On the great Tao base, as the black tide continued to bombard it, the central bit of light stagnated. Cracks appeared, as if it would shatter at any moment. But suddenly, the cracks melted away and light shined once more, like sunlight piercing through the darkness of the heavens. It became more transparent, purer, clearer. Seeing Qin Yu twitch and his black robes soaked in blood, Yuqi's eyes changed. She couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration and anticipation. Perhaps he really could hold on? Just as this thought appeared, Qin Yu suddenly stopped roaring. His aura changed with it. Although it was weak, it couldn't escape Yuqi's senses. She sighed inwardly, feeling a bit helpless. Indeed, in front of a nascent soul, there was no way a Foundation establishment cultivator could escape. Yet, she still had such extravagant hopes in her heart. How laughable! Shuar Qin Yu opened his eyes. 2 flames seemed to burn in the depths of his eyes. Divine light sparkled like stars, particularly striking in the dark underground. Looking into his eyes, Yuqi's eyes widened and her face filled with disbelief. This sort of familiar feeling, how was this possible? The ice-cold demonic sense withdrew. Demonic energy gathered in the air, condensing into Blue Cloud Demon's figure. His complexion was dark and gloomy. Just as he was about to succeed, this boy's divine sense actually transformed and rose to the next level. Although it was only at the golden core level, it was enough to resist the swallowing demonic sense. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Greetings, Senior Blue Cloud Demon." Blue Cloud Demon sneered. "Brat, do you think that I won't kill you just because you forced back my demonic sense?" Qin Yu said, "This junior doesn't dare." Blue Cloud Demon's eyes darkened. "Brat, I will teach you how to break open the eye of the seal. As long as you can do it, I guarantee I will let you go." Qin Yu shook his head. "This junior does not trust you." Blue Cloud Demon's veins popped up and he nearly vomited blood. "You little bastard, you are indirectly cursing me for not keeping my word." But his actions just now were still vivid in his mind. Even if he was hung up and beaten in front of his face, he still couldn't find any words to refute. His face darkened for a long time. Then, he suppressed his anger and said, "Brat, what do you think we should do?" Qin Yu said, "It's very simple. Let's do as Miss Yuqi said before. We will break open another eye of the seal and help Senior escape." Blue Cloud Demon sneered. "Brat, do you think I am an idiot? If you want to break open the eye of the seal, then go alone. The girl will stay behind and talk with me." "Okay." Qin Yu immediately agreed. "I ask Senior to release Miss Yuqi and have her teach me how to break open the eye of the seal." Blue Cloud Demon hesitated for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and undid the shackles. With his cultivation, did he really need to fear these 2 little fellows stirring up any trouble? Qin Yu took out a storage bag and took out a jade slip. "Miss Yuqi, please mark the method of breaking open the seal inside." Yuqi clenched her teeth. This bastard had agreed so quickly. She feared he would turn around and run away as soon as he left. She really wanted to loudly tell Blue Cloud Demon that Qin Yu wouldn't be able to learn how to break open the seal, but doing so would only drag him down with her. Whatever, he was the one who was involved today. If he could survive, then that was it. Just consider this old lady acting as a good person before she died. Her face was icy cold. She took the jade slip and placed it against her forehead. After several breaths of time, she tossed it back to Chinyu. Her cold eyes didn't linger on him at all. Greedy for life and afraid of death without any sense of responsibility, just looking at him would pollute her eyes. Chinyu probed the jade slip with his divine sense. There were only 3 words written on it: "Cheap man." A thick sense of resentment washed over him. The corners of Chinyu's lips twitched. He lightly coughed and pulled her into his arms. "Don't worry, I will bring you away." Yuchi stiffened and almost curled her lips in anger. This bastard still wanted to take advantage of her before he left. Who was he trying to fool with such a gentle tone? "Do you think I'm familiar with you?" "Hey, that's enough. Why are you hugging me tighter and tighter? Do you really think I won't turn hostile and drag you down with me?" As Blue Cloud Demon saw the 2 of them locked in a stalemate, he felt a little more at ease. His eyes fell on Yuchi and a sly smile flashed in his eyes. What a beautiful girl. If he could really break free from the seal, he might as well keep her alive and take her in as a concubine. It was rumored that the women of this clan were truly wondrous. Chinyu's face was as warm as jade, but he didn't have any other thoughts. As his eyes fell on Blue Cloud Demon, he keenly sensed the lingering look in his eyes. With a flip of his palm, he placed the jade slip into his storage bag. With a wave of his sleeves, purple lightning howled out. Chapter 56. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Dong, Chinyu and Yuchi stepped forwards, causing the ground to shake. A formidable strength pushed them back the way they came. Behind him, thunder rumbled and purple lightning flooded his vision. The crackling sounds were mixed with the pained roars of Blue Cloud Demon. "Junior, this old man will definitely kill you." A furious roar reverberated in the cave. Chinyu remained unmoved. The strength of his demon body erupted to the limit as he raced forwards through the cave. Every step he took caused a loud and deep rumbling sound. Yuchi was stunned. It was a long time before she regained her composure. As she looked at Chinyu, her eyes began to change. In order to save her, he had torn apart all pretense of cordiality with Blue Cloud Demon, and he could have escaped by himself. Just as she was about to say something, a violent fluctuation came from behind them. Terrifying devil chi condensed into a huge mouth, biting towards the 2 of them. "Ah!" Yuchi's hands subconsciously tightened. Chinyu waved his hand and a mighty bolt of purple thunder appeared once more. The demonic energy mouth miserably screamed as it was smashed apart by the power of thunder. With the danger averted, Yuchi's face flushed red. Only now did she realize that she was hugging his neck. She quickly let go, her heart flustered. Bang! More demonic chi erupted, turning into black bones that grabbed at the 2 of them. However, in the face of the purple lightning, they were instantly shattered. Blue Cloud Demon roared again and again, but his demonic sense didn't dare to approach. After being struck by that thunder just now, it had nearly shattered to pieces on the spot. If it came again, even if he didn't die, he would be severely wounded. The power of thunder was the bane of demonic power, and when Chinyu activated the power of thunder, it was even more terrifying than ordinary thunder. Seeing that he couldn't stop these 2, Blue Cloud Demon's eyes shined with a ruthless light. He knelt on the ground and pressed his hands down, sending a terrifying demonic energy rumbling into the ground. The entire cave violently trembled. Tiny cracks appeared on the seals on both sides of the cave. Roar, roar! The ruthless demonic souls trapped inside swarmed out and pounced on the 2. Chinyu's complexion changed. The power of thunder revolved around his body. The demonic souls that rushed at him screamed and retreated, but in the blink of an eye, new demonic souls rushed at him. The land of sealed demons was an incomparably mysterious place. It had existed for a very long time and had sealed away countless demonic cultivators. Even a single passage had over 1,000 demonic souls. Although the power of lightning was powerful, it was also extremely exhausting in such a situation. Qin Yu said in a low voice, think of a way to escape, otherwise we won't be able to escape. Yu Qi bit her lips. Give me the guard token. Qin Yu took it out without hesitation. Yu Qi picked up the 2 guard tokens and turned her back to Qin Yu. As their bodies rubbed against each other, her cheeks bloomed with beauty. When the 2 guardian tokens were placed together, the patterns on the surface were perfectly matched. Bang! A monstrous blood-red light erupted, and 2 burly figures appeared, one at the front and one at the back, protecting the 2 of them as they roared and attacked. Their movements were slow and clumsy, but every time they attacked, a blood-red light would sweep out. The devil souls that came into contact with it felt as if a strong acid had been poured on them, causing them to scream as they were corroded. The passageway was instantly cleared. Let's go. The guardian soul has been activated and can buy us some time. The deeper meaning was, of course, that it wouldn't last for long. Qin Yu didn't speak. He picked her up and ran away. Shua, the 2 of them rushed out of the demonic soul channel and arrived at the fork in the road. But what they saw caused their hearts to sink. Their line of sight was already filled with demonic souls, blocking off all paths of retreat. The bodies of the 2 guardian souls were starting to become transparent, and they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Blue Cloud Demon's roars came from all directions. I want all of you to die without a grave. Bang! The demonic souls crazily rushed forwards. Qin Yu turned and rushed towards the central passageway. It wasn't that he knew it was safe here, but that there were the least demonic souls here. Yu Qi took out the compass, but the entire land of sealed demons was in utter chaos. The needle spun around like a headless fly, unable to give any direction. With 2 loud roars, the guardian souls scattered. The demonic souls that had lost all fear rushed forwards once more. Strong winds rose up, demonic energy surged. The demon vine shot out and landed on the ground. It turned and said, "Take the miss away." Bang! Demonic energy billowed. The demon vine wildly grew, its roots drilling into the ground and walls, weaving together into a thick barrier. Yu Qi's eyes turned red. She bit her lips, not saying a word. Qin Yu shouted out, "Take care." He turned and continued to flee. Behind him, the demon vine's strange laughter and curses echoed out. "You damned ghosts, you want to touch my families, miss? Dream on. It hurts a lot. I'll pull out all your teeth and see what you can do." "Hey. That's right, I'm talking to you. You bastard, you actually sneak attacked me. Don't be so angry. I'm still here, none of you can pass." The voice gradually weakened. As they moved further away, the demon vine's voice wasn't as full of energy as it was at the start. Suddenly, a deep sound came from behind them. Yu Qi tensed up and tears flowed down her cheeks. This was the first time Qin Yu had seen her cry. She didn't make a sound, only silently weeping. It was a sight that left one's heart aching. The demon vine won't die in vain. We can escape, Qin Yu quietly said. Yu Qi wiped away her tears. She suddenly said, "Run away by yourself. If you bring me along, no one will be able to leave." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "Do you think I don't want to? But I don't know the way. If I lose you, where can I escape to?" Yu Qi's lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. She leaned against his chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. She sighed. There was regret, there was unwillingness, but there was also a bit of satisfaction and emotion. In this world, there was finally a man who was willing to live and die with her. As for Qin Yu's nonsense, she didn't believe him at all. If he really wanted to escape by himself, there was no need for him to fall out with Blue Cloud Demon. Why did he have to go to this point? What a stubborn little man. Shua Qin Yu stopped, his complexion gloomy. There was no way out. Yu Qi chuckled. This time, even if you want to escape, you won't have the chance. Qin Yu frowned. How come it sounds like you're gloating over my misfortune? That's right. Let me tell you something. I am very afraid of the dark. If you can die with me, I will feel much better. Yu Qi smiled. Don't put on such a sad face. Dying together with me is a wonderful thing. There are many men who wish for it but can't. Ah, I forgot, you haven't seen my face yet. This big sister is very beautiful. Qin Yu lowered his head. Her face seemed to be covered in a layer of mist, blurring for a moment before becoming clear. His breath caught in his throat. Ning Ling's beauty was that there was not a single part of her body that wasn't perfect. She was like a goddess walking the earth, noble and elegant, making it difficult for others to develop any thoughts of profanity towards her. Yuqi and her were two extremes. Her face was so charming that it could charm all living beings. Every part of her body exuded an allure that made one's heart race. In particular, her eyes were watery like whirlpools, as if they could suck in one's soul. When combined with her extremely hot and sexy figure, just a single glance at her made one have the urge to commit a crime. Gulp, the sound of gulping was particularly clear in the quiet underground. The two fell silent. Yuqi's laughter broke the silence. She weakly leaned against Qin Yu's body, constantly patting him with her hands, extremely satisfied with herself. Qin Yu had an embarrassed expression. This was really just a subconscious reaction. He never imagined that he would be so easily tempted. Fairy, she was a fairy. He quickly looked away. Yuqi's laughter came to a stop. She panted a little and said, "If there was still time, this big sister wouldn't mind letting you take advantage of me. What a pity, it's too late." The demonic soul's cruel roars echoed out from afar. Qin Yu's blood nearly rushed to his head. He took a deep breath and bitterly smiled. "Don't speak anymore. You should just change back." Yuqi mischievously blinked her eyes. "Of course not. I'm going to die soon, so of course this big sister has to be beautiful." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "What if I can live?" Yuqi curled her lips. "There is a 1% chance." Qin Yu tore off his robes and tied Yuqi to his body. He thought back to several years ago when they were underground. He had once tied up a girl like this. It was the same certain death situation. At that time, he had survived and she had died. Qin Yu's eyes dimmed for a moment before he composed himself. He said in a low voice, "We will both live." Light and firm. Yuqi's heart raced. At this moment, Qin Yu was calm, confident, resolute, and possessed an indescribable charm. Roar, the first demonic soul rushed into his field of vision. It roared and hurtled forwards. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed a finger. A cold blade howled out, instantly cutting apart the demonic soul. But in the blink of an eye, a second, a third, a fourth demonic soul appeared. In just a breath of time, the demonic soul filled his field of vision. Bang, bang, with a loud explosion, a fierce battle erupted. Every time Qin Yu attacked, he would be able to crush a demonic soul. But in the blink of an eye, the surrounding demonic souls would swallow them up. Then, they would crazily attack again and again. Wounds began to appear on his body. Although the demon body was powerful and the wounds weren't deep, there were simply too many of them. Blood flowed out from his clothes and dripped to the ground. Smelling the scent of blood, the demonic souls became even crazier. Like flies, they surrounded the two in layers. Bang, purple thunder erupted, recklessly spreading outwards. Dozens of demonic souls were instantly turned to powder. Peepa, peepa, the sky thunder bamboo fell to the ground. Lightning sparkled on the surface of its branches and leaves, illuminating the underground. Qin Yu was bathed in blood, but Yuqi was completely unharmed. "Little man, don't worry about me." Qin Yu untied the cloth and placed her beneath the sky thunder bamboo. "I haven't given up yet." He stepped forwards and rushed into the demonic souls. With a flick of his sleeves, he took out the soul-burying flag. Black Sky Demon grasped the jade scepter. He looked at the sky thunder bamboo with fear in his eyes and then quickly followed behind Qin Yu. With Black Sky Demon's help, they were able to temporarily stabilize the situation. But the demonic souls were boundless and endless. Once they exhausted their strength, they would inevitably die. Beneath the sky thunder bamboo, Yuchi watched as Qin Yu bathed in blood. Even though he knew he couldn't escape death, the resolve in his eyes didn't waver in the least. In the face of death, he would fight for life. Her eyes were dazed for a moment. She muttered, "Mother, perhaps I have found the person I am destined to be with, just like you and Father. But the timing doesn't seem right." She paused for a moment and then smiled. At this time, all of her seductive charm had vanished. He hasn't given up yet, so how can a daughter wait for death? Perhaps I can help him live on. Even if I die, he will remember me for the rest of his life. This shouldn't be too bad. Yuchi glanced at Qin Yu and then closed her eyes. Purple lines appeared on her body. When contrasted with her fair and nearly transparent skin, it formed a soul-stirring beauty, as if a peerless painting were slowly unfolding. Suddenly, Yuchi's eyes flashed open. Demonic flames ignited all over her body. Black and purple fused together, releasing a heart-racing aura. The demonic souls that were wildly attacking Qin Yu froze. They howled in panic as they wildly fled backward. "Heavenly demon slaughter," Yuchi coldly said. Flames howled out, avoiding Qin Yu and Black Sky Demon as they swept through the cave. Within 1,000 feet, the demonic souls vanished like smoke. After finishing all of this, Yuchi gently smiled at Qin Yu and fell backwards. Shua Qin Yu held onto her. Blood dyed her dress red. As he felt her body heat dissipate, he took a deep breath and a firm look appeared in his eyes. He picked up Yuchi and put away Black Sky Demon. Then, he lifted the Sky Thunder bamboo and rushed towards the stone wall before the demonic souls could reach him once more. Ripples of seals appeared, swallowing up the two of them. Chapter 57. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The soft light of the illuminating pearl illuminated the cave. Yuchi was lying on the black robe. Her breathing was extremely weak, but there was some color in her face. Love go small say, Net cannot too far away. Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. The wounds on his body had already scabbed over and half of his face was hidden in the darkness, making it look even sharper. The Sky Thunder bamboo was placed at the entrance. Every time there was a flash of lightning, a demonic soul would be smashed apart. Black Sky Demon stayed far away from the range of the thunder, constantly absorbing the demonic soul fragments. His body became increasingly black, as if he would melt into the darkness. Suddenly, a soft moan sounded in the cave. It was extremely weak, but it was still full of charm. Qin Yu opened his eyes and quickly walked over. Yuchi's long eyelashes gently trembled. After several breaths of time, she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at him and smiled. "I'm actually still alive." Qin Yu relaxed. He lightly said, "Your luck is good." Yuchi curled her lips, not bothering to expose him. The medicinal efficacy that was still recovering in her body was the best proof. If it could save her, then it had to be a spirit plant that was at least several hundred years old. Her eyes lazily swept around. "Where are we?" Qin Yu had a serious expression. "I have a question. Do you know how to break the seal?" Yuchi languidly stiffened, the corners of her mouth twitching. "Say that again." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "That's right, we are in the seal." Pa! The Sky Thunder bamboo flashed with thunder light, shattering the intruding soul demon. Black Sky Demon revealed a satisfied smile. Yuchi was silent for a long time and said faintly, "I knew it, how could we escape? But I'm still alive." Her face suddenly turned serious. "I have a question too." Qin Yu said, "Speak." Yuchi asked, "Between me and Ning Ling, who is prettier?" Qin Yu frowned. "Can't you worry about something normal? For example, how are we going to escape?" Yuchi smiled proudly. "I thought I was going to die, but now I'm still alive. I've already earned it, so why should I think more?" Qin Yu fell silent. "Can we really not escape?" Yuchi rolled her eyes. Blue Cloud Demon was only able to escape with his demonic sense. "Do you think we have a chance?" Simple, powerful, and clear. Qin Yu wryly smiled. This really is a sad story. Yu Qi smiled charmingly. At least we are safe for the time being. We have enough time, don't you want to do something? Yu Qi covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at his back, at least we're safe. Yu Qi covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes fell on his back, and there was a trace of satisfaction. To be able to resist temptation and not take advantage of others' difficulties, this old lady's eyesight is indeed good. She suddenly frowned. The Ning family's girl seemed to be a step faster than her. But soon, a smug look appeared on Yu Qi's face. Trapped in the land of sealed demons with a single man and woman in the same room, she had plenty of chances to beat them to the punch. At Qin Qi night you placed it and he demon, he. Qin spirit Qi Wu Wu Chen you walked, and spirit, he demon, a Qin. At spirit Qin the inside night, a Qiu. The Qin, the dark, you, the sun, the demon was you. The Wu Qi net, unfortunately, the storage bag had limited space. After placing the Sky Thunder bamboo inside, he couldn't place anything else. The 2,000 gold mulberries could only bitterly stay in another storage bag. Black Sky Demon absorbed the demon's soul fragments for several days and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now that the Sky Thunder bamboo was recovering its strength, he took over the duty of sealing the entrance. 7 days later, with the powerful demon body and sufficient pills, Qin Yu's injuries were completely healed. After that, he began to suffer Yu Qi's endless harassment. Little man, big sister's chest feels stuffy. Can you help me examine it? Little man, I'm cold when I sleep. Can you hug me? Little man, big sister's legs are numb. Help me rub them. Every time, little man Qin would run away, and the witch would laugh arrogantly. This was too excessive. This was simply going too far. Qin Yu felt that he couldn't endure this any longer. Otherwise, where would he have the least bit of dignity as a man? Yu Qi seemed to sense a dangerous glint in his eyes. Although she continued to tease him, she no longer approached him. As she watched him hesitate and grit his teeth, her smile became even more soul-stirring. 2 days later, the demonic souls vanished from sight. The outside world quieted down, as if Blue Cloud Demon had given up on killing them. Without the eyesore of Black Sky Demon, Yu Qi's slightly peaceful heart began to stir once more. Little man Qin finally erupted. He pressed a hand against a stone wall and forced her into a corner. If Miss Yu Qi continues to act like this, don't blame me if something happens to you. Yu Qi timidly said, Do you want to be a beast? Qin Yu clenched his teeth. I've already been worse than a beast for an entire month. Yu Qi charmingly smiled. Her eyes were like little hooks that said, Come on, come on. Her eyes were half closed, as if she were waiting for him to pluck at her will. After being suppressed by the land of sealed demons and being teased countless times by the witch, Qin Yu looked at her dark red face and smelled her faint fragrance. He nearly burned with passion. But at this time, he froze. Yu Qi's breath smelled like orchids. Little man, you don't dare? Qin Yu took a step back. His face flushed red but his eyes regained their clarity. Perhaps we can leave this place. Yu Qi's eyes widened. Move back a bit. Qin Yu stood in front of the wall. He took a deep breath and punched out. Bang! Rubble flew into the air. The land of sealed demons had seals imprisoning it, making it incomparably hard. Unless one broke through the seals or erupted with a strength that surpassed their limits, it was impossible to destroy. But now, the seals were intact and this stone could be destroyed. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. There really was a problem. Bang, bang, fist after fist, magic power boiled within him and the strength of the demon body was pushed to the limit. Crash, massive stones fell down. A dark cave entrance appeared in front of them. Qin Yu looked back. Yu Qi had taken out a shining pearl, her eyes bright. Shwa shwa the two walked in. The cave was very large. It was several meters high and wide, extending as far as the eye could see. There were rough traces of excavation. It was very dry inside. Beneath the shining pearl's light, A giant hoof print appeared in front of the two. It was the size of an adult. Yuchi's complexion changed, as if she recognized something. She frowned and said, "Be careful." The two walked deeper into the cave. There weren't any dangers along the way. It was just that the excavation became increasingly rough and broken scales began to fall to the ground. Chinyu squatted down and touched it. It disintegrated into powder. "I'm afraid it's been here for over 1,000 years," Yuchi murmured. "I never thought that it would be sealed in the land of sealed demons. Let's hurry up. There shouldn't be any dangers here." Demonic energy flashed. She flew forwards. Chinyu quickly followed behind. The cave began to twist. Marks of impact appeared on the left and right. More and more scales were blown away by the wind, revealing a dark and mottled color. This should have been caused by blood. Without warning, a mountain of bones appeared in front of the two. It was over 100 feet long. It had a sharp horn, fierce fangs, a towering spine, and a sturdy tailbone. All of this indicated that it was ferocious. The skeleton lay on the ground. Just before it died, it had been digging into the cave. Its left claw was still stuck in the stone. Its empty eye sockets stared ahead. Even though 1,000 years had passed, one could still feel the stubbornness and unwillingness exuding from its body. Yuchi had a complex look in her eyes. She sighed. "Even the earth demon beast died here. We really can't escape. We were happy for nothing." Chinyu frowned. His figure flickered and he arrived at the end of the cave. He punched out with his fist. Dong! There was a deep explosion and a shaking strength impacted him. He was forced back several steps, blood tumbling in his chest. The stone wall was undamaged. "Don't waste your strength," Yuchi lightly said. "With our cultivation, we don't have the strength to break the seal." Chinyu looked up at the skeleton. He suddenly said, "Yuchi, I can feel that there is something inside that's attracting me." Yuchi arched an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Chinyu nodded. "I'm sure. The reason I was able to discover the cave was because I could feel something in the skeleton attracting me. And now this feeling is even more intense." Yuchi licked her lips. "Little man, if your feeling isn't wrong, then you are far too lucky." Demonic energy flashed. She flew to the earth demon beast's spine. She looked down and saw the seventh segment. Then, she lifted a hand and slapped it down. Bang! The earth demon beast's skeleton loudly collapsed and countless bones shattered. But, starting from its horn, all the way down to its skull, to its spine, to its tailbone, it was completely intact. Yuchi's eyes brightened. She flicked her sleeves and strong winds rose up, sweeping away all the broken bones and revealing what remained of the skeleton. After carefully inspecting it, she revealed a happy expression. "You actually managed to preserve the earth demon blood essence." Yu's expression changed. "Earth demon blood essence?" Yuchi said, "That's right. It is demon blood that can help you increase the rank of your demon body. Moreover, it is of an extremely high rank." She sighed with emotion. "I can't believe there really is such a high rank of demon blood in the land of sealed demons. Unfortunately, I am not a man and cannot cultivate the demon body, otherwise I would have been able to do so with this earth demon blood essence." Yu's complexion turned ugly. "In other words, when you said there was demon blood in the land of sealed demons at the start, you were lying to me?" Yuchi smiled. "Don't be angry. The facts prove that I was right. Look, the earth demon blood is right here." Yu didn't know what to say. This hateful demoness, even though her lies had been exposed, she could still act so righteously. He took several deep breaths and barely managed to suppress his anger. But at this time, his breath caught in his throat. He quickly took several more breaths and said, "Do you feel it?" Yuchi was curious. "What?" Yu arrived beside the stone wall. He stepped forwards and shot into the skies. He grabbed onto the protruding stone and reached out to touch the crack. This was the result of the earth demon beast's final strike before it died. He rubbed his fingers and smiled. "What is it?" Yu fell down. He spread out his fingers. There's water. Yuchi was startled for a moment before she was pleasantly surprised. She flew up to the stone wall and personally tested it. Then, she screamed out loud and threw herself onto Qin Yu's back, ruffling his hair. How could you be so smart? How could you be so smart? Ha 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 ha, I knew I wouldn't die so easily. You little slut, do you think I'm dead for sure? Don't worry, I will definitely return alive and settle this debt with you. Qin Yu's forehead was dripping with sweat. Was this demoness insane? Chapter 58. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? Speak Net to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Pa Yuchi fell to the ground. I'm not crazy. Don't look at me in disgust. I will immediately extract the earth demon blood to help you make a breakthrough. She turned and rushed towards the remains of the earth demon beast. Qin Yu looked at Yuchi moving about on the skeleton and sighed inwardly. No wonder the earth demon beast still had such an unwilling appearance after 1,000 years. It was because it had nearly escaped with its life. Perhaps it had only needed to wave its claws one more time. But for some unknown reason, it had died at that time. But the earth demon beast's efforts weren't in vain. After crossing 1,000 years, it had given the righteous and demonic pair hope of escaping the land of sealed demons. Qin Yu gripped his fist. Yuchi was bleeding again. It seemed that many of her methods required her blood to activate. Her fingers traced across the remains of the earth demon beast, quickly forming a series of patterns. What was strange was that the blood didn't coagulate as it left the body. Rather, it became increasingly bright, flowing with a purple halo. Her complexion paled once more. Her injuries hadn't healed to begin with, and now she lost more blood. This was a serious loss. But her fingers remained steady and there was an unprecedented solemnity on her face. This proved that in her heart, she was still filled with longing for the outside world. In front of the hope of living, who would be willing to die? The skull that had consumed the most blood was filled with the last pattern. Then, the entire remains of the earth demon beast suddenly ignited with black demonic flames. It blazed and leapt about. The temperature in the air wildly rose. One could see faint lines of blood appear on the white bones, gathering towards the horn. Par bone after bone broke. Losing the last of its strength, it was burnt to ashes in the demonic flames. Finally, all that was left over was the skull and horn. It floated in the air. The demonic flames condensed together, making the burning flames even more terrifying. The blood lines were forced into the horn. With a loud cracking sound, the horn separated from the skull. Yuchi took out a jade bottle and accurately caught the dark red beads of blood that dripped down from the horn. Shwa, she landed on the ground, swaying a little. She brightly smiled at Qin Yu. It's done. This woman was stubbornly stubborn. Qin Yu respectfully said, leave the rest to me. Yuchi nodded and handed over the jade bottle. Qin Yu turned and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, trying to restore his condition to its peak as soon as possible. Yuchi looked at his face, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. She longed to escape because there were still many things waiting for her to complete. But once she left, it would be difficult for her and Qin Yu to continue the situation they were in the land of sealed demons. Perhaps he had already sensed it. Yuchi sighed softly and put away the skull of the earth devil beast. Shwa Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. A sharp light burst out from them, but he didn't move at all. His bones emitted loud crackling sounds. Perhaps the demon body had already sensed the temptation of the earth demon blood. Without hesitation, Qin Yu opened the jade bottle and swallowed down the earth demon blood. Within his chest, his heart was beating vigorously, pushing his blood to rush through his body. It rumbled like a surging river. From top to bottom, every inch of flesh, every piece of bone was cheering, madly absorbing the power contained in the earth demon blood. They began to transform and sublimate. Qin Yu clenched his fists, his body shivering and sweat streaming down his body. This sort of mortal body advancement would bring him an incomparably tyrannical strength, but it would also cause him to feel a tearing pain. But with the test of the demon body when it first formed and the torment of seizing his body, this degree of pain was no longer able to crush his will. Qin Yu carefully sensed every minute change in his body, because this would bring him an even greater strength. Suddenly, Qin Yu reared back his head and roared. Bang! A fierce aura broke out from his body, like an ancient vicious beast awakening from a deep slumber. Dense demonic runes appeared on his body. Billowing demonic energy gushed out from the void, forming a vortex that wildly poured into his body. Yu Qi's eyes widened. Demonic general runes! She bit her lips, joy surging in her eyes. She had bitterly chased after a chance to return, but who would have thought that it would jump right in front of her? Demonic general runes, Golden Core Realm demonic general runes. Bang! The cave trembled, interrupting Yu Qi's joy. She sensed for a moment and took out the compass. As she looked over it, her complexion darkened. The strength of the seal was revolving and would soon arrive here. Their target was Qin Yu. The aura of his breakthrough had triggered the seal. I just saw a glimmer of hope and you want to extinguish it? Dream on. Yu Qi sat down cross-legged, her hands constantly slapping the ground. With every strike, demonic energy gushed out from the ground, forming walls that lined up in different directions, protecting her and Qin Yu. Black lines spread out from the walls of the cave, like the roots of a great tree. Yu Qi clenched her teeth. The strength of the seal had arrived faster than she expected. Luckily, she had sensed it early, so there was still enough time. Saint Seal, rise! Hum! The walls of demonic energy erupted with light. The phantom of a square seal appeared above the two of them. It was faint and dim, but it contained a transcendent dignity. The strength of the seal stagnated, as if it could feel a suppression coming from this seal. After several breaths of time, the fierce ghost face appeared. It was the one that had opened the land of sealed demons. It angrily roared, "Those who break the seal die." Yu Qi formed a series of hand seals. Black and gold light revolved around the seal above her head. I am the envoy of the Saint Seal. I have investigated the cause of the earth demon beast's death. Draw back. The ghost face paused. I cannot prove my identity. Bang bang, the strength of the seal swept out. The walls of demonic energy shook, on the verge of collapse. Yu Qi bitterly smiled. Indeed, her bloodline was far too thin. It wasn't enough to summon the Saint Seal to frighten the spirit of the seal. She turned to look at Qin Yu. Although she was secretly anxious, she didn't say a single word. No matter what, she couldn't disturb his breakthrough, otherwise the two of them would die. Little man, hurry up! The ghost face's cries became increasingly shrill and shrill. Beneath its urging, the strength of the seal grew stronger and stronger, blotting out the skies like a raging flood. Cracks began to appear in the demonic energy walls, and the seal above her head began to totter. Shuar Qin Yu opened his eyes. He flicked his fingers and a drop of blood flew into the seal. It immediately stabilized, becoming much more solid. Out of my way! With a loud shout, the blood within the seal erupted with blood-red light and an invisible pressure rose up. The ghost face miserably screamed and vanished from sight. The strength of the seal retreated. Yu Qi was pleasantly surprised. You broke through? Qin Yu smiled and nodded. We can't scare it away for too long. Let's leave as soon as possible. You stand behind me. He stood in front of the stone wall and took a deep breath. His chest puffed out and his bones crackled like muffled thunder. Boundless strength rose up from his feet, passing through his waist to his arms. He stepped forward and punched out, boundless strength gushing out from his fist. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The entire cave trembled. With the earth demon beast as the center, cracks spread out like a spider web. Rumble rumble, like 10,000 horses galloping. The stone wall was broken through and the underground river roared forth. In the barren land, a massive canyon pierced through a range of mountains. The dark gray river water roared and roared. Suddenly, a giant vortex appeared in the center of the river. It swallowed up an endless amount of water, nearly cutting the river in half. Whoosh, the center of the vortex collapsed and a man and woman broke through the water. They landed on the riverside, gasping for breath. They were Qin Yu and Yu Qi. Her entire body was soaked. Her dress clung to her body, outlining her perfect figure. Her chest had been washed away by the river water, revealing two startlingly white peaks. Qin Yu glanced around and hurriedly moved to the side. Yu Qi calmly pulled on her dress. Demonic energy surged around her, instantly drying her body. "We've finally escaped." Qin Yu nodded. He looked at the vortex in the river and frowned. Yu Qi's eyes flashed. "Don't worry, the spirit of the seal has already sensed it. This channel will soon be thoroughly destroyed." Just as her voice fell, the ground beneath her feet suddenly trembled, as if the ground had collapsed. The vortex in the river vanished and the river continued flowing, as if nothing had happened at all. Qin Yu relaxed a little. If it was because of them that the seal was broken and the demonic souls of the land of sealed demons escaped and wreaked havoc in the world, he would surely find it hard to rest easy. Yu Qi smiled. "I didn't think that you would have such a compassionate heart." Qin Yu shook his head. "I just don't want to carry the guilt on my shoulders." Yu Qi didn't comment. "Then, let's settle our accounts." She lifted a finger. "In the past, you ruined my plans and I nearly killed you. Now we're even." A second finger. "You failed to break through and I saved your life. In the land of sealed demons, you also saved me, so we're even." A third finger. "You obtained demon blood and broke through to the demon body, but I obtained nothing. Moreover, you saw me naked just now." Qin Yu's eyes widened. "Don't deny it. I know what my dress is like. What's the difference between soaking wet and not wearing anything? A real man shouldn't be afraid to take responsibility for his actions." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "All right, I owe Miss a favor." Yu Qi smiled in satisfaction. "You said it yourself. Remember it well, I will come looking for you for it." She turned and left. A jade slip flew towards him. "Before I leave, I have a small gift for you. It matches some of the things in your storage bag." Qin Yu caught the jade slip. There seemed to be a faint fragrance on it, but when he looked up, she had already disappeared. She had come without warning and left in a carefree and open manner. But why did it feel like she had fled? Qin Yu's lips curled up in a smile. The emptiness in his heart scattered. He looked up to determine the direction and then shot into the skies. Half a month later, deep within the northern dynasty wilderness, winds and clouds suddenly rose up in the skies above a valley. The black clouds were as thick and viscous as ink, leaving one's heart racing. Bang or thunder fell down from the heavens, carrying with it the momentum of 1,000 caddies. The entire valley trembled before the might of the heavens and earth. Soon, the winds and clouds scattered. A rare and resplendent sunlight sprinkled down onto the earth. At the bottom of the giant pit, Qin Yu was kneeling on the ground. All the spirit stones around him had been turned to powder. His hair was slightly burnt and his black robes were torn in many places. The soil around him began to melt beneath the terrifying power of thunder. As the temperature dropped, it turned into translucent crystals. He stood up. A powerful aura broke out from his body, filling the air with pressure. On the great Tao base platform in his Dantian Sea, a round golden core floated in the air. It was like a great sun rising from the east, emitting 10,000 beams of golden light. Golden Core Realm. This was the Golden Core Realm. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the earth was torn to pieces. Cracks crisscrossed for 100 feet around him. It was a horrifying sight. The might of this strike was comparable to a 6th-level golden core. This was the terrifying effect of 18 failed breakthroughs. The quality of his magic power had increased. Suddenly, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He stepped forwards, the earth collapsing, and he shot into the skies. 1,000 feet away, he lifted a hand and pointed down. whose strong winds rose between the heavens and earth. A finger tore through the wind. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. In the distance, a small mountain collapsed. Rubble pierced through the air, cutting dozens of meters into the ground. 3 blue fingers, first finger boundless blue. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He was startled by the consumption of the boundless blue finger, but its might was equally terrifying. With this supernatural power superimposed on the demon body, there was no need for him to fear anyone below the nascent soul realm. Ha 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 ha! Hearty laughter echoed through the world. Chapter 59. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. After a long time, the laughter in the valley stopped. Qin Yu took out a jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Love go small say, Netku little man, if you have a sister in your heart and read the jade slip in time, you can avoid physical pain. Otherwise, you are ungrateful and ungrateful. In order for demonic runes to appear in the demon body, one needed to kill a golden core realm demonic cultivator as a sacrifice. Otherwise, within a month, the demon body would suffer a backlash, and the pain would be like being fried in a pan. Don't ask why, I don't know either. Just do as I say. Let me give you a suggestion. It's best to choose a golden core late-stage devil cultivator. The effect of the sacrifice will be the best. I happen to see some fish teeth in your storage bag. They are barely usable. Remember the sacrificial refining method at the back. It might save your life at a critical moment. You still owe me a favor, so you must live well and wait for me to collect the debt. That's it, little man, until we meet again. It was a typical Yu Qi tone. Black lines covered Qin Yu's face. This crazy woman, she had only told him such important information now. However, when he thought about it, it was normal for her to do such a thing. He continued to read. After a long time, he drew back his divine sense. With a loud cracking sound, the jade slip disintegrated. This was definitely Yu Qi's doing. She wasn't worried that the information inside would be leaked, but rather wanted to know whether or not he had suffered a backlash from the demon body. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Even after this woman left, she still wouldn't let him rest. But the things she left behind were indeed of great use. Sacrificing a demonic golden core to avoid a backlash from the demon body? It just so happened that Deep Sea Demon was the only person that knew of my relationship with Ling. If I killed him, I could erase any hidden dangers and prevent any accidents from occurring in the future. But before that, let's complete the refinement first. Shwar, his figure flickered and he vanished from sight. In a simple cave dwelling, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. 108 strange fish teeth were neatly arranged in front of him. He carefully deliberated in his mind, and after confirming that it was all right, his eyes suddenly opened, and divine light shone from them. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind as his hands formed a seal. The 108 fish teeth seemed to have sensed something and trembled slightly. Suddenly, Qin Yu pointed out a finger. A bead of blood dripped from his fingertip and fell into a strange fish tooth. It trembled slightly and instantly turned the color of black blood, emitting a fiendish aura. Qin Yu was stunned. Just like that, he fell silent for a long time. He picked up the strange fish tooth and carefully looked it over. After a long time, he confirmed that he had truly succeeded. A person who had never learned how to refine an artifact before had actually completed the sacrificial refinement in one go. Although the demonic path's refining method was crude, it was indeed useful. Keep up the good work. He made a hand seal, condensed his blood essence, and injected it into the fish's teeth. It couldn't be any easier. Qin Yu became increasingly skilled. After a day of rest, on the third day, he had completely refined all 108 strange fish teeth. Besides his pale complexion and the slight loss of blood vitality, he hadn't suffered any losses at all. He had completed the storm flow magic tool that Yu Qi had left behind. The so-called storm flow required the refinement of materials of the same origin, and when facing the enemy, all of them would be unleashed in an instant. And the most terrifying thing was that after continuously bombarding the enemy, the magic treasure would directly self-destruct, increasing the killing power to the extreme. Every time he attacked, a massive amount of precious materials would be destroyed. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that every material needed to be fed with blood essence. Qin Yu's demon body was so powerful that he didn't care about losing blood essence. But for others, just the blood essence needed to refine 108 strange fish teeth was enough to take half their life. In short, while the Storm Flow was simple and crude, it wasn't something that just anyone could play with. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and placed the 108 strange fish teeth into his storage bag. With this Storm Flow in hand, he was confident he could escape even if he faced a nascent soul cultivator. 3 days later, whoosh, Qin Yu shot into the skies. All of the blood essence he had lost had been restored. Deep-sea demon, I'm coming to kill you. After the righteous and demonic convocation at Hidden Wind Valley, the demonic path's morale had suffered a heavy blow. In order to stabilize the situation, they had temporarily retreated. But in a short 3 months, the demonic path found an excuse to tear up the agreement and return with a fierce momentum. War erupted once more. Canyondwell City had already fallen and over half of the Southern Empire had fallen under the control of the demonic path. Perhaps because they wanted to vent their anger and wash away their shame, Canyondwell City was nearly razed to the ground. Several sections of the city walls stood on the ground, making for a bleak and desolate scene. Beneath a pavilion in a mansion, Li Yunma held a jar of wine, the smell of alcohol lingering around his body. Because Liang Taizu had been killed, he had been severely punished by the 7 Slaughter Demon sect and had been ordered to guard Canyondwell City. A city that had been nearly destroyed and was in the heartland of the demonic path. What meaning was there in guarding it? Li Yunma was well aware that this was a disguised form of exile. If it weren't for his golden core cultivation being somewhat useful, he feared he would have already been buried with them. Even so, his life was finished. All of the beautiful future he had been looking forward to had left him. Thinking of this, Li Yunma's eyes turned red with hatred. He smashed the wine jar and roared, Qin Yu, I will tear you to shreds." The sound of footsteps echoed out. Li Yunma didn't even turn his head as he roared, "Get out! Li Yunma, it's been a long time." This voice Li Yunma froze. His forehead was instantly covered with a cold sweat and most of his drunkenness disappeared. Bang! Demonic energy erupted. He shot into the skies, fleeing without even turning his head. Outside the pavilion, Qin Yu's lips curved up in a mocking smile. Did this person want to tear him to pieces? Li Yunma's face was deathly pale and his eyes filled with fear. It was him, it was definitely him. Qin Yu, he had returned. Although he wished that he could eat his flesh and drink his blood, even Army Breaker had been killed by Qin Yu, so what did he count for? I'm not running away, but spreading news that Qin Yu is here. Deep-sea demon is in seclusion just outside Canyondwell City. As long as he is alarmed, Qin Yu is dead for sure. Li Yunma crazily galvanized his demonic energy to flee the city. As he felt a sharp chill behind him, he turned his head and was nearly scared to death. Qin Yu wasn't too far behind. His slow movements made it seem as if he could catch up at any moment. A righteous path spy is here. Anyone who kills this person will be richly rewarded. In Canyondwell City, several demonic path golden cores were enraged. Although Li Yunma was crippled, for better or worse he was still a golden core. Even though they didn't care about him, they couldn't allow a righteous path cultivator to humiliate him. Otherwise, where would their face be? You dare to be insolent in my demonic path territory? You are courting death. With an angry roar, a demonic path golden core blocked the way. He lifted his saber and slashed down. Shwa, a black saber light howled out like a waterfall. It's Black Saber Demon. Ah, my idol, I never thought that Lord Black Saber Demon would be in our Canyonwell City. This righteous path cultivator is finished. He can easily chase down Li Yunma, but facing Lord Black Saber Demon, all that awaits him is death. Qin Yu was expressionless. He lifted a hand and punched out, causing the saber light to collapse. Bang! Black Saber Demon was sent flying backwards. The saber that he was famous for flew out of his hand. His chest caved in and blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. In the blink of an eye, he had become a corpse. Canyonwell City fell deathly silent. Several demonic path golden cores that were about to attack froze where they stood. Li Yunma was so scared that he pissed himself. He really pissed himself. A hot stream flowed down his robes, but he couldn't care about anything else. Ah! He screamed as he rushed out of Canyonwell City. Then, he shouted with all his might, "Deep-sea demon, Qin Yu is here." Qin Yu, several demonic path golden cores that had just regained their composure felt their eyelids jump up. They nearly cursed out loud. That bastard Li Yunma, he was using them to block his spear. That pitiful Black Saber Demon. He had attacked without understanding the situation and had died an unjust death. However, since Deep-sea Demon was here, that was even better. He was a late golden core powerhouse. He was more than enough to kill Qin Yu. The time to share in the credit had arrived. Even if Deep-sea Demon took the lion's share, if they followed behind he would at least be able to drink some soup. If they didn't accept this sort of merit that fell from the heavens, then they would be idiots. Bang bang, demonic energy erupted. 4 demonic path golden cores rushed out of the city. Qin Yu, where do you think you're going? Stay here and die. Your end has arrived. This slogan was moving, but didn't they think they were a bit too far away from the battlefield? They still looked as if they could run away at any moment. However, no one was in the mood to laugh at them. The demonic cultivators of Canyonwell City stretched out their necks to look outside the city, waiting for Lord Black Sky Demon to arrive. The dignity of the demonic path would have to depend on Lord Black Sky Demon's strength to turn the tide. A black dot appeared in their line of sight. It approached at an astonishing speed, causing heaven and earth spiritual strength to rumble. Shwa, the demonic energy scattered to reveal Black Sky Demon's figure. He stared at Qin Yu, killing intent swirling in his eyes. Today, I will not give you a chance to escape. With a flick of his sleeves, a black turtle shell appeared. In the blink of an eye, it grew to over 10 feet, releasing ripples of black demonic energy that sealed off the surrounding 1,000 feet. The demonic cultivators of Canyonwell City cried tears of joy. Lord Black Sky Demon was truly worthy of being called Lord Black Sky Demon. He hadn't disappointed them at all. That little thief Qin Yu, prepare to die. Li Yunma let out a long breath of relief. Then, he smelled the pungent stench on his body. His face flushed red and he roared out in shame, "Qin Yu, you are dead." The 4 golden core demonic cultivators finally dared to rush forward. They roared out together, "Kill him!" Qin Yu smiled. "Li Yunma, thank you." Li Yunma was stunned. Deep-sea Demon's pupils shrank and a strong restlessness surged in his heart. Bang! Qin Yu stepped forwards. A terrifying strength shot out, causing space to distort. His figure burst out like an arrow. Deep-sea Demon shouted out loud, "You are seeking death." With a flick of his sleeves, billowing demonic energy turned into a roaring tide that rushed forwards. In an instant, Qin Yu's figure was submerged. The demonic cultivators of Canyonwell City cheered, shaking the heavens. "Lord Deep-sea Demon's magic power is boundless. Kill Qin Yu and show off my demonic might." This Qin Yu, he has brought about his own destruction. Deep-sea Demon didn't have any joy on his face. Instead, the restlessness in his heart became increasingly heavy. With a loud explosion, the tide of demonic energy broke apart. With a stuffy cough, Deep-sea Demon's face paled. His eyes widened in disbelief. But he didn't have time to think. A fist came crashing towards him. He raised his hand to block it, and the demonic energy violently trembled, nearly breaking apart. A terrifying strength rushed towards him. Half his body was numb, and his entire arm was groaning in pain. This boy, he was even stronger. No, he was far stronger than before. How was this possible? As Deep-Sea Demon retreated, he roared with alarm and anger. But at this time, his body stiffened and he roared out in pain. Deep in his mind, it was like someone had slashed at him with a saber. A divine sense attack. This was a divine sense attack. I am at the late Golden Core realm, so how could this boy's divine sense be so strong? Bang! A fist ruthlessly struck Deep-Sea Demon. Demonic light gushed out to resist the majority of the strength, but the remaining portion still caused him to vomit blood as he was sent flying away like a sandbag. Deep-Sea Demon roared. Demonic energy wildly tumbled around him. But before he could stabilize himself and counterattack, the divine sense attack arrived once more. As his body stiffened, he was sent flying away once more. Bang, bang, with a loud explosion, Deep-Sea Demon seemed to have turned into a giant sandbag. Qin Yu was only at the early Golden Core realm, but his divine sense was inconceivably strong. This was the effect of the pills he had taken, and also the result of his divine sense being tempered during the pain of seizing his body. In addition, the demonic path's cultivation methods weren't suited for divine sense defense. This was why he had been completely crushed. Li Yunma's legs trembled. The courage that had just risen was scattered once more to suppress Deep-Sea Demon. Qin Yu was actually strong to such a degree. At some unknown time, the 4 Golden Core demonic cultivators had already retreated 1,000 feet away. Their faces were deathly pale, as if their parents had just died. Canyondwell City was deathly silent. The hearts of the demonic cultivators were collapsing. Didn't they say that they would turn the tide and restore the dignity of the demonic path? If this was a nightmare, then please wake up as soon as possible. Hashtag. This is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish all my fellow readers a happy and joyful life, and a healthy and prosperous family. Chapter 60. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. His magic power was pure and his strength was comparable to a 6th-level Golden Core. His demon body was powerful and he possessed infinite strength. When all of this was added together with his astonishing divine sense, this was the reason why Qin Yu was able to roll over Deep-Sea Demon. Love go small say, Netku. Unless you have a heaven-defying bloodline or a powerful inheritance, it is never easy to fight someone of a higher level. Deep-Sea Demon roared again and again, but fear began to grow in his heart. As he punched out again and again, his injuries gradually worsened. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was beaten to death. Run. As soon as this thought appeared, Deep-Sea Demon felt a deep sense of shame. His eyes turned blood red, but this feeling soon intensified. Compared to life and death, what was a momentary loss of face? Recently, his cultivation level had loosened, and there were already faint signs of a breakthrough. The great Tao of nascent soul was right in front of him. If he were to die like this, it would be too depressing. It was never too late for a real man to take revenge. In order to find a way out, Deep-Sea Demon roared out loud. The black turtle shell above his head rapidly shrank, and the imprisonment range shrank with it, until it was only 30 feet around Qin Yu. With a flash of pain in his eyes, Deep-Sea Demon turned and fled. This was because he knew that the imprisonment of the tortoise shell wasn't enough to trap Qin Yu. At most it could buy him several breaths of time to escape. Whoosh, wrapped in billowing devilry, he whizzed away. Li Yunma miserably screamed and turned to flee. The 4 demonic path Golden Core cultivators reacted faster than him. They had already rushed out 1,000 feet. The demonic cultivators of Canyondwell City were left in chaos. How embarrassing! A late-stage Jedon, 5 Jedon powerhouses, and 6 demonic path experts were actually scared to this extent by a Jedon cultivator. who would restore the dignity of the demonic path. Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the tortoiseshell shattered apart. Qin Yu stepped forwards, slaughter energy rising around him as his killing intent locked onto Deep-Sea Demon. Deep-Sea Demon's heart collapsed. He knew that the tortoiseshell couldn't block this attack, but how could it be so fast? And why do you always want to kill me? Li Yunma also has a grudge against you, and there are also those 4 shining golden cores beside him. Killing them would be easy, so why are you chasing me? Bang! Blood-red flames ignited and Qin Yu's speed rose by 10 times. As Deep-Sea Demon was filled with despair, a squad appeared in the distant horizon. A crimson banner fluttered in the wind and a powerful aura stirred up the winds and clouds. There was a thunderous roar. Deep-Sea Demon's eyes widened in ecstasy. He loudly shouted, "Sovereign, save me!" The late Golden Core Master displayed his full strength. His voice instantly spread through the world. Li Yunma and the 4 demonic path golden cores that were running away stopped at the same time. As they glanced at the approaching group from the corner of their eyes, they quickly turned around, their faces filled with fighting spirit. "Little Qin Yu, don't be so insolent. We won't rest until you die. Even if we perish together, I won't let you take half a step out of Canyon Well City." The billowing sound waves likely wouldn't travel far enough. But the problem was that Qin Yu was already outside Canyon Well City. Deep-Sea Demon's lips twitched. These 5 bastards, but he didn't have the time to lower himself to their level. His eyes regained their sharpness and he locked onto Qin Yu like a hawk. His shame, anger, and resentment all turned into cruel killing intent. "Qin Yu, I remember that you have a close relationship with that little girl, right? When you die, I swear that I will capture her and torture her to death." Deep-Sea Demon feared nothing. The 7 Slaughter Sect Master's carriage had arrived and Qin Yu was doomed to die. Even if he stood there motionless, could he really kill him? Qin Yu swept his eyes over the approaching group. His eyes instantly locked onto Deep-Sea Demon. "I won't give you a chance. Let's end this." Deep-Sea Demon's heart violently shrank. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed out. Boundless blue finger. Bang! Strong winds rose up between the heavens and earth. A finger broke through the wind. Deep-Sea Demon's face instantly lost all color. With a loud cry, his late golden core cultivation crazily erupted and endless demonic energy wrapped around him. The carriage door opened and a blood-red robed middle-aged man stepped out. His expression was gloomy and killing intent surged in his eyes. This person was the 7 Slaughter Demon Sect Master, Heaven Star Demon. Bang! Boundless blue finger fell. The demonic energy trembled and collapsed, revealing Deep-Sea Demon's pale face. His eyes widened with unwillingness as he looked down. In his chest, a giant hole had appeared and blood wildly gushed out. His originally beating heart had disappeared without a trace. Qin Yu spread out his arms. Deep-Sea Demon suddenly emitted a mournful howl. His face twisted with fear and his mortal body rapidly withered away. Rich blood energy drilled out from his pores, rapidly condensing in the air above him, turning into a strange demonic face. Heaven Star Demon's complexion changed. This is... He took a deep breath and suppressed the shaking in his heart. His eyes gradually turned hot. Black flames rose up, swallowing the demonic face before vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Qin Yu felt relaxed from the inside out. It was like some karmic entanglement that had entangled him had vanished. Bang, bang! -12 columns of demonic energy shot into the skies, supporting the heavens and suppressing the world. Heaven Star Demon stepped through the void, the aura of a nascent soul overwhelming the skies. Junior Qin Yu, you have killed a powerhouse of my demonic path. Today you will not escape. Bang! A demonic hand appeared out of thin air. It was pitch black, as if it were made of some kind of jade. The palm lines were clear, as if an ancient demon were reaching out to grab him. The hearts of the demonic cultivators of Canyon Well City raced. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. There was still someone in their demonic path that could turn the tide. This was the Seven Slaughter Sect Master, a nascent soul realm super powerhouse. It would be far too easy for him to kill Chinyu. Hey, you brat, who told you to be so arrogant? The time for retribution has come. Chinyu's expression was dignified. Under the pressure of a nascent soul realm martial artist, all of his bones seemed to groan. He originally thought that with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to use this object for a short period of time, but he never imagined that he would have to rely on it to save his life. With a flick of his sleeves, 108 strange fish teeth floated around his body. As Chinyu pointed a finger, they formed a straight line that shot through the skies. The first strange fish tooth shattered and exploded. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Even though the demonic hand was extremely powerful, it still couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. Cracks appeared on it before it collapsed. There was a loud rumbling sound as the demonic hand was torn apart. The remaining strange fish teeth shot towards Heavenstar Demon. Storm flow. Heavenstar Demon roared out in anger. With a flick of his sleeves, a starry sky of demonic energy appeared, shining with stars. The strange fish teeth smashed into this starry sky. Even though they wildly exploded, they weren't able to harm him in the least. But this clearly wasn't without a price. Heavenstar Demon was forced back until he was within the range of the 12 demonic energy columns. As he was forced back, the 12 demonic energy columns instantly blurred. Bang! The blood escape art was displayed. Wrapped in blazing demonic flames, Chinyu smashed into the invisible seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood and forcefully broke through the seal. Whoosh! His figure shot far away. Heavenstar Demon's complexion darkened. He lifted a hand and grabbed a clump of blood. He lowered his head and sniffed it, flames igniting in his eyes. Before this, he had only been guessing, but now he could confirm that it was the demon body. It really was the demon body. But Chinyu had already fled. After crazily burning his blood essence, the speed of the blood escape art was something that not even he could catch up to. Pass down my orders. Find him. Find him at all costs. Skyheaven City. The #1 cultivation sect of the Southern Empire was the pill giant Immortal Eclipse Valley. But in the eyes of the Southern Empire's cultivators, Skyheaven City had the highest and most majestic status. It was built atop a natural flying stone and was a true city in the sky. It had a legacy of nearly 10,000 years, and even someone as strong as Immortal Eclipse Valley wasn't able to take it for themselves. At the same time, this was also the safest place within the borders of the Southern Empire. Skyheaven City forbade all cultivators from taking action, and there were even natural array formations that prevented demonic cultivators from entering. As long as one was able to live in the city, that meant they had a powerful background and status. The Zhou family was one of the powerful families within the borders of the Southern Empire that had the qualifications to live in Skyheaven City. The Zhou family had a legacy of 10 generations. Although there had been ups and downs, they still had an endless number of powerhouses. Today, they even had 3 golden cores supporting them. They had all joined powerful sects, and their influence was deeply rooted. They couldn't be underestimated. At this time, Chinyu appeared in front of the Zhou family's residence, requesting an audience. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. Although there was a suspicion that he was hiding something, his golden core aura still made the guards in front of the Zhou family not dare to underestimate him. In particular, this person claimed to be an old friend of Lord Bluecloud. Of the 3 golden cores of the Zhou family, although Zhou Bluecloud had the lowest cultivation, his talent was actually the best. He was the one that the entire Zhou family favored the most. My lord, please wait a moment. I will immediately pass on the message. A guard hurried away. Soon, under the shocked gazes of the remaining guards, Zhou Bluecloud strode forwards. Before he even arrived, he loudly said, "Where is the person requesting an audience?" Chinyu smiled. He cupped his hands across his chest, Brother Zhu, it's been a long time. Zhu Blue Cloud was overjoyed. You! His eyes brightened. He nodded. Follow me. He turned and led Qin Yu into the Zhu family's residence. As they entered his residence, Zhu Blue Cloud directly asked, Were you the one who killed Deep Sea Demon? Qin Yu pulled down his hood and smiled. No. Zhu Blue Cloud let out a long breath. I was wondering how it could be you. Just how long has it been, and yet you were able to kill Deep Sea Demon? Moreover, some people even said that even the Seven Slaughter Sect Master, Heavenstar Demon, wasn't able to keep you here. This is just too ridiculous. Qin Yu's smile didn't change. But in the next moment, Zhu Blue Cloud was confused. The key question is, besides you, who else would chase after Deep Sea Demon? Tell me the truth, was it you or not? From the moment I received the news until now, I haven't had a single good night's sleep. If you think it was, then it was. If it wasn't, then it wasn't. Qin Yu blinked, not directly answering. Zhu Blue Cloud's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Although he didn't say a single word, it was unknown how many obscenities were spitting out in his heart. After a long time, Zhu Blue Cloud took a deep breath and regained his composure. You damned freak. His eyes were filled with bitterness. He had broken through a level of cultivation and thought that the disparity between him and Qin Yu had shrunk by a great deal, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would be left behind without a trace. Qin Yu laughed. That's enough. You should know why I came here. Zhu Blue Cloud curled his lips. Don't worry, I sent Gu Ling to the Rainbow Sect and also arranged for her to stay in Skyheaven City. She is very safe there. And now that you've killed Deep Sea Demon, I don't think anyone knows of your relationship with him. He paused for a moment. Do you want me to send someone to bring Gu Ling here so you can meet her? Qin Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. She's gone. Zhu Blue Cloud was left speechless. In order to save her, you first killed Liang Taizu and then killed Deep Sea Demon. The entire Seven Slaughter Demon sect is going crazy looking for you. You paid such a great price and you don't even want to see her? Qin Yu smiled. Every time I see her, she will be in more danger. As long as she is safe, it doesn't matter if I see her or not. Zhu Blue Cloud nodded. You have the final say in your matters. Qin Yu cupped his hands across his chest. Brother Zhu, I fear that I will have to trouble you to take care of Ling in the future. I will thank you in advance. Zhu Blue Cloud waved his hand. He said half-truthfully, You are a thick thigh now. My Zhu family can't wait to curry favor with you, so how could it be troublesome? Qin Yu smiled. In the future, as long as it is within my abilities, I will do my best to help. This was a promise. Although there were restrictions, it was because of this that he appeared earnest and sincere. Zhu Blue Cloud was overjoyed. I'll remember this. Originally, there were some complaints within the family about him using favors to send Gu Ling to the Rainbow Sect. But once he revealed a bit of his intentions, he wanted to see who had anything to say. Qin Yu also guessed this, so he made a promise to the Zhu family. Friends were friends, but favors were favors. This was how people conducted themselves. Let's go. Today, we won't return until we're drunk. Qin Yu smiled and agreed. He had been drinking for a long time, so it was about time to eat. Zhu Blue Cloud borrowed the strength of the wine to ask in a roundabout way how Qin Yu's strength had risen so much in such a short period of time. Of course, he was brushed off. Zhu Blue Cloud angrily cursed him for not being loyal. Qin Yu smiled, not caring at all. In truth, the two of them both knew that they were only saying these things to pull their relationship closer. They both knew that it was impossible for them to say anything. After drinking, Qin Yu bid his farewells and left. Zhu Blue Cloud earnestly urged him to stay, but to no avail. Rainbow Sect Station. Qin Yu stood at the entrance of the street. After waiting for 2 hours, he finally saw Gu Ling walk out. She stood in a group of female cultivators. Although she was still a bit shy, she was much more confident than before. This girl, it seemed she had grown up. Qin Yu smiled. He turned and left. Gu Ling suddenly turned her head, a puzzled look on her face. Ling what is it? A senior apprentice sister asked. Gu Ling bit her lips. She looked left and right, but she didn't have the same feeling from before. She didn't know why, but her heart was empty, as if it were missing a piece. Chapter 61. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Clouds lingered between the steep cliff. Sunlight sprinkled down and the mist refracted the light, adding a bit of tranquility to this place. But at this time, the roars and roars from beneath the clouds completely destroyed this tranquility. The chicken overlord's feathers fell to the ground. The red crown on its head was broken and blood flowed down its face. But it didn't care at all. It fiercely glared at its opponent. Across from it was a wild wolf that was over 2 meters long. Its blue fur was moist and it looked like a calf. One of its eyes had become a bloody hole and the other was blood red. A corner of the mountain valley had been affected by the battle. But the medicine field behind the chicken overlord hadn't suffered any damage at all. In truth, the chicken overlord's thoughts were very simple. If it hadn't been able to eat something, how could it allow a fool like you to ruin it? The wild wolf opened its bloody maw and a mass of blue energy appeared in its throat. The chicken overlord's eyes revealed fear, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it flapped its wings and fiercely pecked at the wild wolf. The wild wolf's single eye flashed with a cunning light. It lowered its head and allowed the chicken overlord to peck at its head. Its skin was lifted up to reveal its pale white bones. It roared in pain and spat out a mass of blue energy that shot straight towards the chicken overlord's head. Just now, it had only grazed it a little and its crown had been broken. A frontal attack was more than enough to kill the chicken overlord on the spot. The wild wolf had been pecked blind in one eye. It hated the chicken overlord to the extreme and didn't hesitate to be injured to kill it. The chicken overlord couldn't avoid it in time. It cried out in its heart, thinking that its life was over. Farewell, my beautiful little hens, this overlord will not be able to visit you again. A strong wind swept up the chicken overlord, allowing it to avoid the blue mass of energy. With a loud explosion, a giant pit appeared in the ground. The wild wolf's fur stood on end. Its powerful hind legs exerted strength and it leapt up to flee. What a vigilant beast! But you intruded into my mountain valley and you still want to leave? Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. The wild wolf cried out miserably as it was sent crashing into a stone wall. Countless bones were broken and it wasn't able to climb up for a time. Having escaped from death, the chicken overlord wept tears of joy. It threw itself over and hugged Qin Yu's thigh, its cries tearing at one's heart. Qin Yu lifted his hand and poured magic power into the chicken overlord's body. The wounds on its body stopped bleeding and it became refreshed. Not bad. The pill inside is yours. The chicken overlord skillfully opened the storage bag and was immediately overjoyed. It beamed with joy, its eyes narrowing into slits. It picked it up and hid it under its wings, turned around and looked at the wild wolf. It flapped its wings and looked down from above. Are you dumbfounded, idiot? I have a backer. The wild wolf struggled to get up. It arched its body and growled. It swayed, but it did not want to fall to the ground and wait for death. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, revealing a bit of surprise. He waved his hand and said, I'll spare your life today. Go. The wild wolf crouched on the ground, bowed, turned around, and staggered away. The chicken overlord anxiously stomped its feet. It wasn't willing to let it go like this. Qin Yu smiled. You pecked out one of its eyes and you only lost a bit of blood. You didn't lose anything, so don't be so stubborn. Although this wild wolf had gained intelligence, it clearly did not have the means to break the array. How did it come in? Could it be? Qin Yu arrived at the edge of the valley. With a flick of his sleeves, a spirit stone was revealed. It was gray and cloudy, having already broken apart on its own. He frowned and inspected several more places. Most of the spirit stones here were damaged or had lost a great deal of spiritual strength. Before leaving with Yuchi, Qin Yu had specifically inspected the Valley's Array Formation. At that time, the Valley's Array Formation had been operating normally, so how could it have exhausted the spiritual strength of the spirit stones in such a short period of time? After breaking into the Golden Core realm, his divine sense had risen and he now had the qualifications to study the Tao of Array Formations. If he had a chance, he would have to pay attention to these items. After replacing the spirit stones and confirming that the array formation was operating normally, Qin Yu returned to his wooden house. He sat down on a round cushion, a thoughtful look on his face. After his demon body had advanced to Golden Core, his confidence had soared. He believed that he should be able to travel through the Southern Empire without fear. But when he was killing Black Sky Demon, the Seven Slaughter Sect Master, Heavenstar Demon, had appeared, causing alarm bells to ring in his heart. No matter how many methods he could only be rolled over by a nascent soul. He had already used the Storm Flow magic tool refined from the 108 strange fish teeth. If he encountered another nascent soul realm cultivator, even if he had the blood escape art, he still might not be able to escape. Of course, the number of nascent soul old monsters in the Southern Empire could be counted on one's fingers, and the chances of encountering one were extremely low. But this matter caused Qin Yu to sober up and disperse the restlessness in his heart. After Golden Core was formed, there was still the Great Tao of Nascent Soul. And after the Great Tao of Nascent Soul, it was rumored that there were many mysterious boundaries. The long road of cultivation had only just begun. Qin Yu began to go into seclusion. A month later, his Golden Core cultivation had completely stabilized. He impatiently left seclusion. There was no other reason for this. Once a pill-swallowing cultivator relied on themselves to cultivate, they simply wouldn't be able to withstand the tortoise-like speed. In particular, Qin Yu's talent was trash to the extreme. With the Skythunder bamboo in hand, he could clean up the impurities in pills. Even if his foundation wasn't stable, he could use the failure of his breakthrough to purify his magic power. Like this, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't return on the road of pill-swallowing. But soon, Qin Yu fell into a predicament and had no choice but to stop his cultivation plan. The reason was simple: he had no more pills to eat. The little blue lamp could cultivate raw materials and purify pills. With such a heaven-defying treasure in hand, it was simply laughable to say that he didn't have any pills to eat. But this was the truth. It was true that the little blue lamp could accelerate the growth of spirit plants, but it could only release a foot of sea blue light, and the amount of spirit plants it could accelerate was extremely limited. The materials it could provide simply weren't enough to satisfy Qin Yu's need. And most importantly, in the cultivation world, Golden Core realm spirit plants were considered precious items. They were often used for their own use, so no one would recklessly sell them. Of course, exchanging pills for materials was absolutely possible. But, if Qin Yu really did this, he would immediately attract the attention of old nascent soul monsters and bring disaster upon himself. After thinking about it, Qin Yu helplessly discovered that his only option was to buy seeds and become self-sufficient. After determining this, he bitterly smiled. If it was slow, then it was slow. Safety came first. Perhaps once he reached nascent soul, he wouldn't need to worry about this anymore. But with this speed, it was unknown just how long it would take for him to reach the nascent soul realm. Moreover, there was an invisible shackle on Qin Yu's body. If he wanted to cultivate the great Tao of nascent soul, he would need to find an even more powerful drop of demon blood to help his demon body advance. 3 days later, Qin Yu poured magic power into the bamboo dragonfly and stepped out of the mountain valley. He stepped onto the road of buying Golden Core realm spirit plant seed. Half a month later, Qin Yu's footprints covered the surrounding 10,000 miles. He had visited all the large cultivation cities, and his complexion became increasingly ugly. Golden core realm spirit plant seeds had nearly vanished from the market. Even if there was a small amount for sale, the price was still ridiculously high. The reason for this had already been discovered. The demonic path had invaded with monstrous arrogance, and the Southern Empire was in a precarious situation. The #1 immortal cultivation sect, Immortal Eclipse Valley, had interfered and declared that Golden Core Realm spirit plants and seeds were strategic reserves that were not allowed to be privately traded. Qin Yu's final path had been blocked. But he was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. The reason Immortal Eclipse Valley was revered as the #1 immortal sect of the Southern Empire wasn't just because they were an alchemy giant, but also because there were countless powerhouses in the valley. It was rumored that there was more than one nascent soul-old monster. In a restaurant, Qin Yu sat in a corner. The more he thought about this, the more annoyed he became. Hee, Immortal Eclipse Valley really played a good trick this time. A person at a nearby table sneered. The complexions of the others changed. Brother Su, be quiet. The more people there are, the more ears there are. Don't speak nonsense. Be careful not to provoke disaster upon yourself. The cultivator surnamed Su sneered. What are you afraid of? Since Immortal Eclipse Valley has done this, why can't we talk about it? Trade in spirit plants and seeds has been completely banned. What strategic reserve? Isn't it just to make it easier for them to buy them at a lower price? This time Immortal Eclipse Valley has really made a killing. Humph! A cultivator at another table angrily sneered. What a greedy fool! If it weren't for Immortal Eclipse Valley taking action and providing pills to the Southern Empire's Cultivator Alliance, the war situation would have been even worse. I think this fellow Taoist Su is unhappy that his path to wealth was ruined. Bang! The cultivator surnamed Su slapped the table. Brat, what did you say? I said you are as stupid as a pig. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the cultivators at the two tables immediately tried to dissuade them. They tried every possible way to drag the two away. In particular, the cultivator surnamed Su and the other cultivators at the table cursed inwardly. It was fine if you said something bad about Immortal Eclipse Valley, but you actually want to fight with them? Are you afraid that this matter isn't big enough or that the news isn't spread out enough? If you want to die, then don't drag us down with you. With such a ruckus, the atmosphere in the restaurant became much warmer. Many rumors began to spread. Speaking of Immortal Eclipse Valley, I actually have a secret. The person who spoke deliberately lowered his voice, but it was hard for him to conceal the smug expression on his face. Seeing many people look over, he chuckled and said, In Immortal Eclipse Valley, there is a kind of guardian spirit beast. It is an ancient variation insect called the purple-back blue-wing ant. TCH, who doesn't know about this? You think I need you to show off? What a waste of my time, there really is some secret. If you don't know anything then don't speak. You're just inviting ridicule. The old man's face was flushed with shame. He angrily said, What do you know? I haven't finished speaking yet. You all know that Immortal Eclipse Valley has purple-back blue-wing ants, but do you know why they stay in Immortal Eclipse Valley? His eyes swept around. Seeing everyone stumped by his question, the old man sneered. That is because Immortal Eclipse Valley has a radiant red wood that has been passed down from ancient times. Do you know what a radiant red wood is? It is an ancient spirit plant that can automatically absorb the spiritual strength of the world and condense it into a radiant red fruit. Radiant red fruit. A radiant red fruit that can help a golden core cultivator cultivate? A cultivator cried out in alarm. The old man glanced over. Someone actually knows. That's right, to a golden core cultivator, it is a radiant red fruit that is even more precious than pills. This fruit contains a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength. After swallowing it, one can directly increase their cultivation without any hidden dangers. Its value far surpasses the cloud rain pill used by Golden Core realm cultivators. The restaurant fell silent for a moment before falling into chaos. Old man, please come to the table and drink a cup of wine. Little boy, hurry up and bring up some of your specialties. I want to invite this elder to drink some wine. Old friend, come to my table. Let's have a good chat. The old man grinned from ear to ear. He pretended to sit at the most sumptuous table and began to eat and drink to his heart's content. This person's mouth was quite fierce. His bragging reached the heavens, causing everyone in the restaurant to be stunned. Even when he wiped his mouth and left, they still tried to urge him to stay. Qin Yu tossed down spirit stones to pay the bill and turned to go downstairs. Very soon, he appeared in a narrow alley and blocked the way. The old man frowned. Which family's junior is it that dares to block my way? Do you not want to live? With a cold shout, there was a bit of momentum to his words. Qin Yu lightly said, I come from Immortal Eclipse Valley, so I am very interested in what you have to say. The old man's complexion changed. What nonsense! Do you know that pretending to be a cultivator of Immortal Eclipse Valley is a great crime? Qin Yu sneered. His golden core cultivation erupted, covering the old man. You old thing, you dare to recklessly spread rumors? You must be tired of living. The old man slumped to the ground, kowtowing again and again. Senior, spare me, senior, spare me. Qin Yu shouted out, Speak. Where did you hear that Immortal Eclipse Valley has radiant redwood? If you speak half a lie, you will be stuck between life and death. The old man hurriedly said, It was a mysterious person who told me. He gave me some spirit stones to spread this news. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. How do you know what he said is true? The old man said, The mysterious person showed me the radiant red fruit, and it is a true radiant red fruit. Although my cultivation is low, I have dealt with spirit plants for many years, so I have some eyesight. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then sneered. Leave. I will let you go today, but if you dare to speak such nonsense again in the future, I will not forgive you. The old man was overjoyed. I won't dare, I won't dare. He hurried away. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. Although he didn't know who was spreading news of the radiant redwood, there was an 80% chance it was true. Within the medicine codex, there were records of the radiant redwood, and the methods to cultivate it were also recorded in great detail. If he could obtain a derived root system of the radiant redwood, then he could use the little blue lamp to cultivate it until it matured and bloomed in a short period of time. At that time, the lack of pills for the Golden Core realm would be easily solved. Moreover, Immortal Eclipse Valley also had the purple-back blue-wing ants, and his 2,000 gold mulberries had already evolved into Great Sun mulberries. Qin Yu smiled. Immortal Eclipse Valley, oh Immortal Eclipse Valley, you prevented me from obtaining spirit plant seeds, so don't blame me for having ideas about you. Chapter 62. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The #1 immortal cultivation sect of the Southern Empire, Immortal Eclipse Valley. In all seriousness, this was the Southern Empire's cultivation world trying to flatter themselves. This was because Immortal Eclipse Valley was located at the border of the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty, and even a larger portion of it was located within the Northern Dynasty. Love go small say, Netku. Of course, the Southern Empire's cultivation world would never admit this. Immortal Eclipse Valley was the #1 immortal cultivation sect of the Southern Empire. If anyone dared to spout nonsense, they would be beaten to death. In particular, now that the demonic path was wreaking havoc in the Southern Empire, and they had to rely on Immortal Eclipse Valley to barely stabilize the situation, it was even more necessary to tie both sides together. The core region of Immortal Eclipse Valley was indeed a mountain valley. The people of the Eclipse clan and the valley cultivators all lived here. But how could the title of the #1 immortal cultivation sect be taken lightly? Moreover, this was Immortal Eclipse Valley, a sect that dripped with oil and relied on pills to become rich. In the core region of the mountain valley, there were 17 mountains in a radius of 50 miles. They were all within the range of Immortal Eclipse Valley and were protected by a great mountain protecting array formation. Although the level of protection was far inferior to that of the core, it was still shocking enough. Just to maintain the operation of the formation, who knew how many spirit stones would be consumed every day? Currently, in the outer region of Immortal Eclipse Valley, a massive number of cultivators had gathered. Most of them came from within the borders of the Southern Empire, and had come here to avoid the slaughter of the demonic path. Of course, cultivators needed to pay a fee of spirit stones and also pass the inspection of Immortal Eclipse Valley in order to prevent spies of the demonic path from sneaking in. The Immortal Eclipse Valley disciple stopped. He turned and said, "Go in yourself and choose a stone house to live in. This place is a jumble of fish and dragons, so don't casually walk around lest you stir up trouble. Remember, within the scope of my Immortal Eclipse Valley, cultivators are strictly forbidden from killing each other." His expression was indifferent and slightly arrogant, but he had done his best to make these arrangements. His actions were not too overbearing, and he had his own bearing. The black-robed youth cupped his hands together. "Many thanks." The disciples of Immortal Eclipse Valley turned and left. He stood up and looked in front of him. This was a flat land halfway up the mountain with many simple stone houses built around it. This was one of the places where Immortal Eclipse Valley arranged for outside cultivators. Standing here and looking into the distance, one could see a mountain valley surrounded by clouds and mist. Pavilions, terraces, and palaces were faintly discernible. Occasionally, the light of a formation would flash, and the vast and majestic aura was astonishing. His eyes flashed. The black-robed youth whispered, "Immortal Eclipse Valley is indeed extraordinary." This youth was Qin Yu, who had restrained his aura and hidden his cultivation. The aura-restraining law formula and aura-restraining jade pendant that Ning Ling had given him were increasingly extraordinary. To be able to block the senses of a nascent soul cultivator wasn't just empty talk. It was just that the jade pendant was still there, but the beautiful woman had already perished. Qin Yu's complexion darkened, revealing a bit of disappointment. Several people arrived. One of them, a young and naive-looking female cultivator, saw Qin Yu and said in a low voice, "Senior apprentice sister, look, it's that person." The senior frowned and glanced over. "Who is it? I don't know him." The immature female cultivator anxiously said, "It's the person we met in the Nameless Valley when we were hiding from the great demon. It's him, I can't be wrong." The senior apprentice sister looked at it seriously and shook her head. "So what if it's him? We don't know each other at all, so why are you making a fuss?" The young female cultivator stuck out her tongue. Her cute and innocent appearance caused the eyes of the several men around her to brighten. This Qin Yu was a bit displeasing to the eye. Where did this brat come from? He could actually make junior apprentice Sister Qi care about him so much. He should hurry up and screw off as far as he could. Qi Jiao looked at Qin Yu. The sadness on his face caused her heart to tremble. Was he thinking of someone he loved? How pitiful! She suddenly had an impulse. Before she could regain her composure, she found herself standing in front of him. She looked into his eyes and blushed. She said in a small voice, "The dead cannot be resurrected. My condolences." Qin Yu was startled. He cupped his hands across his chest. "Thank you, miss, but do we know each other?" Qi Jiao shook her head. 3 years ago, senior apprentice sister and I met you in a valley. But at the time you were immersed in your sorrow, so you shouldn't have noticed us. 3 years ago, that should have been when Ning Ling's accident occurred." Looking at the young woman in front of him, Qin Yu felt a bit of warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "Thank you, miss, for enlightening me. I'm fine now." Qi Jiao's face turned even redder. She clenched her fists together. She suddenly discovered that Qin Yu's eyes were dark and bright, and his smile left her flustered. The senior apprentice sister glanced at the several gloomy senior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice brothers, and then at the oblivious Qi Jiao. She couldn't help but bitterly smile. If things continued like this, she would only stir up more trouble for him. She stepped forwards and said, "Junior apprentice sister, we still have matters to attend to. We'll be leaving." Qi Jiao regained her composure. Oh, I'm coming, senior apprentice sister." She waved her hand. Her lips moved, but in the end she didn't say anything. Several men swept their eyes over Qin Yu, but they didn't have any reason to make things difficult for him. They could only curse inwardly. "You brat, your luck is good." Qin Yu smiled. He ran in the opposite direction of the several people. The mountainside area was already mostly filled with people. Many of them were from the same sect, clan, or acquaintances. As they gathered together, there was a great hubbub of voices. In the open space between the stone houses, there should have been a trading market that had spontaneously formed. Many people had set up stalls, shouting and bargaining. It was incomparably lively. But while it was lively, it wasn't too beautiful to live in. Those who came early were clearly aware of this, and had moved away from this area. Thus, when Qin Yu had to choose, he could only choose the ownerless stone houses around the market. He shook his head and casually chose one. At least it would broaden his horizons, and it would also be convenient to buy and sell things. Well, this was purely to comfort himself. The things in the trading market had long since become useless to him. After cleaning up the stone house and making sure there wasn't anything wrong with it, Qin Yu rested for 2 hours. Then, he pushed open the door and stepped into the market. Indeed, he didn't have any interest in the things inside. But as a little fourth-level foundation establishment cultivator, wouldn't it be strange if he didn't feel moved upon seeing such a lively trading market? Of course, perhaps no one would notice Qin Yu's performance from start to finish. But it was always better to be cautious. This was Immortal Eclipse Valley. He strolled left, strolled right, haggling over the price. With a satisfactory price, he bought several good things. Just as he was about to leave with a satisfied smile, he caught sight of a rusty scabbard in the corner of his eye. A fluctuation spread out from his storage bag. Qin Yu's heart stirred, but he maintained his composure. He squatted down and carefully looked at it. Behind the stall, Qi Jiao was pleasantly surprised. But she was also a bit shy. Her hands were twisted together, a bit at a loss as to what to do. Why did he come? Was it because of me? If he spoke to me, what would I do? Her honorable master said that there were many bad people in this world, and there were few good people. Her honorable master must be right, but could he be a bad person? It didn't seem like it. His smile was so warm. As Qi Jiao's head was spinning, the several men around her who were trying to curry favor with her had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. They clenched their teeth. Qin Yu looked up. "Fellow Taoist, how much are these things?" He pointed at the rusty scabbard. But soon, he revealed a stunned expression. "It's you. Pretend. Keep pretending." The several men had looks of disdain. No matter how good a brat's best actor-level performance was, there was no way he could escape their fiery eyes. To dare have ideas about junior apprentice Sister Qi, he was simply seeking death. Qi Jiao was a bit disappointed. Do you want to buy something?" Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He lifted a hand and pointed. "The truth is that I only want to buy this scabbard. How much are you willing to sell it to me?" He didn't want to lie to her. Qi Jiao's eyes brightened. "I inadvertently found this scabbard in the mud of a river. Because it was a bit hard I kept it, so it isn't worth much at all. You can take it." The eyes of the several men around her turned red. Why was this boy favored by junior apprentice Sister Qi? Whether it was appearance, cultivation, or bearing, how could he compare to them? Junior apprentice Sister Qi. A man hurriedly said, "We can't compare to the sect now. All sorts of expenses are great, and in addition, High Master is in need of spirit stones." Another person nodded. Senior Apprentice Brother Li is right. Since we have a chance to earn spirit stones, we can't miss it. He coldly glanced over. Moreover, this is a transaction between you. If he wants the scabbard, it's normal for him to compensate with spirit stones. Qin Yu nodded. You two are right. Miss Qi, please state your price. Miss Qi. I'm Qi, your head. Why are you calling me so intimately? Aren't you familiar with our junior apprentice Sister Qi? Senior Apprentice Brother Li coldly sneered. Although we don't know what sort of treasure Junior Apprentice Sister Qi's scabbard is, it is incomparably hard, and the material it's made of is extraordinary. Isn't 100 spirit stones not too much? As he spoke, he fiercely glared at Qin Yu. Brat, if you dare to have designs on Junior Apprentice Sister Qi, then I'll teach you a lesson. 100 spirit stones. To a foundation establishment cultivator, that was a sky-high price. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then slowly nodded. All right. Senior Apprentice Brother Li's sneer froze on his face. He turned his head, wanting to see if he had heard wrong. He saw that the several junior apprentice brothers beside him also had stunned expressions. 100 spirit stones. He had stated a price of 100 spirit stones, and they had actually agreed. They had agreed just like that. The several men's complexions darkened. Another person coughed and said, Senior Apprentice Brother Li, I seem to have heard High Master mention that this scabbard is quite extraordinary. 100 spirit stones seems too low. Senior Apprentice Brother Li was enlightened. That's right, I was wrong. He glared at Qin Yu and clenched his teeth. This scabbard, we want 500 spirit stones. Bang, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The starting price of 100 spirit stones had already attracted a great deal of attention. They never imagined that the price would suddenly soar to 500. This price was already enough to purchase a small supreme-grade magical artifact. Just what is this scabbard that it dares to demand such an exorbitant price? It might be the scabbard of a magic tool-level sword. It's possible. If it really is a part of a magic tool, just the materials alone are worth more than 500 spirit stones. As everyone was discussing, Qin Yu frowned. Suddenly, someone stepped out from the crowd and said, 500 spirit stones. I want this scabbard. Whoosh, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless people's eyes widened and their jaws nearly fell to the ground. 500 spirit stones. There was actually someone who wanted it. Senior Apprentice Brother Li was startled and immediately overjoyed. Good. He turned around and looked down from above. Someone has already taken 500 spirit stones. If you still want it, you can continue bidding. For a 4th level foundation establishment cultivation, 100 spirit stones was likely the entirety of his wealth. The reason he said this was purely to humiliate him. Qi Jiao coquettishly said, Senior Apprentice Brother Li. She grabbed the scabbard and handed it to Qin Yu. I already said it isn't worth much. I'm giving it to you. Senior Apprentice Brother Li and the others were stunned. At this moment, their hearts nearly broke. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, Miss Qi, this scabbard is indeed extraordinary. I cannot accept such a precious gift. I will buy it for 100 spirit stones. Qi Jiao, this. Seeing Qin Yu's earnest expression, she hesitated for a long time and then slowly nodded. Qin Yu received the scabbard. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out 100 spirit stones and placed them in a small pile on the ground. Gulp, many people gulp. To cultivators below the Golden Core realm, unless they came from an extraordinary background, 100 spirit stones was a considerable amount of wealth. The complexions of Senior Apprentice Brother Li and the others changed. Storage bag. This brat actually had a storage bag. Qi Jiao was clearly stunned. She had a helpless expression on her face. Qin Yu's eyes swept around. He said in a soft voice, Miss Qi, you should hurry and put away the spirit stones. Oh. Qi Jiao looked around. A junior apprentice brother took off his outer clothes and wrapped up the spirit stones. The cultivator who bid 500 spirit stones coldly glanced at Chinyu before turning and leaving. Chinyu looked at his back and subconsciously frowned. This person's aura made him dislike him. But this person didn't bother him, and Chinyu didn't want to cause any problems. He restrained his thoughts and cupped his hands together towards Qi Jiao, put away the scabbard, and left. Returning to the stone house, he took out several array discs and arranged them in a corner. They didn't have a strong defensive strength, but they were enough to conceal his aura. If someone were to spy on him, they would be able to give him a timely warning and allow him to respond. With a flick of his sleeves, there was a flash of light and the scabbard appeared once more. Beside it was a black dagger. This was the one he obtained in the land of sealed demons. The black dagger cried out as if it were cheering. It flew out on its own and returned to the scabbard. As a layer of dark light appeared, the rust on the surface of the scabbard began to wriggle. Gradually, it turned into a thick and deep black color mixed with specks of blood. Icy cold, cold, fiendish, violent, and all sorts of other auras emitted from the black dagger, as if it were slowly awakening from a deep slumber. Chapter 63. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Qin Yu's complexion changed. A bone-chilling aura broke into his body and rushed straight towards his mind. Worry, fear, despair, all sorts of emotions flooded his mind. Memories that he didn't want to recall in the depths of his mind were all dug out. All of this formed a terrifying psychological impact. If one's will was weak, they would fall into chaos and eventually self-destruct. Sweat seeped out from his pores, soaking his black robes. Qin Yu's eyes turned blood red, but his face remained indifferent. You want to shake my mind with just this? Get out of here. A golden core realm cultivator's divine sense erupted, crushing apart the cold aura and clearing his mind. With a flick of his finger, a bead of blood fell onto the black sword. It trembled and surged with black light, as if it were resisting. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and sneered. If I can bring you out from the land of sealed demons, I can also send you beyond redemption. Think about it carefully. The black sword whimpered. It absorbed the bead of blood and fell into Qin Yu's hand. 100 Nether Sword, a demonic artifact that can devour essence and souls to evolve. So, when the short sword and scabbard combined together, this demonic artifact would be complete. Moreover, the ability to evolve at the end could be called priceless. If there was a lucky chance in the future that helped it become a spirit treasure, its might would reach an inconceivable boundary. It was absolutely a wonderful treasure. Although it was extremely difficult to upgrade a spirit treasure, there was at least a good chance right now. Just based on this alone, the value of the black sword was inestimable. If so, then he would owe this surname Qi a favor. Qin Yu put away the black sword. In Immortal Eclipse Valley he had to be careful in everything. The reason he was hiding here was because he was waiting for a chance to attack. For the next several days, Qin Yu lived in seclusion and didn't appear too conspicuous. The attention that he attracted when he bought the scabbard with 100 spirit stones also gradually faded away. Although he didn't leave his dwelling halfway up the mountain, Qin Yu carefully observed and found that Immortal Eclipse Valley was much more heavily guarded than before. From time to time, there would be disciples patrolling in and out. Without a doubt, news of the Radiant Red Wood had begun to spread. And as he thought, it didn't take long for news of the Radiant Red Wood to spread throughout the mountain. Qin Yu knew that the chance he was waiting for was about to arrive. But the more he did so, the more he kept a low profile. He appeared every day but soon returned without revealing anything. On his 9th day in Immortal Eclipse Valley, Qin Yu went out as usual. There were more and more people staying in the surrounding stone houses. When they saw him, they nodded in greeting. Qin Yu smiled in return and stepped into the trading market. Just as he was about to leave, there was a burst of chaos in front of him. This sort of matter wasn't rare at all. Even though Immortal Eclipse Valley forbade cultivators from killing each other, with so many people gathered together, it was inevitable that there would be friction. Generally speaking, Qin Yu would turn around and leave. But today, after a moment of hesitation, he pushed past the cultivators in front of him and walked forward. Qi Jiao's eyes were filled with tears. She held the jade bottle in her hand. "You're lying, this condensed jade dew is fake, it's completely useless." The faces of the people in the stall opposite them were extremely ugly. However, it was really difficult for them to vent their anger towards a weeping beauty like her. The purple-robed cultivator took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Little girl, you can't speak carelessly. Yesterday, you personally verified that there was no mistake before buying this bottle of condensed jade dew for 100 spirit stones. How can you say that we're liars?" Qi Jiao froze momentarily. Her tears flowed even more fiercely. "But it's really useless. I'm not lying. Love go small say Netku." As the crowd looked at the several people in front of the stall, their eyes were filled with disdain. For a group of grown men to deceive a little girl, they really had the nerve to do so. The purple-robed cultivator's heart burned with anger. He still had some things he wanted to sell, and he didn't want to ruin his reputation. He took out a jade bottle that was exactly the same as the one in Qi Jiao's hand. "Everyone, take a look. I inadvertently gathered 2 bottles of condensed jade dew. I sold one to this miss and this one is the rest." He carefully opened the sealing talisman and waved his hand. "Everyone, take a sniff and see if this is real condensed jade dew. We aren't selling fake goods. The smell is indeed condensed jade dew. This sort of thing has to be inspected before it's bought. It's hard to make a mistake." "That's true, but this miss doesn't seem like she's lying." Qi Jiao didn't know what to say. She clutched the jade bottle, at a loss as to what to do. The purple-robed cultivator was worried. If things continued to get tangled up like this, how could he sell his goods? Suddenly, someone behind him whispered something into his ear. His eyes brightened and he hurriedly said, "Miss, after yesterday's transaction, I reminded you that the runes on the condensed jade dew can't be opened for too long, otherwise the air will become polluted and it will lose its effect. Did you not follow my instructions?" Qi Jiao shook her head. "I only looked at it when I inspected it and then didn't open it. I had Senior Apprentice Brother Li pass it to my Honorable Master, but today Senior Apprentice Brother is telling me that the condensed jade dew is fake." Schwa, many eyes gathered on them. Senior Apprentice Brother Li's eyes flashed with panic before he sneered. "It was clearly you who bullied my junior apprentice sister because she was young and ignorant and sold her fake goods. Now you're trying to blame us instead? How preposterous! I'm telling you, hurry up and return my junior apprentice sister's spirit stones, otherwise we won't be polite anymore." "That's right, don't speak any nonsense. Hurry up and return the spirit stones. You dare bully our junior apprentice sister Qi? How bold! Do you really think we're easy to bully?" The several people behind him began to shout. The purple-robed man coldly sneered. "I think you all came here to deliberately cause trouble, right? You don't even have a single spirit stone to return. I can't do anything to little girls, but you little bastards want to overturn the heavens?" Schwar, the several people behind the stall all stood up. But everyone's eyes fell onto the purple-robed man. The aura of an early golden core was simply too dazzling. No one thought that this middle-aged man who had been explaining was actually a golden core cultivator. Senior Apprentice Brother Li and the others were left dumbfounded. The audience's stance suddenly changed. Just what sort of status does a golden core realm senior have? How could he lower himself to sell fake goods? That's right. A mere 100 spirit stones isn't necessary at all. It looks like these youths are deliberately lying to deceive others. But their luck is too bad. They actually managed to provoke a golden core senior. This girl doesn't seem like it. Ha, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Pity and sympathy towards beautiful women, that was all to hell. They all stood firmly on the side of the golden core realm. The purple-robed man sneered. You all must give me an explanation for today's matter. After being forced to reveal his cultivation to resolve the situation, no matter how good his temper was, he was still angry. Senior Apprentice Brother Li's face flushed red. He had spoken too much just now and couldn't turn around. He looked at Qi Jiao for help, repeatedly hinting for her to apologize. A golden core wasn't anything in Immortal Eclipse Valley, but to them, it was an insurmountable mountain. In particular, the only master in their sect was heavily injured and was currently recuperating. They didn't dare to provoke him. Qi Jiao's face flushed red. She knew that she shouldn't offend a golden core powerhouse, but she hadn't lied, so why should she apologize? Grievance, shame, anxiety, helplessness gathered in her heart. She lifted a hand to wipe away her tears, but she couldn't wipe them clean. I'm sorry. The purple-robed man's face flashed with unwillingness. But no matter how good the temper of a golden core cultivator was, he still had his own dignity. He had just asked them for an explanation, so how could they suddenly agree not to pursue the matter? But this girl looked far too sad. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Miss Qi, please let me have a look at this bottle of condensed jade dew. As he spoke, Qin Yu had already walked over to her side. Many people still remembered the struggle for the scabbard several days ago. They immediately recognized him, but after a moment of surprise, they revealed helpless expressions. Indeed, for the sake of a woman, he was nothing but a hot-headed youth. He was already stupid enough to bid 100 spirit stones that day, but now he actually provoked a golden core on his own initiative. This young man had no sense of propriety at all. As Qi Jiao saw Qin Yu, she inexplicably felt at ease. Her grievances erupted for no reason at all, and she began to cry. I didn't lie. I really didn't. Qin Yu took the jade bottle and opened it. He sniffed it and said, This bottle of condensed jade dew will deteriorate within 8 hours. As he spoke, he looked up at the purple-robed cultivator. The middle-aged man didn't know why, but he followed along and said, It's been almost 16 hours since the transaction was completed yesterday. Qin Yu nodded. Miss Qi, when did you hand over the condensed jade dew? Qi Jiao sobbed. I gave it to Senior Apprentice Brother Li not long after I bought it. After the young girl bought it, she gave it to Senior Apprentice Brother Li. As for the time it took for the condensed jade dew to deteriorate, it was 8 hours. If so, then the problem clearly lay with this Senior Apprentice Brother Li. Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Senior Apprentice Brother Li became even more flustered. He angrily said, What nonsense are you spouting? 8 hours? How do you know it was 8 hours? I'm warning you, don't speak nonsense. Qin Yu had a calm expression. This is Immortal Eclipse Valley. There are countless alchemy masters in the valley. If I ask someone, I'll naturally know if it's true or false. Shwa figures flashed and 3 Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples appeared. Who is causing trouble here? The purple-robed cultivator cupped his hands together. 3 fellow Taoists, this matter is related to me. I apologize for disturbing you. The 3 people bowed in return. Greetings, Senior Wei. Even Immortal Eclipse Valley had to give Golden Core cultivators the respect they deserve. A disciple said, Senior Wei, may I ask what happened? Wei Jing briefly explained what happened. He lifted a hand and pointed. Condensed jade dew isn't too precious, so I can appraise it. An Immortal Eclipse Valley disciple reached out a hand. Let me have a look. Qin Yu handed over the jade bottle. The Immortal Eclipse Valley disciple sniffed it and then poured some into his hand. He fiddled with it a few times and nodded. That's right. It was indeed 8 hours ago. There is still an extremely small amount of medicinal efficacy left over. His eyes fell on Qin Yu. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I just happen to understand a bit. I don't dare to show off in front of an expert. The Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivator smiled. He turned and said, Senior Wei, how do you want to deal with this? Wei Jing fell silent. Senior Apprentice Brotherly was dripping with sweat and his face was deathly pale. Qi Jiao was annoyed that Senior Apprentice Brotherly had lied to her. But in the end, they were from the same sect and he was in dire straits. She couldn't bear to see something happen to him. But with things having come this far, it was already rare for her to be able to stand on her own, so how could she help him? She looked at Qin Yu. This was only a helpless girl's subconscious reaction. She simply didn't want Qin Yu to fall into trouble, not at all. Then, she saw Qin Yu think for a moment and take a step forwards. Qi Jiao's eyes widened. What did he want to do? Don't be an idiot. Hurry up and leave. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Senior Wei, today's mistake was all on us. I ask that Great Master be magnanimous and not pursue this matter any further. When the senior apprentice sister heard the news, she had hurried over. As she heard these words, her complexion darkened. At this time, you should be lowering your head and begging for forgiveness. Just who did you think you were? If you angered a Golden Core senior, that would be troublesome. Greetings, senior. Junior apprentice sister and several junior apprentice brothers were ignorant and have offended senior. Please forgive us. We are willing to offer up some spirit stones as compensation. I ask that senior be magnanimous and forgive us this time. Wei Jing glanced at her and then at Qin Yu. He waved his hand. Forget it. Just consider today a misunderstanding. You can all leave. Double monthly ticket if you think this chapter is wonderful, then please support it. You can also vote for a monthly ticket. 100 crosstalk coins for a monthly ticket, 500 crosstalk coins for a monthly ticket, 10,000 crosstalk coins for a monthly ticket, 100,000 crosstalk coins for a monthly ticket to be the Alliance Master. Chapter 64. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? SpeakNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Just like this? With this, the audience was left dumbfounded. Many people cried out in their hearts, "What dogs hit luck?" There were also some people who secretly admired Senior Wei for being so magnanimous that he didn't even pursue the matter of being framed. An Immortal Eclipse Valley disciple coldly said, "Since Senior Wei doesn't want to pursue this matter, you can all leave. Be more cautious in your actions in the future. You might not have such luck next time." The senior apprentice sister was pleasantly surprised. She was extremely grateful towards Wei Jing. She pulled along her junior apprentice sisters and junior apprentice brothers, bowed and then quickly left. As for Qin Yu, this boy that jumped out definitely had impure thoughts. It wasn't strange for a gentleman to be interested in a fair and graceful woman, but he simply didn't know what was important. It was best to stay away from such a person. Qi Jiao clearly wanted to say something, but she was forcefully pulled away by her senior apprentice sister. She looked at Qin Yu apologetically, but he smiled, not minding it. He originally wanted to return her favor today so that they wouldn't be implicated in the future. This could be considered a perfect result. Otherwise, in the future, it was possible that these people would be implicated by him. The excitement died down and the crowd gradually dispersed. Many people looked at Qin Yu, thinking that this boy was far too stupid. He had clearly helped them with good intentions, but in the end, they didn't even bother with him and just walked away. How pitiful! Qin Yu didn't feel any pity for himself. He turned to leave. "Little friend, please wait a moment." After Wei Jing sent off the 3 Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples, he called out to Qin Yu and quickly walked over. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Senior, what is it?" Wei Jing looked around. "This isn't a good place to speak. Could little friend come to my residence to talk?" Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He nodded. Wei Jing was overjoyed. "Little friend, please follow me." After leaving the market, they followed a small path halfway up the mountain. After a moment, they arrived in front of a courtyard. This was the place where Immortal Eclipse Valley arranged for Golden Core cultivators. The scenery here was quite beautiful. Although the several juniors didn't know why their great-uncle was so polite to this boy, they were clearly well educated. They quickly poured tea and didn't dare to ask. Wei Jing waved his hand. "All right, you can all leave." After the disciples left, he revealed a solemn expression. "Little friend, I will be straightforward. And if there is any disrespect, I ask you to forgive me. May I ask if little friend has some sort of thunder attribute treasure on you?" Qin Yu frowned. Wei Jing waved his hand again and again. "Little friend, please don't think too much about it. I don't have any evil intentions, but because of my cultivation method, I need a thunder treasure to assist me. If little friend is willing to sell it, I will purchase it at a high price." He paused for a moment, a look of awe on his face. "Little friend, as you can see, I come from a small cultivation family, and breaking through to the Golden Core realm was a pure coincidence. I don't have much wealth, but even if I have to borrow money, I will give little friend a satisfactory price." This person was really honest. Qin Yu said, "How can Senior Wei be sure that I have a thunder attribute item on me?" Wei Jing said, "This is related to this Wei's cultivation method. As long as there is a treasure that attracts me, I will be able to sense it. Even if it's in a storage bag, it can't be completely isolated." Qin Yu shook his head. "If Senior Wei doesn't pursue what happened before, then it must be because you have designs on me." Wei Jing laughed dryly. "Little friend, you must be joking. What a straightforward admission." Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Senior Wei, please be magnanimous and spare this junior's friend. It's not good for me to say anything." Wei Jing nodded again and again, his expression saying that Qin Yu was right. But then, Qin Yu's words took a sharp turn, causing his face to stiffen. "But this junior has other uses for the item in my hands, so I cannot part with it. I ask Senior Wei to be magnanimous and forgive me. I bid my farewells." Qin Yu stood up and left. Wei Jing frowned. His intuition told him that Qin Yu wasn't speaking the truth, but why wasn't he willing to sell it? "Great uncle, with your cultivation, why waste your breath on him? Aren't you afraid that he won't give in if you force him a little?" A Wei family junior angrily said. Wei Jing coldly shouted, "Shut up. Do you remember what I taught you? You cannot rely on your cultivation to bully the weak." The several juniors were frightened. They lowered their heads and admitted their mistake. Wei Jing's complexion relaxed a little. "Remember, the cultivation world is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. You never know where a powerhouse is lurking, so you must be cautious in everything you do." "Great uncle, are you saying that this boy is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" Wei Jing didn't reply. He waved his hand. "Go and check where he lives. I will personally visit him tomorrow." The juniors didn't dare to speak too much. They respectfully drew back. The next day, Wei Jing washed up and changed into formal robes. Then, he brought 2 clever juniors from the clan with gifts and headed halfway up the mountain. This was a proper visit, placing Qin Yu on the same level as him. The truth was that Wei Jing wasn't sure whether or not Qin Yu was a great expert, but the feeling he gave off was unfathomable. In addition to yesterday's situation, Qin Yu was able to maintain a calm expression, so it was never wrong to be a bit more careful. Of course, this was also closely related to his character. If he wanted something from someone, he had to be polite. The juniors of the clan had already investigated everything yesterday. Wei Jing flew straight to Qin Yu's residence. He decided that no matter what price he had to pay, he would obtain the treasure in his hands. But this Qin Yu seemed to be someone with a firm will. Since he had decided not to sell it, it would be difficult to change his mind. What should he do? As he was frowning, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Wei Jing looked up, his complexion dark and his voice cold. "It's you again?" The senior apprentice sister and Qi Jiao had nervous expressions. They hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Senior Wei." Today, the 2 of them had come for him. Their teacher's injuries were becoming increasingly severe, and he urgently needed condensed jade dew to suppress them. Yesterday, they had heard that Wei Jing still had a bottle in his hands. After hesitating for a long time, they decided to come again. Even if they had to pay a high price, they had to buy the condensed jade dew. But the two of them didn't know where Wei Jing lived and didn't dare to casually walk around. They could only wander around the trading market to see if they could see him again. After waiting for a long time, just as the two of them were feeling disappointed, Wei Jing appeared with a group of people. They were pleasantly surprised and hurried to greet him. Seeing the two of them bow to him, Wei Jing's complexion relaxed a bit. "What business do you have?" The senior apprentice sister relaxed a little. She hurriedly spoke up to ask for the condensed jade dew. The two juniors behind Wei Jing coldly sneered. Although they didn't speak, their meaning was clear. "Yesterday you slandered us and today you came to ask to buy it. You really know how to play." The senior apprentice sister blushed red. "The condensed jade dew is indeed very important to us juniors. We are willing to pay 200 spirit stones to buy it. We ask for seniors' permission." Wei Jing shook his head in refusal. Right now, all of his thoughts were on Qin Yu. He didn't have time to waste here. But after taking several steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. "Do you know little friend Qin Yu?" The senior apprentice sister thought that there was a turning point. Before the happy expression on her face could fade, she froze. "Qin Yu? Who was this?" Qi Jiao was also at a loss. Wei Jing was stunned. What was going on? "You helped them yesterday, and yet this person didn't even know your name?" But in the end, he was an experienced man. His thoughts raced, and he thought of a possibility. His complexion warmed up. "He is the little friend that helped you yesterday." Qi Jiao cried out. Wei Jing said, "Miss Qi, do you know him?" Qi Jiao paled. She bit her lips, at a loss for what to do. Wei Jing hurriedly said, "Miss Qi, don't worry. I have no evil intentions in looking for him, but I do have a request. Let's put it this way. If you can make little friend Qin Yu agree to something, I will give you the condensed jade dew." He waved his hand. "Let's go. We were just about to go see him." The senior apprentice sister and Qi Jiao glanced at each other. Both of them felt dizzy. Senior Wei Jing was in a hurry to see Qin Yu and also had a request. How could this be so mysterious? Just what ability did he have that Senior Wei would be so careful that he would even give him the condensed jade dew? "Senior apprentice sister, what should we do?" The senior apprentice sister looked at Qi Jiao. She wanted to say something but hesitated. She clenched her teeth and said, "Let's follow him." In front of the stone house, Wei Jing stood still. He waved his hand and the juniors of the Wei family hurried forwards. Soon, the door to the stone house opened. As Qin Yu saw the scene before him, his complexion darkened. "Senior Wei, what is the meaning of this?" When it came to matters related to the radiant redwood, he didn't want to attract any more attention. But Wei Jing's visit today had clearly turned this into a joke. "You are just a foundation establishment cultivator, and yet you have a golden core cultivator personally come to visit you. Who would believe that there wasn't something fishy going on?" Wei Jing's heart tightened. That unfathomable feeling rose up once more, even causing him to feel apprehensive. He hurriedly smiled and said, "I have nothing to do today, so I came to visit little friend Qin Yu. I ran into two misses on the road, so I hurried over together. I ask little friend Qin Yu to forgive us for disturbing you." Qin Yu wanted to roar out loud. "Could you not be so polite?" As he felt the shocked gazes of his neighbors, he took a deep breath and said, "Welcome, Senior Wei. Please come in and speak." As he spoke, he swept his eyes over the two people behind him, as well as the senior apprentice sister and Qi Jiao. Wei Jing turned and said, "The gift, you all wait here." The senior apprentice sister quickly said, "We will also wait here." Qin Yu retracted his glare. "You want to give me a gift? Hurry up and drop it." He couldn't allow this old fellow to mess around outside anymore, otherwise something bad would definitely happen. Just yesterday, he had thought that this fellow Wei Jing was a kind and honest person, but it seemed he was still too young and inexperienced. Senior Wei, please. Bang, the stone house door closed. Qin Yu's complexion turned ugly. Senior Wei, what is the meaning of this? Wei Jing's heart was inexplicably disturbed. His heart raced even faster than before. He gulped and smiled. Little friend, I came here today for that thing. I ask little friend to bear the pain and part with it. After a pause, he braced himself and continued to say, the two young ladies behind want me to sell them condensed jade dew. As long as little friend agrees to part with it, I will immediately offer it up with both hands. Qin Yu laughed in anger. He flicked his sleeves and said, I have nothing to do with them, so it's useless even if you use them as cards. I already said yesterday that I have a use for it, so I won't sell it to you. Wei Jing forced a smile. You really can't? I can't. Wei Jing sighed. All right, then I will disturb you again tomorrow. Qin Yu was flabbergasted. What happened to being a kind and honest person? Didn't you say you would? Even if he was young and misjudged, you shouldn't have changed so much, threatening him with just a few words. Senior Wei, don't go too far. Wei Jing forced a smile. I ask little friend to help me. I have no other choice. He paused for a moment and continued to say, little friend, as you can see, I am a fake golden core, so why did I come halfway up the mountain to make a transaction? I have offended someone above and have been forced into a corner. If I cannot make a breakthrough in my cultivation, I fear my Wei family will really be finished. Thus, I have no choice but to resort to this method. If I have offended little friend, I ask that you forgive me. Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain for a long time. He clenched his teeth and said, 5,000 spirit stones, not a single one less. Moreover, I must remind you that if today's matter causes any trouble in the future, don't blame me for not warning you. Wei Jing was overjoyed. Thank you, little friend. 5,000 spirit stones is quite a lot. I will immediately go back and prepare them. I will disturb you again tomorrow. Qin Yu frowned. You really aren't afraid of causing trouble? Wei Jing said. My Wei family is about to collapse, so why would I be afraid of trouble? I bid my farewells. Wait. Qin Yu waved his hand. Don't come by yourself tomorrow, it is too eye-catching. Also, don't forget about the condensed jade you mentioned. Wei Jing smiled. Little friend, don't worry, I will remember it. Double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is wonderful, then please support me. You can also vote for me. 100 crosstalk coins to draw monthly votes, 500 crosstalk coins, 10,000 crosstalk coins, 100,000 crosstalk coins to be the alliance leader. Chapter 65. Geniuses in 1 second. Remember love go? To provide you with wonderful novels to read. The two of them pushed open the door, and several people looked over. Seeing Wei Jing smile, the two Wei family juniors relaxed. As for the senior apprentice sister and Qi Jiao, they were extremely nervous. They hadn't done anything, and in fact, they didn't even know what to do. Even if Qin Yu agreed, it had nothing to do with them. Wei Jing swept his eyes around and smiled. 2 misses, rest assured. Little friend Qin Yu has already agreed, so I will keep my promise. Please accept this bottle of condensed jade dew. This was the skill of being a person. Even though he hadn't said anything at all, one only needed to think about it to understand the deep meaning behind it. It made one feel as if Qin Yu had agreed because he was giving them face. Little friend, this is all I can help you with. Seeing this fellow's smug expression, Qin Yu's eyes twitched. What was this fellow doing? Had he awakened his joking mode? The senior apprentice sister was pleasantly surprised. Just as she was about to take the jade bottle, she looked to the side. Qi Jiao blushed red. She looked at Qin Yu and whispered, "Thank you." Qin Yu cupped his hands across his chest. "Miss Qi, there is no need to thank me." Watching the two women leave, Wei Jing laughed. Little friend's eyes are quite good. This Miss Chi has a good temperament and is a rare person. There is no need to explain, no need to explain. I bid my farewells. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Just what was going on? He shook his head, avoided the surprised eyes of his neighbors, and returned to his stone house. The next day, the Wei family juniors that he had met twice respectfully knocked on the door. After entering, they left in a hurry. Qin Yu's storage bag had an extra 5,000 spirit stones. The Sky Thunder bamboo had lost a branch. Although it was only a thin section, it was still a 10,000-year Sky Thunder bamboo branch. This price was absolutely worth it. Of course, everything that needed to be said had been said. If Wei Jing was smart enough, he wouldn't meddle too much. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Then, powerful fluctuations of strength came from the distance. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He flicked his sleeves and opened the stone house. His figure flickered several times and he appeared halfway up the mountain. Looking towards the core valley of Immortal Eclipse Valley, he could see a red divine light shooting into the skies, illuminating the skies and emitting rich fluctuations of heaven and earth spiritual strength. 3 figures fled in distress. Massive dark clouds chased after them. The world was filled with the terrifying buzzing of wings. Purple-back blue-wing ants. Oh my God, so scary. Those are 3 golden core cultivators. Judging from their auras, even the weakest one is at the late stage of golden core. They actually couldn't resist at all. With a series of pitiful cries, 3 golden core cultivators that had snuck into Immortal Eclipse Valley were eaten up by the purple-back blue-wing ant. Qin Yu's heart shook. His thoughts raced. He flipped his hand and took out several golden leaves. They were the Great Sun Mulberry leaves. In the distance, the purple-back blue-wing ant that had killed 3 golden core cultivators was about to return when it suddenly let out an excited cry and flew back. Qin Yu was startled. He didn't think that from so far away, the purple-back blue-wing ants would be able to discover him as soon as he took out the Great Sun Mulberry's mulberry leaf. Moreover, their reaction was fierce, as if they had been starving for countless years. Love Go Small Say, Netkuhi quickly placed the mulberry leaf back into his storage bag. Then, he put on a panic-stricken expression and retreated with the surrounding cultivators. At this time, the purple-back blue-wing ants had already flown nearby. They circled around halfway up the mountain, constantly emitting angry screeches. This speed was simply shocking. It was no wonder that he was able to pursue and kill 3 Golden Dan late-stage cultivators. Shua, a silver-haired old man, appeared in front of the swarm of ants. His hands quickly formed hand seals, and a majestic wave of magic power erupted, rumbling and roaring with earth-shattering force. The swarm of purple-back blue-wing ants screeched again and again, but now that they had lost their bait, they finally flapped their wings and flew away, vanishing together with the divine scarlet light. The silver-haired old man turned around. His face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. No one could see his face clearly, but his eyes were like the sun in the sky, able to see through everything. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone's body stiffened, and terror rose from the depths of their hearts. Fortunately, he didn't seem to notice. He took a step forward and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Qin Yu's forehead was covered with a cold sweat. This old man was absolutely a nascent soul cultivator, and his strength was even above that of the 7 Slaughter Demon Sect's sovereign, Heavenstar Demon. Immortal Eclipse Valley was truly terrifying. The red divine light proved the existence of the radiant redwood, and the Great Sun Mulberry leaves were far more enticing to the purple-back blue-wing ants than he had imagined. But in such a terrifying Immortal Eclipse Valley, how could he approach the radiant redwood? As Qin Yu was worrying about how to approach the radiant redwood, there were also people worrying about him. Qi Jiao rubbed her chin, a bit lost in thought. If he really liked her, why didn't he come looking for her? The senior apprentice sister saw this from afar. She hesitated for a moment before walking over. Junior apprentice sister, what are you thinking about? Qi Jiao blushed red. Nothing. The senior apprentice sister sat down. She thought for a moment and said, "Junior apprentice sister, I admit that I underestimated Qin Yu. If Senior Wei holds him in such high regard, there must be something extraordinary about him. But this person is not a good match." Qi Jiao's eyes widened. "Why?" The senior apprentice sister shook her head. "Honorable Master said that Qin Yu is so extraordinary, and yet he is willing to hide in the crowd. For so many days, he hasn't been conspicuous at all, so he must be plotting something. The matter of the radiant red wood has been abuzz recently, so he might have come for it." Qi Jiao cried out in alarm. "No, he cannot have any ideas about the radiant redwood. On that day, 3 golden cores were eaten up by the purple-back blue-wing ants, so how could he dare?" The senior apprentice sister covered her mouth. "Shoo! Do you want everyone to know that this is only Honorable Master's guess? It might not be the truth." There were also some details that the senior apprentice sister didn't reveal. According to Honorable Master's speculations, Qin Yu shouldn't have any romantic feelings towards Qi Jiao. The reason he helped her was because of that scabbard. The senior apprentice sister didn't believe this at first, but if he really did have feelings for Qi Jiao, then it was impossible for Qin Yu to disappear for several days. The senior apprentice sister wanted to tell Qi Jiao so that she wouldn't feel sad in the future. But as she looked at Qi Jiao's worried appearance, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. The radiant purple wood was like 100 cat claws, scratching at everyone's hearts. Their hearts surged with excitement, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, Immortal Eclipse Valley opened a door on their own initiative, giving everyone a chance to approach the radiant purple wood. The demonic path was wreaking havoc in the Southern Empire. In order to raise the morale of the Cultivator Alliance and raise the banner of resistance against the demonic path, Immortal Eclipse Valley held a grand alchemy meeting. All Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators could participate, and the top 10 would be able to cultivate beneath the radiant red wood for a month. This was only a competition of alchemy, not cultivation. At the same time, the ancient spiritual wood, the radiant red wood, gathered a massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy and formed a domain. Cultivating within this domain for a single day was comparable to cultivating for a month outside, and there was even a mystical effect of breaking through bottleneck. The Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty were seething with excitement. Some people said that Immortal Eclipse Valley's true goal was to publicly declare who the Radiant Red would belong to. They wanted to borrow the mouths of the victors of the Grand Alchemy meeting to spread the news that security was tight and frighten away all those with ill intentions. But no matter what, as this news spread out, the undercurrents began to surge. There were too many people that signed up, so not everyone could participate. Immortal Eclipse Valley laid out 3 stages of screening, and only those that passed could sign up. One had to select the alchemy materials, choose the wrong pill recipe, and refine a qualified entry-level pill. Qin Yu's performance conformed to the rules, and he smoothly obtained the qualifications to sign up. Half an hour later, the Grand Alchemy meeting began as scheduled. Immortal Eclipse Valley cleared out the alchemy mountain that their disciples used to practice alchemy and used it as the competition venue. The alchemy mountain was around 3,000 feet high, and its surface was covered with numerous stone caves that were 10 feet in size. These caves were all dug out by the cultivators of Immortal Eclipse Valley and had been passed down to this day. The one presiding over the Grand Alchemy meeting was a late Golden Core elder of Immortal Eclipse Valley named Eclipse Exin. His manner was solemn and his expression was cold and stern. The Grand Alchemy meeting strictly prohibits favoritism and fraud. Anyone that violates the rules will be severely punished. Today, the time limit is 2 hours. Those that meet the requirements will advance and the rest will be eliminated. Begin. Whoosh a whoosh. The participating cultivators had already verified their identities and had been waiting for a long time. They hurriedly flew towards the alchemy mountain. 2 hours was far too short a time for alchemy, and they couldn't afford the slightest bit of carelessness. In the crowd, Qi Jiao's eyes widened as she looked around. Suddenly, she stiffened and her eyes fell onto a figure in the crowd. Qin Yu was actually an alchemist. At this time, he was flying with the crowd and there wasn't anything special about him. As she thought of her senior apprentice sister's words, she bit her lips, her heart filled with worry. Could it be that you really came for the radiant red wood? Qin Yu seemed to sense something. He turned his head and their gazes met. He was startled for a moment before he smiled and nodded. He turned and locked onto a cave for alchemy and stepped into it. After entering the cave, Qin Yu didn't rush to refine pills like everyone else. He slowly spread out his divine sense, sweeping through every inch of the place. After determining that there wasn't anything wrong, he smiled. Immortal Eclipse Valley still abided by the rules. Like this, there would be no mistake. With the little blue lamp in hand, Qin Yu would naturally have a spot in the top 10. This was indeed unfair to others, but did true fairness even exist in this world? By the time Qin Yu sat down cross-legged, a fifth of the time had passed. His complexion was calm as he swept his eyes over the messy materials in front of him. Ghost face flower, dry thunder branch, clear scorch grass, hidden insect node. There were many materials and their quality varied. Some were of excellent quality, and some had already deteriorated. There were even some that were counterfeits. For instance, dry thunder branch. It was a withered branch that was left behind after heavenly thunder struck a mulberry willow tree. It wasn't easy to produce and was extremely expensive. Some cultivators used this to make profits and borrowed thunder techniques to create dry thunder branch. Their methods were exquisite and difficult to distinguish. For every qualified alchemist, recognizing materials was the most important foundation. The competition had already begun from the selection of materials. There were both good and bad materials in this pile, and there were also many types of pills that could be refined. What materials to choose and what kind of pill to refine was all up to one's own choice. Qin Yu grabbed 6 materials. They were all simple and ordinary materials. As for the more precious materials like dry thunder branch, he didn't even glance at them. It was true that Immortal Eclipse Valley was rich and overbearing, but with over 500 participating cultivators, it was impossible for them to waste such precious materials. Of course, there might be some dry thunder branches that were real, but Qin Yu clearly hadn't encountered any. What he wanted to refine was the essence-augmenting pill. Yes, it was the most ordinary pill that every Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would use. It was the essence-augmenting pill that could strengthen one's magic power and cultivation. For such an ordinary pill, even if it was successfully refined, it wouldn't stand out at all. But this trial only required the refinement to pass. It didn't have any requirements for the quality of the pill. Taking out the fleeting flame furnace, Qin Yu poured magic power into it. The fire elemental within the furnace activated and immediately released a burning hot aura. After the fleeting flame furnace finished preheating, he flicked his sleeves and tossed the first material into the furnace. With hundreds of people refining pills at the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. This scene could only appear in Immortal Eclipse Valley, but to an alchemist, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Bang! A dull explosion echoed out from the cave, accompanied by a foul stench. The cultivator inside howled in pain. That 1,000 gold grass is fake. Soon, from another cave not too far away, there was also a dull explosion. A disheveled cultivator rushed out, angrily cursing, "Which bastard caused me to fail in refining a pill? Get the fuck out here!" It was clear that the loud explosion just now had caused someone to fail at the last moment. The gloomy cultivator walked out of the cave. "What are you shouting for? The furnace exploded because your skill isn't good enough. You bastard, today I will let you know why flowers are so red. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Seeing the two of them about to fight, The cultivators of Immortal Eclipse Valley stepped forward to stop them and forcefully take them away. This was the unspoken rule of the Grand Alchemy meeting that Immortal Eclipse Valley had set up. As long as one didn't directly destroy the pill refining process, they wouldn't stop them. If one was affected by external movements and failed in refining a pill, that meant that one's heart wasn't calm enough and their methods weren't skilled enough. #######. I just received a call, so I'll update it. Sorry. Double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is wonderful, then please support me. You can also vote for me. 100 crosstalk coins to draw monthly votes, 500 crosstalk coins, 10,000 crosstalk coins, 100,000 crosstalk coins as Alliance Leader. Chapter 66. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Starting from an hour later, almost every short while, someone would fail. The most outrageous one wanted to concoct a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 thunder pill, and the withered thunder would just happen to be one of the main ingredients. His luck was extremely good, or perhaps it could be said that his eyesight was outstanding. The withered thunder wood he chose was genuine, but his alchemy skills were somewhat lacking. In the process of forming the pill, the furnace exploded. Not only was his head struck by the fragments of the furnace, causing him to bleed profusely, but the explosive power of thunder swept out in a radius of 100 feet, directly dragging the 4 unlucky fellows down with him. The most tragic one was quite skilled in alchemy and had already reached the step of refining pills. He could only watch helplessly as the pills that had just been refined were shattered by the lightning. He felt like eating his heart. If it weren't for Immortal Eclipse Valley stopping them, then the brother who refined the 5 thunder pill might have been torn apart on the spot. Needless to say, it could only be considered bad luck, and luck was indeed an extremely important thing for cultivators. How many famous senior almighty figures were able to distinguish themselves from their peers by relying on that bit of luck? Pill refiners were also cultivators, so even if you were unlucky and failed, you couldn't say anything about it. There was still a quarter hour until the time limit. Qin Yu opened the furnace and took out 6 pills. The quality of the 6 essence-augmenting pills was ordinary and the quantity wasn't too high nor was it too low. He got up and tidied up a little. Then, he put the pills into the jade bottle and flew out of the cave. An Immortal Eclipse Valley disciple took away the jade bottle. Qin Yu obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round tomorrow. Not too far away, an Immortal Eclipse Valley alchemist sneered, "You didn't use the materials provided. Men, take him away." Looking at the alchemist who had collapsed to the ground and was dragged away, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with pity. There was nothing he could do about his low intelligence. If Immortal Eclipse Valley had placed a pile of materials in front of them as a test, how could they not have a way to identify them? In the future, bring your brain with you when you go out. A few alchemists in the queue who were waiting for their pills to be graded paled. They gritted their teeth and gave up. After the first round, there were less than 200 cultivators left out of the 500-plus participants. The elimination rate of more than half of them was shocking. It was a silent night. The second day, the alchemy competition continued. Alchemists were not allowed to change the alchemy cave, and they had to use the remaining materials to refine 3 different kinds of medicinal pills. The time limit was 4 hours. Once the rules were announced, many people's expressions changed drastically. Qin Yu continued to inspect the cave, but he didn't waste this time. When he sat down, he already had a general idea of how to refine it. After carefully identifying the remaining materials, he easily found the 2 types of elixirs he needed: the blood-clotting pill and the poison antidote pill. These 2 pills were slightly more difficult to refine than the essence-augmenting pill, but with Qin Yu's alchemy skills, refining them shouldn't be a problem at all. But soon, he furrowed his brows. As for the 3rd pill, Qin Yu chose the minor renewal pill. It was a pill that could replenish one's magic power in a small amount, but it lacked one of the auxiliary materials, the green branch sprout. Of course, it wasn't that there were too few of them. It was just that the 3 green branch buds in front of him were all fake, or they weren't mature enough to be used as medicine. Qin Yu shook his head. He could only switch to another pill. Time slowly passed. His complexion gradually darkened. Not enough materials. Based on the remaining materials, the blood-clotting pill, the detoxification pill, and the small reversion pill were the only pills that met the requirements. Otherwise, no matter how many changes were made, it would be impossible to make the other 3 pills. This was absolutely a coincidence. This was because the 3 ingredients for the essence-augmenting pill could be combined with other ingredients to refine several different types of pills. It could only be said that Qin Yu's luck was bad. He had chosen the essence-augmenting pill on his first try. He frowned. Was he going to fail because of such a question? At the base of Alchemy Mountain, a sloppy Taoist hurried over. The disciples of Immortal Eclipse Valley bowed in greeting. The onlookers were shocked. "It's Immortal Eclipse Valley's Taoist Wang," a cultivator said in a low voice, a look of respect on his face. "He doesn't have any position in Immortal Eclipse Valley, but his status is actually above that of an elder. It is said that because he hasn't broken into nascent soul, his alchemy skills have been unable to make a breakthrough. Even so, his alchemy skills can still be ranked amongst the top in Immortal Eclipse Valley." Zhao Xian frowned. "Why are you here?" Taoist Wang waved his hand. "Watch the show." Eclipse Xian's eyes turned cold. "The Grand Alchemy Meeting has its own internal story. Don't cause trouble." Taoist Wang curled his lips. "Stop giving me that dirty look. I'm not afraid of you. How long has it been? I didn't miss the show, did I?" Looking at Elder Zhao's dark expression, the disciples wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Hearing this, one of them cupped his hands and said, reporting to Martial Uncle, "It hasn't even been 15 minutes. Taoist Wang smiled in satisfaction. Good. It wasn't too late." Zhao Xian coldly said, "Just what did you do?" "I'm warning you." Taoist Wang interrupted him. "That's enough. When I was preparing the materials, I played a little trick. Don't stare at me. I guarantee that I won't affect the fairness of the Grand Alchemy Meeting. It's just that the little fellow who chose the materials I prepared might have to undergo a little more testing." Eclipse Xian coughed and didn't speak again. Taoist Wang beckoned with his hand. Someone immediately brought over a chair and brought over some tea and snack. The service was meticulous. Drinking some tea and eating some snacks, Taoist Wang closed his eyes in satisfaction. "You little bastards, don't bother thinking about it. This little bit of benefit isn't enough to move me. Martial Uncle, this disciple didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to show my filial piety." Right. Martial Uncle, you don't have a direct disciple, so aren't we the same as your disciples? It's only right for us to show our filial piety to you. Martial Uncle, what do you lack? Is it hot? This disciple will fan you a little. Eclipse Xian coldly snorted. The several flattering disciples all had bitter expressions and hurriedly retreated to the side. Taoist Wang continued to eat and drink, not caring at all. Eclipse Xian lowered his voice. "You are already so old, so why haven't you found a disciple yet? Are you planning on taking your alchemy skills with you into your coffin?" Taoist Wang shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to find one, it's that there isn't a suitable one. Even if I teach a fool, how much can they accomplish? It's better to save some effort." Eclipse Xian coldly sneered. "My Immortal Eclipse Valley has several hundred outstanding disciples, but none of them enter your eyes?" Taoist Wang pointed a finger. "Stop blabbering on. I've heard your words so many times that calluses are forming in my ears. Today I have personally set up a trap. If there is a junior that manages to break through and I find him pleasing to the eye, then I might as well take him in as a disciple." Eclipse Xian's expression turned solemn. "Are you serious?" Taoist Wang impatiently said, "What good is there in lying to you? You'll know soon enough." He turned around and called over a disciple. He whispered several words into his ear. The disciple revealed a puzzled expression. Then, he was slapped in the head and scurried away in terror. An hour later, a young Foundation establishment alchemist walked out of the cave, his face filled with resentment. "I don't even have enough materials, so how can I refine a pill?" Whoosh, whoosh, 2 Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples gathered around him. "Are you sure you don't have enough materials to refine a pill?" The young alchemist shrank back. "I'm sure." Before he finished speaking, he was dragged out. "What are you doing? What are you doing? I still want to refine a pill, and you haven't prepared enough materials. Do you want me to admit defeat because of this?" The young alchemist struggled. The crowd stirred. Although no one dared to say anything, there was a strange look in their eyes. Eclipse Xian shouted out, "Just what are you doing?" Taoist Wang waved his hand. "What are you in such a hurry for? In the end, I will give you an explanation. But for now, make him shut up. If anyone else says they don't have enough materials, bring them all here." The disciples accepted the order and left. The crowd gradually calmed down. From the actions of Immortal Eclipse Valley, there should be some inside story. Many people were curious. Time slowly passed. Soon, 2 more alchemists were brought down from Alchemy Mountain. Without exception, both of them had insufficient materials. There was even a Golden Core Realm alchemist. He had a proud and arrogant demeanor, as if he were enraged by Immortal Eclipse Valley's actions. "This is the so-called Grand Alchemy meeting? They don't even have enough materials, and yet they want to deprive me of the qualifications to participate? What a joke!" The Golden Core alchemist angrily laughed. His status was different, so it wasn't good for him to seal his mouth. As the Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators heard this, their complexions darkened. Eclipse Xian had a cold expression. He gently picked up a teacup. Taoist Wang's lips twitched. The blue veins on his old friend's hands couldn't hide from his eyes. He knew that Eclipse Wang was angry and helplessly said, "Shut up. You are called Zhang Yuqing, right? You are a famous alchemist, but you only have this level of skill. Hurry up and go home so that you don't lose face here. You aren't convinced, right? Just wait obediently. This old man will naturally convince you wholeheartedly." Eclipse Xian laid down his teacup. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, please calm your anger for now. My Immortal Eclipse Valley has its reasons for doing things." Zhang Yuqing's face flushed red. He didn't dare to say anything else. He flicked his sleeves and stepped to the side. He wanted to see just what sort of explanation Immortal Eclipse Valley would give him. 2 hours, 3.5 hours. Someone had already successfully refined a pill. They flew out of Alchemy Mountain in high spirit. Beneath the worshipful gazes of the crowd, they pretended to be indifferent and calm, thinking that there would surely be a place for them to cultivate under the radiant red wood. Behind Taoist Wang, including Zhang Yuqing, there were 4 other cultivators. They had all been brought here because they didn't have enough materials. At this time, although they all had indignant expressions, none of them said anything. They waited for Immortal Eclipse Valley to give them an explanation. If Senior Zhang Yuqing said that the materials weren't complete, then it must have been a mistake in Immortal Eclipse Valley's preparations. Now that they were forcing them to give up on the competition, they wanted to see just how they were going to explain themselves afterwards. Humph humph. No matter how great Immortal Eclipse Valley's influence was, they still had to be reasonable. Another young alchemist was brought in. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Greetings, great uncle, Martial Uncle Wang." Eclipse Xian's complexion darkened. "Zhao Yu, was it also because you didn't have enough materials?" Zhao Yu bitterly smiled. "Reporting to uncle, this disciple has racked his brains but couldn't find a solution, so he could only give up." Taoist Wang shook his head. "I never thought that a brat like you would also fail. It looks like I overestimated these juniors too much. How boring." Zhao Yu was bewildered. Taoist Wang said, "Step aside. I'll explain later." Zhao Xian frowned. "How many sets of ingredients did you prepare?" Taoist Wang raised a finger. 30 portions. Eclipse Xian's frown deepened. "That's too little. How is it possible to find a satisfactory disciple?" Taoist Wang smiled. "All things are predestined. If there is fate with me, then I will naturally choose you. If there is no fate, then why force it?" 4 hours passed, and all pill refiners were ordered to leave Alchemy Mountain. Otherwise, they would be judged to have failed. Qi Jiao carefully searched several times but couldn't find Qin Yu's figure. Could he have failed? She was overjoyed. If she failed, then she wouldn't be able to approach the radiant redwood. If Qin Yu couldn't find a chance, then he might give up. But for some reason, he felt a little disappointed. In the eyes of a girl, how could such a powerful person like him fail? Whoosh! A black-robed figure rushed out of Alchemy Mountain. His face was pale and he seemed a bit distressed. Beneath the dissatisfied gazes of the Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators, he fell at the very end of the line. Qi Jiao widened her eyes. Qin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. He had finally caught up. Double monthly ticket. If you think this chapter is wonderful, then please support me. You can also vote for a monthly ticket. 100 crosstalk coins for a monthly ticket, 500 crosstalk coins for a monthly ticket, 10,000 crosstalk coins for a monthly ticket, 100,000 crosstalk coins for an Alliance Master. Chapter 67. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. There was no need to mention the alchemy skills of Immortal Eclipse Valley's cultivators. As for those that were sent to manage the Grand Alchemy Meeting's grading process, they were all outstanding individuals and their appraisal speed was extremely fast. In a short period of time, the dozen or so people in front of Qin Yu had all completed their appraisals. Not a single one of them wasn't accurate. The skill of Immortal Eclipse Valley's alchemists was once again displayed in front of everyone, drawing countless looks of worship. The last one. The alchemists of Immortal Eclipse Valley were a bit dispirited. They didn't understand why the lords of the valley were holding this grand alchemy meeting. With the alchemy skills of these people outside, how could they call themselves alchemists? It was simply tarnishing this noble title. Zhao Wu's eyes swept over him. He was a 4th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. The last shred of anticipation in his heart also disappeared. He lightly said, "What pill did you refine?" Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Foundation Establishment Realm Blood Clotting Pill, Detoxification Pill, Minor Renewal Pill. Zhao Wu was slightly surprised. He had appraised dozens of people, but this was the first time he had encountered a minor revitalizing pill. However, these 3 pills weren't too difficult, so he didn't care too much about them. He took the jade bottle and poured out the 3 pills one by one. He looked at them and then lowered his head to smell them. His brows furrowed. The blood-clotting pill and detoxification pill were of acceptable quality, but the minor reversion pill was barely satisfactory. In Immortal Eclipse Valley, this sort of pill was considered a waste pill. But this Grand Alchemy Meeting was extremely important. If it was considered a waste pill, then that was the same as being kicked down to the 2nd stage. Eclipse Wu hesitated for a moment and then said, "Blood clotting pill, medium detoxification pill, low minor renewal pill." Even if it was a lower level, it was still a pass. The disciples of Immortal Eclipse Valley recorded their results, and this record would appear in front of Eclipse Xian and Taoist Wang at the same time. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and thanked. He received the qualifications to participate in the 3rd level and turned to leave. But before he could take more than a few steps, Taoist Wang leapt up and roared, "Who refined the small renewal pill? Hurry up and bring it over." Zhao Wu was a loyal fan of Taoist Wang and had always held a great deal of respect towards this external alchemist. When he heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He thought that something was wrong and quickly pointed a finger. Stop him. Whoosh, whoosh, several Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators surrounded Qin Yu. In the crowd, Qi Jiao cried out. Her hands were tightly twisted together. Senior apprentice sister, what happened to him? Senior apprentice sister comforted her. Don't worry, it might be a misunderstanding. But even she didn't believe her own words. Qin Yu was on guard, but he revealed a blank expression. What is it? Zhao Wu waved his hand. Bring him over. But before the Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators could do anything, Taoist Wang impatiently rushed over. He looked Qin Yu up and down. Were you the one who refined the minor renewal pill? The peak of the Jindan realm. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He cupped his hands together and said, It is this junior. Taoist Wang's complexion was strange. He muttered a few words to himself, seeming a bit disappointed. He turned and scolded, Who appraised the pill? You can't even see the obvious problem of private use materials. Useless. Zhao Wu had an embarrassed look on his face. Reporting to Marshal Uncle Wang, I was the one who appraised this person's pill, but this disciple really couldn't see anything wrong with it. Taoist Wang loudly cursed. Trash, trash, just what cultivation does this brat have? How could he possibly refine a small revitalizing pill? If you can't even see this, then go back to your cave dwelling and never come out again. How shameful! Zhao Wu wanted to cry. For better or worse, he could be considered one of the more famous juniors of Immortal Eclipse Valley. When had he ever been scolded in public like this? And the one scolding him was Taoist Wang, so he didn't dare to say anything else. Eclipse Xian frowned. He coldly said, Enough. Just who do you think you are to act like this in public? Aren't you afraid of losing face? He coldly glared at Qin Yu and waved his hand. Drag him away and severely punish him for cheating. Whoosh, the crowd burst into an uproar. They immediately revealed looks of disdain. Yesterday it was already clear that Immortal Eclipse Valley had a method to appraise alchemy materials, and yet they still dared to commit such a crime. They simply didn't know what death was. TSK, Immortal Eclipse Valley's punishment was truly terrifying. It was said that this person was carried away yesterday. Qi Jiao paled. Senior apprentice sister, what do we do? The senior apprentice sister bitterly smiled. At this time, what could they do? This Qin Yu, how could he do something so stupid? Qin Yu looked at the approaching Immortal Eclipse Valley disciple and frowned. Senior, you haven't seen me refine a pill, yet you think I cheated and used private materials. Don't you think this is too excessive? Taoist Wang didn't have any expression. My face is the best evidence. Are you not convinced? Qin Yu nodded. Yes. Taoist Wang was so angry that he began to laugh. Eclipse Xian coldly said, Bring out the pill that this person refined. My Immortal Eclipse Valley has always done things in an open and above-board manner. You will naturally be convinced. Eclipse Wu ran over. Great Uncle, Marshal Uncle Wang, the pill is here. Taoist Wang looked up at the skies, disdain in his eyes. Helplessness flashed in Eclipse Xian's eyes. He took the jade bottle and poured out the pill. But soon, his face stiffened. With Eclipse Xian's cultivation and eyesight, it was easy for him to identify pills. The blood-clotting pill and detoxification pill were quite standard, and the minor renewal pill was a bit worse, but it was still barely a pill. After a moment of silence, his face darkened. Taoist Wang, tell me, what is wrong with this pill? Eclipse Wu really wanted to cry. Great Uncle also couldn't see through this. Finally, he could clear his name. Taoist Wang coldly sneered. Such a simple matter, and yet you can't even sense it? Eclipse Xian, has your brain turned into stone after all these years? He angrily grabbed the pill. Look at this small renewal pill, how could the material be mine? His words came to an abrupt halt. Taoist Wang's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He mumbled, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" The immortal Eclipse Valley disciples all paled. They coughed several times and drew back. Eclipse Xian's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip down from it. In the eyes of everyone, when had immortal Eclipse Valley ever lost face like this? If he couldn't salvage the situation, he promised that he would let Taoist Wang experience the methods of the disciplined courtyard. Taoist Wang leapt up, his face filled with excitement. He grabbed Qin Yu and said, "Brat, tell me, how did you refine the minor renewal pill?" The rank of the minor renewal pill wasn't high. It was a consumable pill for the Foundation establishment realm. The crowd glanced at each other in dismay. They had no idea what was wrong with this great figure of immortal Eclipse Valley that he would be so excited. Love go little say, Netku, could it be that he was trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation? Please, don't insult the intelligence of passers-by. Qin Yu struggled but was still held tightly. He could only say, "This junior used 3 green branch buds. One of them was damaged and deteriorated, and the other 2 weren't mature enough to be used as medicine. But my luck was extremely poor and the materials I chose could only be used to refine the blood-stopping pill, the poison detoxification pill, and the minor renewal pill. I had no other choice, so I could only brace myself and take a portion of the damaged green branch buds that hadn't completely deteriorated. I smelted them together with the 2 green branch buds that weren't mature enough to barely refine this minor renewal pill." Taoist Wang's face flushed red. His eyes shined as if he had seen a treasure. He laughed and said, "Brat, from now on you are my disciple. I guarantee that I will teach you everything I know and make you an alchemy grandmaster of your generation." At this time, not only did the crowd cry out in alarm, but the eyes of the immortal Eclipse Valley disciples also turned red. But the key question was, why? Eclipse Xian revealed a gratified expression. "Congratulations, Brother Wang. However, you still owe them an explanation." Taoist Wang glanced at the several people that were led away from Alchemy Mountain. He sneered, "My disciple has already given an explanation. The materials you chose were carefully prepared by me. After refining the essence-augmenting pill, the remaining materials can only be used to refine the blood-stopping pill, poison detoxification pill, and minor renewal pill. You each had 3 green branch buds, but 2 of them were damaged and their medicinal efficacy wasn't enough. My disciple was only at the 4th level of Foundation establishment and was able to refine them, so what else do you have to say?" Zhang Yuqing had an ugly expression. He clenched his teeth and flicked his sleeves as he left. The others also slipped away, their tails between their legs. Taoist Wang turned his head, his old face instantly turning into a blooming chrysanthemum. "Good disciple, hurry and follow your master." Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. Eclipse Xian frowned. "What, you don't want to?" Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "It's not that I don't want to, but I already have a master. I don't dare to join another sect." Taoist Wang was stunned. He never imagined that the disciple he had searched so hard for would have already been taken away by someone else. He couldn't help but be enraged. Which bastard is so wicked as to do this ahead of time? This is simply going too far. The onlookers, immortal Eclipse Valley disciples, and Eclipse Xian all had dark lines on their foreheads. Qin Yu's words were even more unreasonable. Taoist Wang restrained his anger. "What is your name?" "Junior is Qin Yu." "Good. Qin Yu, listen up. The Tao of alchemy is as deep and profound as the sea. A good teacher is like a tiger that has grown wings. Although I am not an elder in immortal Eclipse Valley, if I wanted to, I could immediately become one of the top 10 elders. The resources that come with this status can be used to train you. As for my own alchemy skills, no matter who your teacher is, it is impossible for them to compare with me. You should carefully consider whether or not you want to take me as your master." Everyone looked at Qin Yu, clear envy and jealousy in their eyes. What was there to think about? Hurry up and agree. The several Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples that had been eagerly serving Qin Yu were left speechless. 2 streams of tears flowed down their cheeks. Qin Yu was silent for a long time. He cupped his hands together and said, "I thank Senior for your kindness, but this junior does not dare to accept it." Whoosh, he had refused. He had refused. If looks could kill, then Qin Yu would definitely be tortured to 1,000 cuts by the Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples. They glared at Qin Yu and straightened their backs. "Martial Uncle Wang, look at me, look at me, look at me, your disciple is here. As long as you nod your head, I will immediately pay my respects to you. As for this bastard that didn't know what was good for him, he had best scram as far away as he could, otherwise he would never forget the anger he had towards the disciples of Immortal Eclipse Valley." Taoist Wang coughed and brought out a great killing weapon. "Qin Yu, as long as you take me as your master, you will no longer need to participate in the following tests. There will also be a spot for you to cultivate under the radiant redwood." Qin Yu's heart was instantly moved. But if he agreed, then he could be exposed at any moment. Seeing him remain silent, Eclipse Xian said in a low voice, "There is no need for you to doubt this. With my status as an elder, I guarantee that this promise is valid." The other alchemists that had passed the second round and were about to take the final test all cursed and slandered Taoist Wang in their hearts. But they didn't dare to reveal anything on their faces. The radiant redwood belonged to Immortal Eclipse Valley to begin with. Since they had only taken one spot, and that spot was given to a junior disciple that they favored, what right did they have to complain about? Moreover, everyone could see that Taoist Wang was extremely irritated. If he really jumped out, he would definitely die an ugly death. Qin Yu coughed. Taoist Wang's face darkened. "Brat, consider it carefully. It is impossible for me to give you a chance again and again." What was this? Was this a threat? Everyone fainted. For better or worse, you should at least maintain your status. How could you not care about face just to take in a disciple? Qin Yu cupped his hands together. This junior cannot agree. Taoist Wang was flustered and exasperated. He stomped his feet and pointed a finger at Qin Yu's nose, cursing at him. Stubborn and inflexible? Young and ignorant? Wasting his talent and being struck by lightning? Destroying his own future? How lamentable! Qin Yu pinched his nose and accepted it. He could see that while Taoist Wang was angry, he didn't have any ill intentions towards him. After a long time, Taoist Wang came to a stop, panting for breath. He lifted a hand and pointed at Qin Yu. "If there comes a day that you regret it, my doors will always be open to you." This was a complete reversal of the situation. The disciples of Immortal Eclipse Valley began to cry. "Martial Uncle Wang, just what sort of status do you have? How could you not have any moral integrity and not give up? Just look at us, just look at us." As he watched his old friend leave, Eclipse Xian could see the helplessness in his back. His complexion was ice cold. "Qin Yu, don't regret your choice today." He flicked his sleeves and left. Under countless shocked, puzzled, and mocking gazes, Qin Yu bitterly smiled and left. Qi Jiao wanted to chase after him and say something, but she was tightly held back by her senior apprentice sister. This Qin Yu, if he could even refuse the temptation of Taoist Wang taking him as a disciple, then he was absolutely aiming for the radiant red wood. She couldn't stare on helplessly as her junior apprentice sister jumped into a pit of fire. Double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is wonderful, then please support it. You can also vote for a monthly vote. 100 crosstalk coins for a monthly vote, 500 crosstalk coins for a monthly vote, 10,000 crosstalk coins for a monthly vote, 100,000 crosstalk coins for a monthly vote. Chapter 68. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The third day of the Alchemy Conference. When Qin Yu arrived at Alchemy Mountain, he received a notice from an Immortal Eclipse Valley disciple that he no longer needed to participate in today's competition. After the competition ended, he could go with the top 9 ranked disciples to the radiant red wood to cultivate for a month. After explaining everything, the Immortal Eclipse Valley disciple coldly looked up and down several times. Then, he snorted and turned around, showing the back of his head to Chinyu. Now, if Immortal Eclipse Valley's disciples were to choose the most unpopular person to participate in the competition, then Chinyu would absolutely be the champion. Luckily, he had encountered so many things along the way that he had long since become immune to them. This matter should have been Taoist Wang's idea. This person truly cherished his talent, but unfortunately, whether it was because of the radiant red wood or the little blue lamp that no one else could know about, Lin Ming could only choose to refuse. He felt a bit guilty in his heart. Chinyu shook his head and drew back. Since he didn't need to participate, he was happy to be at ease. But not long after, Taoist Wang arrived. He snorted coldly, his nose not his nose, his eyes not his eyes. But if you don't want to, don't come closer. You're sitting so close, it's hard for me to pretend that I don't see you. Chinyu rubbed his nose. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Greetings, Senior Wang. I thank Senior for looking after me. Taoist Wang coldly sneered. I wasn't the one who helped you ascend. Don't thank the wrong person. Chinyu froze. I haven't even said what it is yet and you're admitting it without being pressed? Taoist Wang thought that he had defeated Chinyu, so he felt a bit better and his complexion improved. He stared at the third day's match, no longer bothering with Chinyu. On the third day of the Conference of Alchemy, it was still held on Alchemy Mountain. However, the rules were changed at the last minute. Alchemy would be held in the open space at the foot of the mountain. The 9 people who refined the most precious and highest quality elixirs won directly. A cold sweat dripped down Chinyu's back. Luckily, he didn't need to participate in the competition. Otherwise, if he really had to compete in alchemy, he might not even be able to enter the top 10. After all, this competition involved all the young alchemists of the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers couldn't even describe a tenth of this competition. In fact, Chinyu's cold sweat hadn't flowed in vain. There were only 84 participants on the third day, and many of them had a backup plan. Today, he no longer held back and used his full strength to refine pills. His methods could be considered incomparably exquisite. Taoist Wang curled his lips. That boy fourth from the left isn't bad. He should be a junior from the Northern Dynasty's Jiang sect. He refined a foundation establishment realm soul shrouding pill. After swallowing it, it can form a layer of protection around the soul. Looking at its quality, it should be a medium-grade one. It can even resist the divine sense strike of an early golden core. Taoist Wang curled his lips again. The girl in the 8th place from the left is refining a 9-revolution golden pill. The medicinal efficacy isn't as fierce as its name suggests, but amongst foundation establishment realm pills, the difficulty is at the peak. It's rare that her technique is so skillful, and she's about to form the pill. If nothing goes wrong, she'll be in the top 10. Taoist Wang curled his lips. That boy on the back right, his aura is dark and gloomy. I don't know where this junior came from, but his alchemy skills are extremely formidable. What he is refining right now should be a rare early golden core level goo poison pill. With a foundation establishment cultivation base, refining a golden core stage medicinal pill, not bad at all. His curled lips weren't because he was disdainful, but because he was relaxed. He casually commented that the old Taoist was spicy and straight to the crux of the matter. It was unknown who he was speaking to, but Chinyu could clearly hear it. He felt as if he had benefited a great deal from it. Although he found it funny, Taoist Wang's alchemy skills were truly exquisite. Chinyu saw a familiar face. It was the one that Taoist Wang had commented on as dark and gloomy. When Qi Jiao was selling the black sword scabbard, he had appeared and competed for it with 500 spirit stones. Qin Yu never imagined that he would also be a formidable alchemist. Looking carefully, this person's alchemy techniques were strange, but he couldn't say exactly what was wrong with them. But there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that this person wasn't someone good at alchemy. 2 hours later, the grand alchemy meeting ended. As Taoist Wang had said, the people he had commented on were all in the top 9. Those that stood out from the hundreds of people were naturally outstanding geniuses of the younger generation, so it was normal for them to be arrogant in their hearts. Although they didn't say anything to Qin Yu, who had entered through the back door, their expressions were filled with arrogance and disdain. Eclipse Xian had a cold and solemn expression. He said in a low voice, "The grand alchemy meeting has ended. Soon, there will be people leading you to where the radiant redwood is. Let me remind you all not to try any luck, otherwise you will be buried there. Don't say I didn't warn you." The eyes of the 10 people brightened. The ancient spirit plant, the radiant redwood, had a massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy that formed its own domain. A single day of cultivation here was comparable to a month outside. It was simply too impatient. Countless people cast envious gazes at them. If one had to point out the only flaw, it would be the black-robed fellow in 10th place. His performance was mediocre, and he had managed to complete the test with some dog's hit luck. Yet, he was able to occupy one of the 10 spot. This was simply outrageous. Immortal Eclipse Valley's actions today are a bit unfair. Even so, the chances were given by Immortal Eclipse Valley, so taking one is justifiable. It's because of this that the crowd is so calm, otherwise the participating cultivators wouldn't have agreed. This brat called Qin Yu, he really is lucky. As they discussed, although their voices weren't loud, it was clear enough in the ears of the cultivators present. Of the 9 people that won, many of them looked at Qin Yu with disdain and indifference. Qin Yu lowered his head as if he hadn't noticed anything. Since he had already obtained some benefits, there was no need to provoke the crowd any further. Whoosh whoosh, 2 golden core cultivators flew over and greeted Eclipse Xian. They seemed to have a bit of a grudge against Taoist Wang. They glanced at him and then withdrew their gazes. "Follow me." With that, the 2 golden core cultivators were about to leave. Suddenly, the blue dome of heaven rumbled and roared. The winds and clouds surged, sinking into darkness. A giant pitch-black arm pressed down, black scales surging with demonic energy. 2 Immortal Eclipse Valley golden cores that were flying in the air suddenly had their cold and arrogant faces shatter. With miserable cries, they were sent flying away like broken kites. Bang! The earth trembled as 7 pillars of light soared into the sky, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. The golden 8 trigrams soared into the sky and collided with the pitch-black giant arm. The deafening sound was like the roar of thunder. Countless cultivators groaned and their faces turned pale. Those with weaker cultivations had blood seeping out of their mouths and noses. Shwa, 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 3 silhouettes appeared in the 9 heavens. Demonic chi billowed around them, and each of them exuded an earth-shattering aura that would cause one's soul to tremble. Love go small say net connaissant soul demonic cultivators, and 3 of them at that. Immortal Eclipse Valley has overestimated your abilities. You actually dare to block the momentum of my demonic path? Today, I will have your blood flow for 1,000 miles, and not even a chicken or dog will be spared. With the support of their powerful cultivations, their voices echoed throughout Immortal Eclipse Valley. The 3 demonic path nascent souls lifted their hands and pressed downward. The giant pitch-black arm violently erupted. The golden 8 trigrams phantom trembled. With a loud cracking sound, cracks began to appear, as if it were about to collapse. Humph! My Immortal Eclipse Valley is not a place where you can run wild. A silver-haired old man appeared. His robes fluttered in the wind and his aura could topple mountains and overturn seas. He was the powerhouse that had driven away the purple-back blue-wing ants that day. He formed a series of hand seals, and a flying sword flew through the air, falling into his hand. He lifted his hand and pointed it towards the heavens. Hum, hum, a heaven-shaking sword cry reverberated through the world. Countless sword phantoms appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They howled through the air like a roaring sea, their momentum horrifying to the extreme. Bang! The golden 8 trigrams phantom shattered and the giant pitch-black arm came crashing down. Countless sword phantoms shot into the skies, cutting down on the giant arm. Sparks flew in all directions as the arm was trapped, unable to move. The 3 demonic path nascent souls roared out loud. Demonic energy rose up from the giant black arm, and it violently swept out, smashing apart the countless sword phantoms as its momentum rose. The silver-haired old man's eyes brightened. Today, I will let you know just how deep the inheritance of my immortal Eclipse Valley has been. 5-element sword array rise. Between the heavens and earth, the number of sword phantoms rose. White, blue, black, red, and yellow divine light burst forth, forming a giant wheel. As it spun, endless spiritual strength formed a tide. Shwar 5-colored divine light swept past. The giant black arm froze for a moment before loudly collapsing. Puff, an arm fell off and blood rained down. It was unknown which demonic path nascent soul had their arm cut off, but they still roared out in pain. Immortal Eclipse Valley, I will return the enmity of your severed arm 10 times over. Bang! Demonic energy erupted. It tore through the 5-colored divine light and tore through the skies. The silver-haired old man coldly snorted. He loosened his grip and the flying sword howled away. The sword phantoms and 5-colored divine light that filled the skies vanished with it. Shwar, the silver-haired old man's figure vanished. In a moment, a great battle at the nascent soul level had come to an end. Taoist Wang clenched his fists, excitement and sadness in his eyes. Nascent soul realm, this was the nascent soul realm. What a pity! Eclipse Xian patted his old friend's shoulder. He stepped forwards and said, "That's enough. The evil spirits have been forced back by the seniors in the valley. There is no need to worry." He waved his hand and Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples immediately rushed out to maintain order and treat the injured cultivators. In front of Alchemy Mountain, the proud victors all had dignified expressions. Although the battle at the nascent soul level had only lasted for a short period of time, it had allowed them to experience what it meant to be a true powerhouse. They were still far too far away from this level. This wasn't the first time that Qin Yu had witnessed the might of a nascent soul. But on that day, he had borrowed the power of storm flow to self-destruct and then used the blood escape art to escape. He hadn't truly fought them. Today's might, if he were to even slightly touch it, would be enough to kill him where he stood. Nascent soul. He had no idea when he would be able to reach this boundary. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu's eyes filled with determination. In the end, he had to walk his cultivation one step at a time. There was no meaning in biting off more than he could chew. With the little blue lamp in hand, as long as he was careful and diligent in his cultivation, even though the nascent soul realm was difficult, he would still be able to step into it. Without realizing it, after experiencing this storm, Qin Yu's state of mind had become much calmer and more tenacious. The 2 golden cores had been heavily injured by the aura of the demonic path nascent souls and had been sent away to recuperate. But Immortal Eclipse Valley had their own rules. They had said that they would be sent to where the radiant red wood was today, and even though they had just been attacked by 3 demonic path nascent souls, they didn't change their mind. Soon, a new guide arrived. They brought Qin Yu and the others to the core valley of Immortal Eclipse Valley. This caused the fear and uncertainty in the hearts of the people to rapidly stabilize. It had an extremely comforting effect. Immortal Eclipse Valley was heavily guarded and the restrictive arrays were formidable. The great 5-element sword array just now was proof. Even though there were people leading the way with jade slips, they could still feel a cold chill in certain places, making their hairs stand on end. Shwa, not too far from the core valley, a group of people landed and began to walk. Fog filled the air, making it impossible to see left and right. As they walked in, the fog tumbled and there was a faint rumbling sound. The Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivator leading the way solemnly reminded them, "Follow closely behind us and pay attention to your steps. Don't make any mistakes, otherwise it will be very troublesome." There was no need to remind them. The 10 people behind them were all cautious. Although they didn't know what was in the fog, none of them wanted to take a look. After a moment, they passed through the fog region. The cultivator leading the way let out a sigh of relief. "We've arrived. Double monthly ticket if you think this chapter is wonderful, then please support us. You can also vote for us. 100 vertical and horizontal coins to draw a monthly ticket, 500 vertical and horizontal coins, 10,000 vertical and horizontal coins, 100,000 vertical and horizontal coins to be the Alliance Master." Chapter 69. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. There was a narrow entrance on the mountain wall in front of him. It was extremely steep, as if it had been cut open by a sword. The greenish-black rock was exposed outside, glowing with a metallic luster. "Love Go Small Say" Netkue's stone tablet stood outside the entrance. It was more than 10 feet tall, and on it was written, "Forbidden Area, No Trespassing." Perhaps because Immortal Eclipse Valley was confident that no one would be able to break into this place, there were no cultivators standing guard outside the valley. The guide took several steps forwards and carefully took out a jade card from his chest. As if it had sensed something, the jade tablet lit up on its own and flew out of his hand, landing at the entrance of the mountain wall. Ripples appeared in the air, gentle and light like a gentle breeze blowing through a still lake. Qin Yu's heart chilled and he froze where he was. If one were to come into contact with these ripples without any preparation, then one would probably be instantly torn into pieces and perish. The divine sense of an alchemist was stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. At this moment, the expressions of the 9 people beside him were extremely stiff. No, there was one exception. It was the mysterious cultivator surrounded by eerie energy. He was incomparably calm, even calmer than before. The ripples dispersed. The leading cultivator turned and said, "The radiant redwood is in the valley. After entering, you cannot use your magic power without permission. Remember this." He walked in first and Qin Yu was the last to enter the narrow entrance between the mountain walls. After walking for a dozen or so meters, the view suddenly opened up. What appeared in front of them was a valley about 5 or 6 miles in size. However, at this time, no one was in the mood to observe their surroundings. Everyone's attention was attracted by an ancient tree that supported the heavens in the center of the valley. It was nearly 300 meters tall, and its trunk was so thick that it would take 7 or 8 people to wrap their arms around it. The thick roots that were exposed were like a large hand that was tightly grasping the earth. The crown of the tree covered almost half of the valley. Crimson divine light was emitted from the trunk, and leaves, filling every inch of one's line of sight. It was bright and dazzling like a ball of flames that had been burning fiercely since ancient times, causing the dark red jade-like fruits on the branches to become even more alluring. An ancient and rich aura of vicissitudes accompanied by the smell of the passage of time caused everyone to instinctively feel awe. Radiant redwood. This was radiant redwood. The leading cultivator's eyes were filled with envy. He turned around and said, "This is a rare opportunity. You must grasp it carefully and not miss it." Bang! A wild aura suddenly erupted. A figure rushed out from the crowd. With a flick of his sleeves, black blood crows rushed towards the radiant redwood like locusts. It was that person. Qin Yu was startled. The leading cultivator's complexion sank before turning into a sneer. He allowed Qin Yu to rush towards the radiant redwood without hindering him. Hum, hum, the sound of vibrating wings filled the air. Swarms of insects flew up from the radiant redwood. Before this, they had been covered by the divine red light and couldn't be seen. These were the purple-back blue-wing ants that had eaten the 3 golden cores. After they were awakened, they were enraged to the extreme. They hurtled towards the black blood crow, tearing it apart and swallowing it whole. The person that rushed out frowned. With a loud shout, his body ignited with a blood-red light and his speed suddenly rose, avoiding the swarm of ants and crashing into the radiant red wood. A deafening explosion rang out as terrifying energy fluctuations erupted. The cultivator had actually self-destructed. The thick trunk of the radiant red wood faintly trembled. A rich red divine light surged out like water, dispersing all of the impact force. Even the explosive power of a golden core wasn't able to harm the radiant red wood in the least. The leading cultivator's complexion changed. After the purple-back blue-wing ants flew back to the radiant red wood, he said in a low voice, "You have 1 month. Once the time is up, you must leave. If you exceed the time limit, you will be attacked by the purple-back blue-wing ants. You should be well aware of what will happen to you." As he finished speaking, he turned and left. It was absolutely unusual for the radiant red wood to suffer a suicidal attack. He had to report this matter as soon as possible. The valley fell silent. Looking at the radiant redwood, several people felt a bit of lingering fear. In the blink of an eye, their companion had died without a grave. Although he had been the one to seek death on his own initiative, it still left their minds shaken. Of course, the fear they felt towards the purple-back blue-wing ants was also one of the reasons they didn't dare to move forwards. They had personally witnessed how terrifying these ancient spirit insects were. As they thought about how close they were to the radiant redwood, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. "Everyone, there is no need to worry. Since Immortal Eclipse Valley arranged for us to come here, they have already made their own preparations. There is no need to worry too much." The flowing river sex Wang Zifeng slowly said. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. In refining the soul-shrouding pill, he had been ranked 3rd. "That's right. A month will pass in the blink of an eye. Since you and I have come here, we can't just waste our time like this." Among the 9 people, 2 Golden Core Realm alchemists glanced at each other and then stepped forward. They each occupied a relatively spacious area beneath the radiant redwood. As Golden Core cultivators, they naturally wouldn't lower themselves to entangle themselves with a group of juniors. Wang Zifeng turned around. "Junior apprentice Sister Xueqing, how about we go over there together?" Yun Xueqing shook her head. "I thank Senior Apprentice Brother Wang for his good intentions, but I will cultivate by myself." The 9 Revolution Golden Pill that this woman refined was ranked 7th. Although it was ranked near the back, her otherworldly beauty was enough to make her the most dazzling one. Wang Zifeng's smile didn't diminish. "That's fine too. Junior Apprentice Sister can choose first." He swept his eyes behind him and coldly said, "Everyone, the 2 seniors have already chosen. With Junior Apprentice Sister Yun, how about we choose the rest in order? Of course, someone will be last." "Good. Then we'll do as Brother Wang says." "Sure. Someone will be last." Wang Zifeng's lips curved in disdain. He found Qin Yu extremely displeasing to the eye. This was because Qin Yu had taken the back door, and also because he had once asked Taoist Wang to help him, but Qin Yu had instead refused him. Yun Xueqing glanced at Qin Yu and said, "I am indebted to fellow Taoists for allowing me to choose. Xueqing thanks you all." Then, she floated towards the radiant redwood. Wang Zifeng landed not too far away from her. The other 5 people also quickly chose their own spot. Almost all of them were close to the radiant redwood. A certain someone quietly found a corner and closed his eyes to cultivate. As for anger or anything like that, he simply wasn't in the mood. Qin Yu closed his eyes and entered into a state of cultivation. As his cultivation method revolved, his pores opened and he began to absorb the surrounding spiritual strength. For the first time, he felt the joy of rapidly absorbing spiritual strength with his own ability. Of course, this speed was only relatively speaking. Immortal Eclipse Valley, Core Valley area. In a grand hall, two figures were sitting across from each other. Clouds and mist swirled around them, incomparably mystical. A disciple just came to report that a golden core snuck into Immortal Eclipse Valley and detonated themselves to attack the radiant red wood. The person on the left quietly said. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, in addition, there is something strange about fellow Taoist Jiang Li controlling the 5-element sword array to repel the 3 demonic path demons. It seems they have no intention of fighting for a long time. The old man on the other side had a dark red dot between his eyebrows, as if a bloody infernal energy lingered around him. My Immortal Eclipse Valley has 1,000 years of inheritance, so why would we fear some trifling evil demons? Pass down the order to strengthen the vigilance and respond to all changes. I want to see just what sort of plot these demonic path rats have up their sleeves. The person on the left thought for a moment and nodded. That's all we can do for now. Rumble, 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 with a deep rumbling sound, 9 spiritual vortexes appeared beneath the radiant red wood. The spiritual vortexes of the 2 golden core realm alchemists were the largest. But if one ignored their cultivation and purely compared the speed at which they absorbed spiritual strength, Wang Zifeng, Yun Xueqing, and another stern-faced man were the fastest. The other 3 were a bit worse, but their performance wasn't bad either. Qin Yu was a bit shabby. His vortex had only slightly condensed. He simply wasn't on the same level as the others. As several people saw this from the corner of their eyes, they couldn't help but feel a trace of contempt in their hearts. Indeed, this was someone who had entered through the back door. They had no idea just what Taoist Wang saw in him. Qin Yu had long since given up on his own talent. After feeling a bit helpless about this situation, he calmed himself down. He could sense the gazes on him, but he didn't care at all. Without accident, a month from now he would smoothly obtain the derived root system of the radiant red wood. By borrowing the power of the little blue lamp, he would soon be able to cultivate a mature radiant red wood. At that time, he would eat 1 radiant red fruit and throw it away. Today he would sleep on the tree and tomorrow he would sleep under the tree. He could use it however he wanted. Was this something you people could compare with? Time quietly passed. The radiant red wood formed its own domain, and its ability to accelerate one's cultivation could be called astonishing. As time passed, more and more people made breakthroughs. Even the 2 golden core realm cultivators each rose a level. As everyone was immersed in this state, unwilling to wake up, countless compound eyes suddenly lit up on the radiant red wood. The sound of fluttering wings echoed through the valley. The 2 golden core realm alchemists angrily opened their eyes. But in the next moment they were frightened out of their wits. The countless eyes above their heads were glaring at them. They silently calculated in their hearts and discovered that a month had already passed like this. They couldn't help but be disappointed. It's actually been a month. I didn't feel anything at all. It would be great if we could continue cultivating like this. Sighing again and again, several people stood up. From their posture, it was clear that the purple-back blue-wing ants weren't joking around. If they didn't leave in time, they really would be eaten up by them. In a month, Wang Zifeng had broken through 3 boundaries and reached perfection of foundation establishment. He was just a fine line away from reaching golden core. His figure flickered and he arrived beside Yun Xueqing. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Xueqing, congratulations." Yun Xueqing had also broken through 3 boundaries and reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. She was just a bit worse than him. With such a harvest, even someone as indifferent as Yun Xueqing couldn't help but smile. Senior apprentice Brother Wang, congratulations. Wang Zifeng's smile widened. My father has already reached an agreement with Immortal Eclipse Valley. As long as I can enter the top 10, I can cultivate here for half a year and study the Tao of Alchemy. Junior Sister Xueqing, will you stay? Yun Xueqing nodded. I will also be staying in Immortal Eclipse Valley for half a year. Wang Zifeng clapped his hands. That's great. In the future, you and I will have to help each other. The voice of an Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivator echoed out from outside the valley. A month has passed. Hurry up and come out. Wang Zifeng smiled. He lifted his hand and gestured. Junior apprentice Sister Xueqing, please. Yun Xueqing nodded. Just as she was about to step forwards, she suddenly frowned. That person, Wang Zifeng turned his head and coldly sneered. It's impossible for him not to hear the flapping of the purple-back blue-wing ant. Since he doesn't want to wake up, that's his own choice. Yun Xueqing thought for a moment and shook her head. In the end, we are still acquaintances, she loudly said. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, a month has passed. Schwa, all eyes gathered on him. Qin Yu was helpless. If they didn't leave, how would he have the chance to dig out the radiant redwood's roots, and then have designs on the purple-back blue-wing ants? But Yun Xueqing had good intentions. He could only open his eyes and smile to express his gratitude before closing them again. Wang Zifeng said coldly, You don't know what's good for you. Junior apprentice Sister Xueqing, don't worry about him. Let's go. Yun Xueqing glanced at him once more. She nodded and walked out of the valley. She had already warned him, but he still didn't want to leave. That was his own choice. With 2 Golden Core Realm alchemists leading the way, the 8 of them left the range of the radiant redwood. A strength suddenly gushed out from the void, pulling them out of the valley. It was still the person who had brought them here. He swept his eyes around and frowned. How come we're missing someone? Wang Zifeng cupped his hands together. Reporting to Senior Apprentice Brother Qi, we have already warned him, but he still doesn't want to leave. We can only let him stay behind. Qi Jiang shouted out, What nonsense! He is simply seeking death. He formed a law formula with his hands and was about to forcefully pull that person out. But at this time, there was the sound of flapping wings. Even standing outside the valley, one could feel a fierce and ominous energy rushing towards them. Qi Jiang sighed and released his law formula. It's too late. The purple-back blue-wing ants had a cruel and violent temperament. After being suppressed by Immortal Eclipse Valley for a month, they had already reached their limit. Now that they had regained their freedom, they would immediately tear Qin Yu to pieces. The radiant redwood had the ability to accelerate one's cultivation. To cultivators, especially those that didn't progress too quickly, the temptation was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than drugs. Even for those from Immortal Eclipse Valley, there were many people who entered the radiant redwood to cultivate over the years. Because they weren't willing to leave in time, they were eventually swallowed up by the purple-back blue-wing ants. Qi Jiang shook his head. Let's go. This place will soon be sealed again. The group stepped into the range of the fog. The clouds surged and they vanished from sight. Hum, hum, an invisible imprisoning strength erupted from the valley. The surrounding 10 miles were sealed away once more. Hashtag double monthly tickets have begun. I'm begging you to give me monthly tickets. Double monthly tickets. If you think this chapter is wonderful, then please support me. You can also give me monthly tickets. 100 crosstalk coins to draw monthly tickets, 500 crosstalk coins, 10,000 crosstalk coins, 100,000 crosstalk coins to be the Alliance Master. Chapter 70. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. A month had passed. Most of the defeated cultivators and their families and friends had already left. They had already lost, and if they were to look at other people's great gains, wouldn't that be adding to their own frustrations? The overcrowded situation of Immortal Eclipse Valley eased a little. Even so, when the group flew out of the core region, there were still countless cultivators waiting with bated breath. It's senior brother Wang Xiao. Heavens! He's already at the peak of Foundation establishment. A female cultivator from the Jianglu sect screamed, her face full of surprise and admiration. Senior Sister Yun Qingxue has also reached Foundation Establishment Level 9. Her aura is rippling like a mirror, which is a sign that our sex cultivation method is about to make a breakthrough. Senior Sister Yun Qingxue will be able to reach the golden core within a year. The radiant red wood is truly worthy of being called an ancient spiritual plant. It actually has such an amazing effect. In just a month, they have been completely reborn. Even the auras of those 2 golden core seniors have become much more formidable. Sigh, I was so close to becoming one of the 10 and obtaining this natural luck. I can't accept this, I really can't accept this. Someone lamented bitterly. He was indeed just a little bit off. He was only eliminated in the first round. A cultivator sneered. At the side, the female cultivator, who had a look of worship on her face, snorted coldly when she heard this, her face full of contempt. He flew into a rage out of shame and ridiculed Immortal Eclipse Valley again and again. Immediately, obscenities flew out. If it weren't for him having misgivings about Immortal Eclipse Valley's punishment, he feared he would have already attacked. Amidst the chaos, Qi Jiao was not in the mood to watch the show. Her face was slightly pale as she looked at the group of people flying towards her, her fingers tightly intertwined. There was no Qin Yu. Did something happen? Could it be that they had designs on the radiant redwood and had been discovered by Immortal Eclipse Valley? Shuar, a group of people descended. The Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators told them not to reveal any information and then left. Wang Zixiao, Yun Qingxue, and the others were instantly overwhelmed by the crowd. So someone tried to destroy the radiant redwood, and it's even someone at the Golden Core realm who was hiding their cultivation. Unfortunately, even if they blew themselves up, they wouldn't be able to shake the radiant redwood in the least. No wonder only 8 out of 10 people came back. Could the other person be a helper who also wanted to destroy the radiant redwood? That's not it. A cultivator from the Flowing Rivers sect had a look of contempt. That Qin Yu who entered through the back door wasn't able to withstand the temptation of the radiant redwood. A month has passed and he still hasn't come out. By now he has been torn to pieces by the radiant redwood's guardian spirit insects, the purple-back blue-wing ants. So it's him. Serves him right. He doesn't have the qualifications. Even if he were to force his way in, he would only be throwing his life away. Qi Jiao's body shook and her face turned pale. He held a great sun mulberry leaf in each of his hands. Under the illumination of the golden sunlight, the leaves seemed to be made of gold. The purple-back blue-wing ants were naturally violent and cruel by nature. Beads of sweat dripped down Qin Yu's forehead. He restrained his aura and didn't reveal the least bit of malice. After an unknown period of time, the swarm of ants suddenly separated. An even stronger purple-back blue-wing ant with faint markings on its body flew out. It coldly glared at Qin Yu. Although it was only a flying ant, it displayed its arrogance to the fullest. This was the Ant King. The purple-back blue-wing ant was different from other ant species. It didn't have a queen specifically responsible for giving birth. When a male and female pair mated, they could give birth to offspring. The strongest purple-back blue-wing ant was the Ant King of the colony. It possessed the highest authority, and all purple-back blue-wing ants had to obey its will. And what was admirable was that the purple-back blue-wing ant only had a single partner in its life. After its partner died, the other one would quickly commit suicide. Even the Ant King was no exception. The Ant King flew in front of Qin Yu. Its compound eyes gazed deeply at him, making him feel as if he were being seen through. After a moment of hesitation, it fell onto Qin Yu's hand and began to tear at the great sun mulberry leaf. As soon as it began to eat, it couldn't stop. After eating the leaf, it flew to another hand and continued to eat. When the 2 mulberry leaves fell into its stomach, the Ant King's cicada-like wings began to shiver in excitement. It felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and joy. Unfortunately, there were only 2 leaves. Before it could carefully taste them, It had already eaten them clean. It looked up at Qin Yu and then flapped its wings, preparing to fly away. There was no longer any need to keep this stupid human around. Qin Yu cursed inwardly, but he maintained his composure. He turned his hand and took out 2 more great sun mulberry leaves. The Ant King was pleasantly surprised. It lowered its head and chewed on them. Eat, eat, eat. These great sun mulberry leaves had been added to them. The more Qin Yu ate, the greater his chances of success would be. To the purple-back blue-wing ants, the aura of the great sun mulberry leaves was 10 times, 100 times more enticing than drugs. Seeing the Ant King gorge itself, the ant colony began to stir. Several strong purple-back blue-wing ants began to stir. They were strong competitors of the Ant King and weren't much weaker than it. Finally, one of the competitors couldn't resist the temptation. It flapped its wings and rushed towards the Ant King to compete for the great sun mulberry leaves. This was because its instincts told it that as long as it swallowed these mulberry leaves, it had a chance of transforming into a true Ant King. The Ant King angrily screamed. It flapped its wings and flew away. In the blink of an eye, 2 strong purple-back blue-wing ants began to crazily slaughter each other. The ant colony quickly quieted down. This was a struggle for the throne, a struggle for power. Instinctive awe overwhelmed them. Puff, the Ant King bit down on its opponent's head, chewing and eating it. Its wounded body was covered in its own and its opponent's blood. It looked up and screamed, its callous eyes sweeping around. The restless competitors all lowered their heads. The ant colony once more expressed their allegiance to their king. But at this time, the blood on the Ant King's body began to wriggle like a living creature. It was like red-hot iron wires were sinking deep into its body. Qin Yu rapidly formed hand seals and pointed a finger at the Ant King. It screamed in pain and glared at Qin Yu with hatred in its eyes. Ah! With an angry scream, the ant colony went berserk. Countless purple-back blue-wing ants rushed forward. In just a breath of time, they would tear Qin Yu to pieces. His complexion didn't change. With a flick of his sleeves, a massive amount of great sun mulberry leaves fell to the ground. The ant colony paused for a moment. Then, their instinctive desire overwhelmed them and they crazily swallowed the mulberry leaves around them. Ah! The Ant King's screams became increasingly rapid. The ant colony had no choice but to stop eating. But by the time they flew towards Qin Yu once more, it was already too late. With a pitiful scream, all of the Ant King's blood drilled into its body. The hatred and ferocity in its eyes vanished, replaced by a look of submission and intimacy. The purple-back blue-wing ants that had rushed towards Qin Yu with their jaws wide open froze. They looked at the human in front of them with puzzlement. They couldn't figure out why he had the aura of a king on his body. This caused them to feel awe, not daring to be the least bit presumptuous. Qin Yu let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with a cold sweat. Just a little bit more and he would have been buried in the stomachs of the ants. Luckily, the ancient beast dominion arts records weren't wrong. He had fed the ant great sun mulberry leaves that had been stained with his own blood energy and then stimulated the blood of the purple-back blue-wing ants to fuse them together to form a soul seal. Once the soul seal was placed in them and their blood energy fused together, the Ant King would regard him as the closest person to them. It would follow his orders for the rest of its life and would never abandon him. And once he controlled the Ant King, he could control the entire ant colony. This was Qin Yu's plan from the very start. The Ant King fell into his palm. Its body was the length of a finger and its surface was covered with a hard carapace. It was cool to the touch like jade. Qin Yu smiled. He gently stroked it with his fingers. The Ant King emitted excited cries as it twisted around in his palm. As he thought back to that day when tens of thousands of purple-back blue-wing ants had chased him down and eaten up 3 golden core masters, Qin Yu smiled. He waved his hand. Go, let me see your strength. The Ant King reared its head back and screamed. Countless purple-back blue-wing ants flew towards it like a dark cloud, destroying everything in its path. The radiant redwood was a self-proclaimed domain that could prevent anyone from approaching it. When a golden core cultivator blew themselves up, they weren't able to damage it in the least. From this, it could be seen just how powerful its defenses were. But now, Qin Yu already had the best spies. This ancient spirit plant in front of him was no longer able to defend against him. The Ant King's thoughts stirred. It screeched and the swarm of purple-back blue-wing ants flew back to the radiant redwood. When they returned, they were each holding a bright red fruit that was as beautiful as a flaming gem. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. He took out a radiant red fruit and swallowed it down. The fruit melted in his mouth, and the fresh and sweet taste fell into his stomach. Then, a burning heat rose up, spreading through his body. But before he could feel the pain of being burned, this burning heat dissipated into his organs, turning into pure spiritual strength that flowed into his Dantian Sea. The effects were even better than the cloud rain pill purified by the little blue lamp. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. But he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he quickly walked over to the base of the radiant redwood. During the past month, he had already found the location of the radiant redwood's derived root according to the medicine codex. The Ant King led the swarm of ants over. They dug up the soil and revealed the thick root. Qin Yu looked at it several times. This was it. He waved his hand. The Ant King led the swarm of ants to the root and began to tear at its surface. The purple-back blue-wing ants could even tear apart the protective magic power of a golden core cultivator. It could be seen just how powerful their destructive strength was. But even so, it was incomparably difficult to destroy the radiant redwood's root. One could even hear the sound of teeth grinding against the root. And what was strange was that whether it was the root fragments that were torn off or the root itself, not a single drop of juice flowed out. It was like a layer of camouflage. A moment later, when the swarm of ants dispersed, all that was left of the thick root was the core. It was a tender and fiery red color and had tiny root hairs. This was the true derived root of the radiant redwood. The Ant King personally moved. It followed the directions of Qin Yu's divine sense and bit down on the root. Walala, the radiant redwood trembled and swayed. A rich red divine light erupted. Luckily, Qin Yu was already prepared and had retreated far away. The red divine light didn't harm the purple-back blue-wing ants at all. After sweeping through them several times, it reluctantly dispersed. The Ant King flew over with the derived root in its mouth. Qin Yu took out a deep green jade box and carefully placed it within. Then, he stuck a blue jade talisman on it to seal off the loss of its vitality. Only then was he truly able to relax. At this point, the main goal of his trip to Immortal Eclipse Valley had been accomplished. Qin Yu smiled. Now it was time to cultivate. The radiant redwood in Immortal Eclipse Valley had lived for countless years, and the heaven and earth spiritual strength it had accumulated could be called terrifying. Even if only a small portion of it was absorbed into the radiant red fruit, it would still be a monstrous good fortune. Moreover, this place had been sealed once more and no one would come to disturb him. He naturally couldn't miss out on such a good chance to cultivate. As for how to leave, the purple-back blue-wing ants were the key to unlocking the seal. With the key in his hand, whether he stayed or left was completely up to him. Double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is wonderful, then please support me. You can also vote for me. 100 crosstalk coins to draw monthly votes, 500 crosstalk coins, 10,000 crosstalk coins, 100,000 crosstalk coins as Alliance Master. Chapter 71. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Beneath the radiant redwood, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. Magic power surged within his body, rumbling like thunder. Suddenly, his eyes flashed open and a sharp light erupted from them. His robes fluttered in the wind and a powerful aura flowed out like mercury, stirring up a great deal of dust. Golden Core Second Level. As he carefully sensed the formidable strength within his body, Qin Yu revealed a smile. But soon, he sighed, a bit helpless. The radiant red fruit was indeed formidable. It contained extremely pure heaven and earth spiritual strength, allowing one to use it to cultivate at a rapid pace. The fact that he had broken through to the second level of golden core in a month was the best proof of this. Unfortunately, the radiant red fruit also had its limit. After swallowing a large amount of it, his body's absorption rate slowed down. This wasn't because he had developed a resistance, but because his mortal body couldn't withstand the baptism of high-purity spiritual strength for too long. The reason Qin Yu was able to persist for a month was because his mortal body was formidable. If it were an ordinary early golden core cultivator, a week would be their limit. Luckily, this sort of bodily fatigue would naturally recover after resting for a period of time. At most, it would take a month. Unfortunately, this would reduce his cultivation speed by half. Well, if other golden core cultivators knew what Qin Yu was thinking right now, they would want to strangle him to death and curse him for being unreasonable. In the following period of time, Qin Yu didn't waste any time because he stopped cultivating. The strength of the ancient beast dominion art had already been proven when he controlled the purple-back blue-wing ants. There was also the medicine codex that contained a myriad of information about alchemy. He needed to spend a great deal of time and effort to study and perceive it. Although he might not be able to use it, just a tiny bit of it might be of use in the future, and he might obtain an unexpected harvest or even save his life. Of course, these were all things that would happen later. But it was always good to have more skills. Qin Yu immersed himself in the two vast ancient texts, chewing on them with relish. A month later, Qin Yu resumed his cultivation. After being raised by the great sun mulberry, the ant king was clearly much stronger. Its body was already larger than its competitors and its wings fluttered with energy. It was extremely close to Qin Yu. After receiving its master's orders, it immediately sent out a massive number of subordinates to pick the radiant red fruits, piling them up into a small hill on the ground. Looking at the ant king that had come up to him to ask for a reward, Qin Yu smiled and took out several great sun mulberry leaves. This fellow was so excited that snot nearly popped out of its nose. It turned and glared at the pitiful eyes of its fellow tribesmen before picking them up and eating them in large bites. For the time being, he only provided the great sun mulberry to the ant king because he needed it to control the entire ant colony. Otherwise, once the other purple-back blue-wing ants broke into the king's steppe, they would automatically separate into a new colony. At that time, it would be very troublesome. Since he had decided to attack, Qin Yu didn't plan on showing any mercy. He didn't have the ability to take away the radiant redwood, but he could take away all of the purple-back blue-wing ants. Love go small say, net with every increase in the golden core realm, a cultivator's strength would clearly increase. If there was a difference of more than 2 levels, the weak basically had no hope of winning. This was except for those with powerful inheritances and bloodlines. Of course, freaks like Qin Yu were also an exception. All of this was to make it clear that the cultivation of the golden core stage was extremely difficult. Even in the relatively easy early stage of the golden core stage, being able to advance one stage in 3 years was already considered outstanding. Even with the radiant red fruits as a cheat, Qin Yu had no choice but to do this 3 times in order to step into the 3rd level of the golden core. This had taken him nearly 5 months. With the radiant red fruits freely available and the radiant red wood at all times, Qin Yu secretly blushed. The 2 golden cores that came with him hadn't eaten anything at all and had easily advanced in a month. In comparison, his martial talent was terrible to the point of being horrifying. If it weren't for the little blue lamp, then he would have been doomed to spend the rest of his life as a grass root. The world was vast and full of wonders. If even a heaven-defying treasure like the little blue lamp existed, then there had to be something that could improve one's martial talent. If he had a chance in the future, he definitely had to obtain it. Everyone had the dream of being a top student in their hearts. Qin Yu shook his head and gathered his thoughts. He had already stayed in this valley for half a year. Although no one had come to disturb him, it was inevitable that he would be discovered if he continued. To be able to break through to the second level of the Golden Core realm could already be considered a considerable harvest. Knowing when to stop and withdraw was also an excellent choice. But as he looked at the tree full of radiant red fruits, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Everyone knew that being greedy wasn't good, but who could really decisively withdraw in front of such a temptation? There were those who were calm and decisive, but most of them were just trash-talking. Perhaps the heavens had sensed Qin Yu's hesitation and made a choice for him. In the dusky skies above the valley, winds and clouds began to surge. An invisible pressure fell on Qin Yu's chest like a mountain. Even with his third-level golden core cultivation, his heart tightened and he found it hard to breathe. The purple-back blue-wing ants anxiously screamed. They shook their wings but didn't dare to fly out from the radiant redwood. Through the soul seal, Qin Yu could feel the ant king's fear. Just what had happened that could cause the purple-back blue-wing ants, who could easily kill golden cores, to be so panic-stricken? Bang! The radiant redwood shook. A rich red light erupted from every part of the tree like flames, dyeing the entire valley red. The originally warm and auspicious halo of light was now scarlet red, as if it were dripping blood, cold and harsh. On the branches, the radiant red fruits began to wither and fall to the ground. They were originally condensed from pure spiritual strength, but at this critical moment, they turned into spiritual strength to supplement themselves. Love go little say, Netku in the skies. Flames rose up between the winds and clouds, blazing and burning. Even from a great distance, one could still feel the terrifying heat. This was the manifestation of the radiant redwood's domain. It was unknown just what had happened, but this ancient spirit plant didn't hesitate to expand its domain to such a massive range. As if it was rejecting the arrival of some terrifying existence? As this thought appeared, Qin Yu felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. He couldn't imagine just what existence could make the radiant redwood so nervous. And the key point was that he was still here. What was called a fire at the city gates bringing disaster to the fish in the moat? Qin Yu finally understood what it meant today. He had hesitated, but now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and stood up. This simple movement caused his complexion to pale. He gasped for breath and staggered towards the edge of the valley. If this existence could brazenly attack without regard for Immortal Eclipse Valley, then it was clear that it was aiming for the radiant redwood. The further he went, the safer he would be. This was the only thing he could think of. As for what happened afterwards, he could only take things one step at a time. With a loud explosion, it was like the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking in. Qin Yu's scalp tingled. He looked up and saw that the blazing skies were really cracking apart. The radiant redwood violently shook and countless red leaves burst apart. Its domain had been forcefully broken and it had clearly received a tremendous impact. But at this time, an even more terrifying scene appeared. From the crack in the skies, a great white bone hand stretched out. It was thousands of feet long, icy cold and crystalline like jade, and it released monstrous flames. With just a glance, Qin Yu's mind was seized. He froze where he was. In his mind, a great hand broke through space and grasped at him. Puff! Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. A stabbing pain tore through his mind like a saber was cutting into it. He staggered and his eyes filled with shock. Without pause, the great white bone hand grabbed towards the radiant redwood, as if it wanted to uproot it. Walala! The radiant redwood's branches swayed and red divine light surged outwards. But, in front of the great white bone hand, it didn't have the slightest strength to resist at all. It was easily broken apart and crushed. Just as the great white bone hand was about to grab the radiant redwood, a figure suddenly appeared. He wore a white robe and had the bearing of a transcendent immortal. Facing the monstrous white bone hand, he thrust out a finger. Like divine thunder from the highest heavens, a terrifying collision set off boundless shockwave. Qin Yu was sent flying away, blood flowing out from his head. Countless cracks appeared on his body. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have shattered to pieces. The great white bone hand trembled and turned into motes of crystal light that vanished. Laughter echoed out from the crack in the skies. Pill Crucible, it seems I have underestimated you. You have become even stronger these past years. The white-robed Taoist had a light expression. Demon Monarch praises me too much. The reason I was able to fight you to a draw was because I borrowed the strength of the divine wood. Ha ha, you are quite direct. Unfortunately, you never take a single step out of Immortal Eclipse Valley. Even if I wanted to kill you, I couldn't. Pill Crucible looked up, his eyes shining like stars. I don't know whether or not the Demon Monarch can kill me, but if you don't leave now, you won't have another chance. Rumble, rumble, deep rumbling sounds rang out from all directions. Immortal Eclipse Valley's great array formation was already revolving. Once it erupted with its full strength, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to escape. The Demon Monarch sighed. Your radiant red wood is quite good. What a pity, Shua, a white bone hand grasped at Qin Yu. Compared to when it grabbed at the radiant red wood, it was over 100 times weaker. Even so, it was more than enough to deal with a golden core cultivator. At the very least, at this moment, Qin Yu's body stiffened as if he had been locked onto by a vicious beast. Let alone escaping, he couldn't even form a thought. The Ant King atop the radiant redwood screamed. It could feel its master in danger and recklessly flapped its wings, rushing towards the white bone hand. There seemed to be a sigh in his ears. The earth violently disintegrated and a thick root broke through the earth, colliding with the white bone hand. The root broke into countless pieces and the white bone hand was temporarily blocked. Pill Crucible had already caught up. He lightly said, "It looks like the Demon Monarch is very curious about my Immortal Eclipse Valley's great array formation. Then, don't leave." In the skies, the crack rapidly closed. The Demon Monarch sneered and his aura vanished from sight. Pill Crucible didn't underestimate Qin Yu. Once the great array formation completely revolved, he scattered the swift and fierce aura around him. His ruddy face paled a little and his wrinkles seemed to deepen. He turned to look at Qin Yu, his eyes bright and piercing. Qin Yu was dripping with sweat. He felt as if he had just left a wolf's den and entered a tiger's mouth. His mouth moved and he discovered that his throat was parched to the point where he couldn't speak a single word. Pill Crucible's complexion gradually became strange. His fingers began to move, as if he were a god on the side of the road. He glanced at Qin Yu from time to time, his eyes becoming increasingly bright. Suddenly, he sighed and said, "The will of the heavens, I have never had a true disciple in my life, but I never thought I would encounter one today. Boy, are you willing to take me as your master?" Like a bolt of lightning had struck his head, Qin Yu's entire body went numb. All the countless thoughts of begging for mercy in his mind suddenly vanished. Are you sure you didn't take the wrong script? This was a solemn, cruel, and rigorous fantasy cultivation drama, so where did this sort of brainless melodramatic plot come from? Pill Crucible blushed red as he was stared at by Qin Yu. He coughed and said, "Boy, don't let your imagination run wild. You've only seen a little of the vastness of this world. Come with me and leave this place first." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves and the two of them vanished from sight. The Ant King was enraged. Just as it was about to chase after them, the radiant red wood erupted with a divine light that swept it back into the crown of the tree. The collapsed earth began to wriggle like a living creature. After several breaths of time, all the cracks vanished and all the broken leaves and branches were buried. The mountain valley returned to tranquility. Chapter 72. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. At this time, as Qin Yu sat in Pill Crucible's dwelling that was surrounded by lingering clouds and mist, he still didn't know who he was. But he could tell that this person was someone with an extremely high status in Immortal Eclipse Valley. If he could directly confront the demonic path's Saint Monarch, how could he be ordinary? After such a person discovered him, he didn't interrogate him or condemn him, but instead asked him if he wanted to take him as his teacher? How could this be so strange? Qin Yu's heart was empty and he didn't feel like his feet were firmly planted on the ground. He tried several times but couldn't calm his heart. He was still panicking and the wine he drank was tasteless. He subconsciously swept his eyes around. Pill Crucible was wild and unruly, without any of the strength of character he had when he confronted the demon monarch. It was like his spine had been pulled out of him. He slumped back onto the couch, his blurred eyes sweeping over Qin Yu. "Brat, don't blame me for not reminding you. The 5-element sword array beneath your feet is in an active state. If you casually rush in, hiccup, you should be well aware of the result." Qin Yu lowered his head and gulped down more wine, no longer looking at the beautiful clouds and scenery. What happened to the most basic trust between people? This was too excessive. He had actually disguised himself so well that he hadn't noticed anything at all. If he really wanted to escape while he was drunk, wasn't that the same as committing suicide? This was too excessive. Pill Crucible smiled in satisfaction. He patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, "Don't be so depressed, brat. It's already not easy for you to be alive. Hurry up and take me as your teacher and everything from before will be written off. Otherwise, I will hand you over tomorrow. I believe that although my Immortal Eclipse Valley is a righteous sect, there are still many people with dark and eccentric habits. For instance, that crazy old man from the Crimson Furnace likes to throw people in to raise the temperature of the furnace. Of course, he won't let you go in and die. He will burn for 8 or 9 days until all the fat in your flesh, blood, organs, and marrow is completely burnt away. Only then will he give you a quick death. Really, you definitely won't like that taste. So, hurry up and make the right decision." Qin Yu's lips twitched. To threaten someone in such a superficial manner, there really wasn't any artistic content at all. To think that he had worshipped you a little at first. Pill Crucible curled his lips. "Don't worship me. It's because there are too many people who worship me that I am forced to live in such a place. Every time I go out, I have to look like an idiot. How could that be as comfortable as I am now?" Qin Yu's eyes widened. Pill Crucible laughed. "Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, brat, this old man has cultivated the mind-reading technique. You can't hide any of your schemes from me." Qin Yu composed himself. If Senior really could read minds, then when the demon monarch tried to capture me, he wouldn't have needed the divine tree to save me. Pill Crucible choked on his wine and coughed for a long time, his face flushing red. "Little children, why are you thinking so much? It's disrespectful to expose the old, don't you understand?" Qin Yu laid down the wine jar and stood up to bow. "Qin Yu must first thank Senior for saving my life. Love go small saying Netko. However, Senior, please tell me, why do you want to take me as your disciple? It's not that I don't know what's good for me, it's just that the world is too sinister and full of traps. I'm a shallow disciple, and I'm afraid I'll be consigned to eternal damnation in the future." Pill Crucible glanced at him. "Then do you know that I can make you fall beyond redemption right now?" Qin Yu's expression didn't change. "If Senior wished, I would have already died countless times over." Pill Crucible laughed and scolded. "You little brat, do you think you have nothing to fear?" He furrowed his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. "In truth, I can't say why I wanted to take you in as my disciple. It's just that when I first laid eyes on you, I couldn't suppress this thought any longer. In divination techniques, in the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty, if I said I was second, no one would dare to say they were first. You and I do indeed share a master and disciple fate." Qin Yu hesitated. "Aren't your words a bit too mysterious?" It's like those fortune tellers on the streets trying to trick people, right? Pill Crucible curled his lips. I never thought that a brat like you would have such sharp eyes. You actually saw through me. I came from a fortune teller background, not bad, not bad. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Now you can decide. Qin Yu knelt down. He didn't think there was anything to be ashamed of. In the face of life or death, what harm was there in kneeling? Moreover, he was facing a great bodhisattva that he couldn't see through no matter what. Perhaps this kneeling would be another lucky chance and good fortune. At this time, Pill Crucible cried out in alarm. His eyes rolled back as if he had been struck by lightning. He flicked his sleeves and looked Qin Yu up and down. Brat, just who are you and why would you have such a reaction to my status jade slip? Status jade slip? Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He found this a bit hard to believe. After thinking for a moment, he took out a storage bag from his chest and took out a jade slip. Before he could speak, it was snatched away by Pill Crucible. Pill Crucible looked over it and formed several law formulas. The jade slip began to glow with blue light, condensing into the shape of a furnace. Pill Crucible was stunned. Qin Yu blinked his eyes and finally grasped a bit of his train of thought. This jade slip was one of Tsang Mengzi's relics that he had obtained from the underground space beneath the Eastern Mountain Sect's pill disposal department. Could it be related to Immortal Eclipse Valley? Heavens! Earth! Unfair! How unfair! Pill Crucible suddenly erupted, a crazed expression on his face. How many years has it been? I've finally found a boy that's pleasing to the eye. Just as I was about to pass down my legacy to him, someone actually beat me to it. If it was anyone else who dared to do this, I would have made him unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life. But why did it have to be that damn teacher whom I have never met before? My life, why is it so bitter? Please drag out this sentence and say it like an opera. Qin Yu's complexion paled. As he looked at Pill Crucible's enraged appearance, he really feared that if Pill Crucible went berserk, he would implicate him and cause him to lose his life. Whoosh, whoosh, several figures tore through the air as if they were facing a great enemy, and their auras were extremely fierce. Pill Crucible stomped his feet and cursed. Why did you all run over here? Who dares to kill me while I hide here? Get out, all of you! The several Immortal Eclipse Valley powerhouses stiffened. They swept their eyes over Qin Yu and fell silent. Then, they curled up their bodies and really did roll away, vanishing into the lingering fog. Qin Yu, after cursing and venting his anger, Pill Crucible's complexion was still pale. He retracted the aura he released and returned the jade slip to Qin Yu. His lips twitched and he squeezed out a smile. Little junior apprentice brother, this is the first time we've met. I apologize for my lack of manners. Qin Yu's eyes rolled back in his head. Although he was a bit prepared, he still felt that this matter was even more unreliable. Pill Crucible coughed and took out another jade slip. Junior apprentice brother, there is no need to doubt me. This identity jade slip was passed down to me many years ago by some senior before he died. There is an inheritance within that helped me reach my current status. Junior apprentice brother and I are both disciples of teacher, so we should call each other brothers. Qin Yu hurriedly cupped his hands together. This junior doesn't dare. Pill Crucible waved his hand. What do you mean you don't dare? You are my junior apprentice brother, so you are my junior apprentice brother. From today onwards, this will not change. All right, you rest here. I will make some arrangements. Tomorrow, I will hold a grand ceremony to prove your name. From now on, you will be my Immortal Eclipse Valley's junior uncle. Whoosh, Pill Crucible flew out from the courtyard. Sure enough, the moment he stepped out, the laziness around him vanished. His back straightened and his robes fluttered in the wind, making him seem dignified to the extreme. Qin Yu opened his mouth, but in the end, he bitterly smiled. Just what was going on? The next day, The core region of Immortal Eclipse Valley was under martial law. All direct descendants of the Eclipse family and official disciples of the valley received orders to gather at the Pill Hall's Grand Square. This square was 10 miles wide and completely paved with white jade. It undoubtedly displayed the heroic spirit of Immortal Eclipse Valley. Normally, it was rarely opened. It would only be used when there was a major event. Today, it was clear that a major event had occurred. Yesterday, the demonic path's Saint Monarch invaded my Immortal Eclipse Valley and was forced back by the High Ancestor. Such rampant behavior cannot be allowed to be forgotten like this. The demonic path is too arrogant. Do they think that my Immortal Eclipse Valley is the same as the other sects of the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty, that they can do whatever they want? We will not let this matter rest. That's right. This time, we will let the demonic path know that my Immortal Eclipse Valley is not something they can easily provoke. With such momentum today, the High Ancestor must be enraged. He will surely make a big move. You and I have cultivated for so long, and now we finally have the chance to display our skills. How wonderful! Ha 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 ha! This old lady's saber is already thirsting for blood. Several high-spirited Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples glanced at a short and ugly man who was holding a saber and wildly laughing. Their lips twitched and they turned their heads far away. Soon, everyone gathered in the grand square. Rumble, rumble. The doors to the Pill Hall opened and the 8 great elders of Immortal Eclipse Valley rushed out. Their faces were tense and pale. The grand square suddenly fell silent. Countless Eclipse family juniors and cultivators of the valley felt their hearts chill. The lords of the valley were truly enraged. Good, 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 good! Demonic path thieves, your good days have come to an end. As everyone's killing intent rose, the atmosphere in the square suddenly turned somber. It was like a giant hand piercing through the clouds. Immortal Eclipse Valley's great array formation felt the rising momentum of the disciples and quietly began to revolve. With a loud rumble, heaven and earth spiritual strength surged. Thunderclaps filled the air, the momentum astonishing to the extreme. The 8 elders frowned as they saw this. The Clear Sky Furnace's first seat coldly shouted, "All of you restrain your aura. Do you want to tear apart our old bones?" Schwa, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. The situation didn't seem right. The Sea Forge Furnace's first seat Fan Jianghai coughed. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, the old ancestor is still here. How about I announce this instead? Su Ku coldly snorted and lowered his head, no longer speaking. Fan Jianghai took a deep breath and said, "Pass down the old ancestor's decree." Walala, everyone knelt down in the grand square. Yesterday the demonic path attacked, but it was actually a blessing in disguise. The old ancestor has been reunited with his lost junior apprentice brother. From today on, he is my Immortal Eclipse Valley's junior uncle and his seniority is equal to the old ancestor. No disciple may offend him, otherwise the valley rules will not tolerate it. Everyone's eyes and jaws fell to the ground. Old ancestor's junior apprentice brother? Junior uncle? Where did he pop out from? Their thoughts raced. They already knew why the 8 elders had such gloomy expressions. As first seats, it had been extremely difficult for them to reach where they were today. Just as they were about to reach the peak, they were only below the old ancestor. Then, some inexplicable junior uncle suddenly jumped out and suppressed them. How could they be willing to accept this? Moreover, they were talking about junior uncle. No one knew just how young he was. If he was a 10 to 20-year-old baby, then that would be a big joke. Thinking of this, the 100 to 200-year-old core cultivators of Immortal Eclipse Valley all had ugly complexions. Everyone left as quickly as they came. After the announcement was made, they were immediately dismissed. The 8 elders all had gloomy expressions as they returned to their respective stations. From start to finish, Qin Yu didn't show himself. This was the result of his strong request, and in addition to the opposition of the 8 elders, Pill Crucible finally agreed. Even so, the name of Junior Uncle spread throughout the entire Immortal Eclipse Valley in just an hour. Chapter 73. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? Speaking of the net, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. He had somehow become the junior uncle of Immortal Eclipse Valley, the leading great sect of the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty. His seniority was so high that it was terrifying. He looked down at his apprentice nephews and grand disciples. This plot was simply too ridiculous. But after sleeping for a night, he opened his eyes, closed them, and opened them again. After repeating this several times, he finally sighed. This really wasn't a dream. Junior granduncle, are you awake? A soft voice sounded out from outside the door. Chinyu opened the door. 6 Immortal Eclipse Valley female cultivators stood to his left and right with blushing faces. They each held an inner robe, outer robe, boots, accessories, towels, and other items. They lowered their heads and bowed. Disciple greets Junior Granduncle. You are? Disciple has received orders to help Junior Granduncle bathe and change clothes. The female cultivator on the left blushed red. Hot soup has been prepared. Please follow us. Chinyu was frightened. Just what was this old fellow Pill Crucible doing? He waved his hand again and again. No need, no need. I can bathe myself. You may leave. The female cultivator was stumped. This, Chinyu said, I will explain. You don't need to worry. The female cultivator revealed a happy expression. Thank you, Junior Granduncle. Disciple Kaiwe and Mingxia will serve you from now on. If there is anything you need, please feel free to ask. Chinyu frowned, not saying anything. He would have to find Pill Crucible to resolve this matter. After setting down the hot soup and clothes, he waved his hand and had them leave. A moment later, he washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. Then, he pushed open the door and walked out. Kaiwe, Mingxia, and the other female disciples' eyes brightened. Chinyu wasn't an extremely handsome person, but after cultivating the demon body, his mortal body had adjusted itself to become more angular. In addition to the existence of the little blue lamp, he had a deep background and every movement he made was filled with an imposing aura. Of course, this was also closely related to the clothes that Immortal Eclipse Valley had prepared. The black robes were embroidered with silver threads. The craftsmanship and embroidery were second to none. It was absolutely tailored and accentuated Chinyu's aura. As the saying went, clothes made the man and horses made the saddle. In addition, there was a white jade crown on his head, a roaming dragon pendant at his waist, and rock boots on his feet. Not only were they luxurious and noble, they were also extraordinary treasures. With this set of clothes, even if he stood still, he would be able to block the attacks of 2 or 3 golden core cultivators. The roaming dragon pendant on his waist could even block an attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Where is Senior Brother? Kaiyu said respectfully, reporting to Little Marshal Granduncle, Old Ancestor has already been waiting for a long time. Please follow Disciple. Stepping out of the rear residence and passing through a long winding corridor, the garden that entered her eyes was incomparably elegant. Clouds and mist lingering around it added to the tranquility. Pill Crucible sat in the seat of honor in the main hall, drinking tea with a light expression. As he heard the sound of footsteps, he faintly smiled. Junior Apprentice Brother, did you sleep well last night? Chinyu cupped his hands together. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother. I have rested well. In addition, I have to thank Senior Brother for giving me all these treasures. Without further words, Kaiyu bowed and withdrew. Pill Crucible immediately lost his composure and slumped backwards. Junior Apprentice Brother, I see that this girl still has her primordial een. Do you have some hidden trouble that's hard to say? Don't be afraid, just tell Senior Brother. This old man will refine a furnace of pills for you. I guarantee that after you take it, you will be full of energy. Nighttime, cough cough, it's not a problem. Looking at the old fellow winking at him, Chinyu's eyes twitched. He took a deep breath and said, I'm in good health, so there's no need for senior apprentice brother to worry about me. Kai Yu, Ming Xia, and the others are all disciples of the valley. It's better to let them leave and cultivate properly. Pill Crucible bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. He had a face that said, "Junior apprentice brother, just admit it. I won't laugh at you. But please, why are your eyes so wretched?" Seeing Qin Yu's complexion darken, he coughed and said, Good, your body is fine. That should be fine. Kaiwei and Mingxiao will stay to serve you. Don't worry, they are willing. You don't have to worry about seniority in the future. You and I, as cultivators, should act with a clear conscience. You don't have to worry about trivial matters. Blinking his eyes, he said, as the saying goes, flowers that can be plucked must be plucked in the end. Don't wait until there are no flowers but only branches. Junior brother, don't waste your good time. Qin Yu accepted his fate. He cupped his hands together and bowed. I will follow senior apprentice brother's teachings. Pill Crucible had a teachable expression on his face. He stood up and walked out. Come, I will bring you to the hidden treasure pavilion. You can choose something from there as a greeting gift from your senior apprentice brother. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Immortal Eclipse Valley's hidden treasure pavilion was inevitably extraordinary. After leaving the main hall, Pill Crucible flicked his sleeves. He could hear the howling of wind and clouds in his ears. When his vision was restored once more, he found himself in front of a simple wooden building. Although the stairs were in good condition, the wood had been battered by wind and rain, leaving behind countless mottled traces of time. Pill Crucible held his hands behind his back and earnestly said, Qin Yu, even if you are my junior apprentice brother, you can only choose one item. I don't know when you will be able to enter again. So, for the next 2 hours, it is best if you look around before you make your decision. Once you have confirmed your choice, you can mark your divine sense. Go. Qin Yu's heart warmed. This cheap senior apprentice brother that had come from nowhere was actually very good to him. Of course, he wouldn't do anything for him just because of this. There were far too many schemes in this world. Even a loving couple could fall out overnight. It was best to be cautious in everything. Qin Yu respectfully bowed and turned to walk towards the wooden building. The wooden stairs creaked, but it didn't fall into his ears at all. Rather, it calmed his mind. He didn't worry that Pill Crucible would have any ill intentions towards him. This was because with his cultivation, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. There was no lock on the door. Qin Yu reached out a hand and pushed it. A suction force followed and his field of vision darkened. When it lit up again, he was already standing in the wooden building. Behind him was the door. It wasn't locked, but in his eyes it represented some inconceivable strength. Without permission, he feared that anyone who touched this door would never appear again. There was no gorgeous scenery within the wooden building, nor was there any frightening array formations. There were several rows of wooden shelves casually placed around them, and they didn't seem to be organized at all. Spiritual strength bubbles wrapped around items, imprisoning them on the wooden shelves. Beside them were jade slips. Qin Yu looked at the first axe-shaped treasure that entered his eyes. He picked up the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Indeed, there was some simple information about this treasure inside. Heaven-splitting axe, imitation. Although there is a great disparity between it and the real thing, its offensive power is still outstanding. It is suitable for disciples that walk the path of great offense and defense. Note: this treasure has certain requirements in terms of mortal body strength. And what was amazing was that there was also a mark at the back of the information. The dark-faced large man grasped the heaven-splitting axe and chopped out, severing the river in front of him. Its might was astonishing. This imitation heaven-splitting axe could be considered a top-grade magic tool amongst Golden Core realm magic tools in terms of striking power. As he swept his eyes over the long wooden shelves and the spiritual strength bubbles that covered them, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Immortal Eclipse Valley was truly rich to the point of overflowing with wealth. He laid down the jade slip and looked further in. The treasures on the wooden shelves should have been arranged according to category. What he saw were offensive magic tools, and several of them were extremely powerful. However, Qin Yu wasn't too tempted. He was strong enough, and as long as he didn't provoke a nascent soul cultivator, he could freely roam the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty. These treasures could at most be considered icing on the cake. He quickened his pace. On the second wooden shelf, there were layers upon layers of defensive magic tools. Although the quality was good, Pil Ding had already given him many of them and none of them were too outstanding. Qin Yu paid attention to a few and temporarily skipped over them. Following that, there was a wide variety of treasures, all of them strange and bizarre. There were all sorts of treasures that one hadn't heard of before, but there were none that didn't exist. This fully demonstrated the deep background of Immortal Eclipse Valley. 8 treasure horn lamp. Take a wisp of the soul and pour it into it, ignite it and place it on an altar. If one perished, there was a chance that they could use this lamp to condense a remnant soul. For a cultivator, as long as their soul wasn't extinguished, they wouldn't truly die. Seizing the body of another was the best option, and refining a puppet body was also an option. In the worst-case scenario, they could still transform into a ghost cultivator and continue living. No one would complain about having too many life-saving treasures. This treasure could be considered precious. Crimson refined 9-level pagoda. Each level of the pagoda had a beast soul sealed within it. If an energy-refining cultivator filled the first level, they could summon a first-level energy-refining beast soul. If they filled the second level, they could summon a second-level energy-refining beast soul. The highest 9 levels could summon 9 beast souls to battle. Foundation establishment cultivators were the same. Golden core cultivators were the same. Energy refining and foundation establishment cultivators were fine, but golden core realm beast souls were much fiercer. If one could summon 9 beast souls, they could easily destroy anyone under the nascent soul realm. Flowing light pagoda cover was a secret treasure of the Buddhist sect. When one cultivated, it could calm the mind and prevent distracting thoughts from the outside world, greatly increasing one's cultivation speed. And more importantly, this pagoda cover could be used all year round. Once one reached a state where their thoughts were connected, they could fuse it into their body and be protected from all evil. Crimson fire glass bead, a treasure condensed in the depths of a 1,000-mile volcano. The 1,000 threads were constantly formed, and after refining it with a drop of blood, both parties formed a contract to live and die together. The withered 9 nether lotus could greatly increase the strength of one's soul. The treasures in this wooden pagoda were accumulated by Immortal Eclipse Valley over countless years. Each one could be called incomparably precious. For Pil Crucible to allow him to choose any one of them was already extremely generous. But which one should he choose? Qin Yu looked around, falling into a dilemma. Outside the wooden pagoda, Pil Crucible was fuming with anger. But the 16 to 17-year-old girl in front of him didn't seem to care at all. Her indifferent tone didn't change at all. Pil Crucible, even if you are the master of Immortal Eclipse Valley, you still don't have the authority to casually bestow treasures to others. As someone with the highest authority, if you know your mistakes, how can you convince your disciples? Pil Crucible clenched his teeth. I'm right here, so why don't you find me? Who isn't convinced? The young girl glanced at him. Relying on your status and cultivation to suppress the different voices in the valley, that is even more foolish. Pil Crucible disdainfully said, I am foolish. I can do whatever I want. The young girl lightly said, At the next grand meeting in the valley, I will announce this matter to the public. Without evidence, who would believe you? I have already left behind a recording of today's events. Pil Crucible's face stiffened. His expression suddenly changed. Spirity, you see, I only have a single junior apprentice brother. As the dignified master of a valley, if I don't have a decent greeting gift then that would be far too shameful. Just this once, I guarantee that just this once. Can you make an exception for me? The young girl tilted her head and looked at him. She stretched out 5 fingers. Pill Crucible had a bitter expression. He pinched his nose and said, "All right, I will give you the spirit stones later." Schwa, the young girl turned and walked away. After several steps, she scattered into countless motes of light. Pill Crucible revealed a complex look. He shook his head and composed himself. Looking at the tightly shut wooden pagoda door, he was also curious as to which item Qin Yu would take. At almost the same time, Qin Yu stopped. He lowered his head with surprise and bewilderment as he looked at a gray mushroom-shaped object on the wooden frame. This is Qin Yu's eyes widened. He sniffed the scent of the mushroom and then carefully traced the lines of the wooden frame. His eyes slowly brightened. He took out a storage bag. His sleeves flashed and the medicine codex jade slip appeared. His divine sense quickly entered it and he soon found the information he needed. #######. I'm late. Sorry. It's only for the next 2 days. Steamed Bun had set a time for the daily update so that everyone wouldn't have to wait too long.